The Chronicles of a Mediocre Magician by Azaz Chickee. Prologue. The Battle at Corsk. This, Pablo thought, is what I've come for. He dodged the blow from the woman, her punch powerful enough to decapitate a normal man. But Pablo was far from normal. He was one of 1,000 who could have taken that punch on the battlefield that day. Kursk. He knew this place would be immortalized the moment they told him of the planned offensive. Pablo had been far too young to be at the Somme or Dunkirk, but his brothers had been, and died for it. They were weak, he reminded himself. This was the very first thing his father had told him upon his return to Brazil, several months after the war had ended. He blocked her follow-through, a spinning elbow that was meant to separate his mandible from his skull, had he not ducked underneath it. Her momentum spun her into his arms as he shrouded his body in his magical aura, using the power to jump 15 feet into the air. She tried to fight her way out of his grip, elbowing his head over and over again, but each attempt only made him laugh. They plummeted back toward the ground, where he suplexed her, head first, through the turret and hull of a Russian tank. The explosion was glorious. The screams of men caught in the blast made him laugh as his body bounced off the ground several times. He had reinforced his body, of course, shrouding it in the magic needed to roll onto his feet and duck. She chanted a spell and fired off a blast of pure magical energy. That was fast, he said with a grin. But he had long come to the conclusion that there would be no conversation between the two. She knew no Portuguese, and he knew very little Hindi, unless he needed to threaten to fuck someone's mother. And so they took turns cursing and barking at each other. Fuck conversation, he grinned as he inhaled. Wind burst! And blew a gust of wind that sent platoons of men tumbling and rolling on the ground. Some were thrown back with enough force to slam into tanks, houses, and trees. It amused Pablo to think how confused the humans were by the entire magical phenomenon occurring around them. But then again, the fog could just as well make them see a shell landing to blow them back, or a tornado come to life in the middle of the battlefield. The fog was being enhanced to levels he had never felt before. He could pull his cock out and smack a German with it, and they would think it was bratwurst. The funny Irishman with the red hair had done this, and Pablo owed the man a compliment for this fine work. The ability to reinforce the fog and have it shroud areas, as he had long mastered in doing with his body, escaped him in this particular instance. He had not believed Hernan when he said that he was a wonderful manipulator of the fog, but the man proved true to his word. In truth, Hernan gave off every indication of being strong, but Pablo could not help being skeptical. He had been alive long enough to know that there were 3 commonalities between all sorcerers, irrespective of which side they took in this war. They were all connected to the source. They were all a little mad, and they all were liars. The woman withstood the gust of wind, and the sight of her took Pablo's breath away. She was of an age with him, perhaps 50 years old as well, but like him, she looked half that age. His attack had opened up a laceration in her scalp, and the blood flowed like the Amazon to mix with her long black hair. The mix of crimson and black reminded him of the Black Widow, and the imagery made him love her even more. Her face was covered in a pink birthmark that looked very familiar to him, but in the state he was in now, battle-lusted and horny, such memories seemed trivial to him. She leaped in towards him with a punch, a spinning kick, and a jab that he parried with ease, watching her go in for the spinning follow-through. She was predictable, he thought, preparing to duck underneath another spinning dash. The blast came out of nowhere and scorched his face, too weak to tear through his shroud without her incantation. But it stung like a bitch all the same. The Indian woman took the opportunity won by her surprise attack. She had spun into a back step before she blasted him as he moved to grab her. That was good, he thought as she punched him, concentrating all her magic into the blow that busted open his lip. Pablo could not recover in time for the kick to the gut that made him hunch over and launch spittle onto the ground. He had expected another blow, for her to unleash all her pent-up frustration. She surprised him once more when he felt a strong grip on the back of his soldier uniform and the sudden gust of wind as they flew through the air. She launched him at the apex of the jump, a few feet short of his own, he noted with a smile, and he felt his back slam into the cold metal of a tank. He reinforced his shroud just in time for her landing, her boots slamming into his gut with enough force to cave in the metal beneath them. They tore through the turret and found themselves in a hull filled with screaming Germans. He spat out a gust of wind. The lack of an incantation did not diminish its power to fly like a bullet and tear a gash through her cheek. She tried to attack him, but he had her wrists in his hands and gritted his teeth as Pablo reinforced his hands with the strength needed to break the one. But both snapped, and then, to his surprise, she shouted, "Wind burst!" and blasted him in the face with her magical beam from her mouth. The explosion this time around was a little less glorious. He skipped on the ground once, thrice, 7 times before he found himself inside a shithole of a Russian house. Pablo's momentum finally came to an end as his head smashed into the sink. He was drenched. He cursed as he stood up, wiping the No, he muttered as he looked at his fingertips. Blood. The bitch's blast had torn through his defenses and left him drenched in his own blood. Pablo realized then that he could only see through one eye, and any attempt to locate the other was met with more blood on his fingers. Pablo had crushed her wrists, thinking that it would have ended her onslaught and neutered her offensive abilities. He had only seen her use her hands to blast magic at him, and so breaking them would have forced her to heal and eat through a lot of her magic reserves. From what he could tell, her reserves were decent, good even, but not to his level. A fight of attrition should have favored him, and yet it was he who was left with the choice to make. He either healed his eye or continued fighting visually impaired with his reserves intact. How the fuck was she able to do that? Pablo gritted his teeth. Once a spell was engraved into a grimoire, the method could be used in only one way. He could control the air and wind, but only through his mouth. And she was supposed to only be able to blast him with her palms. 50 years of tutelage by his father and mother had taught him that. Of course, there was one way to change the conditions, and that was with a gambit. No, there was no way the bitch took a chance on a gambit and it paid off. The source, their fuel of magic and power, was a fickle bitch. Gambits, the art of give and take, seldom worked, and almost always bit one in the ass. Only those who were source-blessed. And like that, the memory returned to him, his mother telling him of how the source loved those a little more than others, like a mother does her favorite child, and she marks them as a sign of this love. He glared at her with his right eye as she stood across the field from him, and her birthmark did not look as appealing now. Pablo decided to heal. She either changed the conditions of her spell permanently, or that was a one-time use. Either way, it limits the amount of blasts I need to worry about. He healed just enough to fix his eyes and spat out a tooth as he moved towards her. That consumed a lot more out of his magic reserves than he had been hoping, and if he had to use his final trump card, that would more than deplete the rest, and he was all but doomed to die. There were over 1,000 magicians fighting each other all around them, taking advantage of the battle to minimize how much they had to fuel the fog to obscure their destruction. And the moment he was done with her, it was guaranteed that he would be left far too exposed to stop any sorcerer, ally or foe, from coming to take advantage of his state and killing him. Why? He was fucked. He knew it there and then. So then why? Pablo could even sense a magician watching them, waiting to cut one of them down. Why? His grin matched hers, and slowly the two began to laugh. "I'm going to die here," Pablo told her, and the magicians, waiting to pick off the victor of their battle. And yet I would not have it any other way. If she changed the conditions of her spell, he thought, summoning his grimoire into his hand, then she could not change the conditions of her animus, if she even has one. If she does, it would need her hands too. He was betting his life on an assumption, a bad one. But the feel of his grimoire, thick and designed with the armillary sphere upon it, in the blue and white of his homeland, gave him confidence. Pablo's confidence did not shatter as he saw her surprised expression turn to one of pure joy, and in fact, it only transformed into pure admiration. "I think that I love you," he said to her, and her grin slowly turned into a genuine smile that tore at his heart. "I know," she said in fluent Portuguese. The blood, the hair, the birthmark. She was the most beautiful thing he had ever seen. Pablo only regretted that he had not tried to kill her sooner. "You speak Portuguese?" he asked, and her smile turned into a laugh. "If it was anything but, would you have understood me? But how?" She grinned, and her grimoire appeared, falling onto the ground with no hands to catch it. "She cannot heal." "Can you not speak Hindi?" He snorted. "Not unless you wish for me to swear at your mother." "Now tell me, how?" "Beat me, and I will tell you." Pablo's father had been in an animus duel twice in his life, and told him that they went one of two ways. Either they canceled each other out, or they overlapped and fought for control in the small shroud their souls made. In the small second between them, Pablo thought of wedding bells, and how beautiful she would have looked in all white, standing across from him with a priest between the two. A holy rosary he forged dangled above her chest, and her big brown eyes met his own as the old man spoke in front of them and their families. And in that moment he hoped with all of his heart that their animus overlapped, to meld and dance around each other. "The sails alone fail, the wind is needed too. Never still into my soul." He heard her speak in tandem to him, reciting what he had thought was her incantation for the animus, for even those who had mastered their magic enough to operate at full capacity without an incantation needed one for ingressum in anima. And so Pablo was very caught off guard when he heard her shout something similar at the end of her incantation. He saw her palm, her healed palms, blast him with the full might of her magical beam. The blast was fully powered thanks to the weight of a full incantation behind it. The attack was not only cleverly timed, but also very well placed. The blast from her left hand was a tick, faster than the blast from her right, and the one from her left was aimed at his grimoire. Death was a temporary thing for a magician, especially a pretty good one like himself, for the afterlife still remained for those who had their soul still intact and not sold off. That afterlife would not exist if his grimoire were destroyed, and so he spent the little time he had removing his grimoire from this plane of existence and allowed the second blast to tear through his chest and eviscerate whatever was in its way. It blew out of his back and tore a hole through several walls of the house behind him. He tried to return fire, but he could not even breathe now, never mind unleash a gust of wind. So Pablo instead collapsed to his knees. His vision began to blur, and he could not see her when she touched his cheek. "That was a good fight," he smirked. There was no point in even keeping his eyes open now. "Tell me." "No," she said, very kindly. "You did not beat me." That was fair, he thought, his strength failing him so much that Pablo could not speak. "But you may have my name. I am Lakshmi, Lakshmi of Goa." I love you," Pablo thought. The woman was as cunning in battle as she was in kindness, although as cunning as she would die 4 minutes later. Lakshmi of Goa fell due to being preyed upon by the two magicians who lay in wait, and Pablo Pereira fell because he forgot the golden rule. All magicians are liars. "Mr. Nerva." Kala whirled her round-shaped head back around so that Andrea could see the expression etched upon her friend's pretty face, the same expression she wore whenever, "Where's my hug at?" Julian giddily came around the corner in the school hall. Kyala's thick caterpillar eyebrows were raised, and her mud-brown doe eyes were as round as the full moon that was beginning to creep into view, far off into the east. Andrea rolled her own eyes at her, eyes so big that someone had once told her that they occupied half of her face, that someone was trying to compliment her at the time. "La, will you just chill out?" She whispered just loud enough for only Kala to hear, although there was no need, for Remi's was always booming some loud music to add to the laughter and arguments and conversations, mundane or otherwise, heard around his place. His speakers belching the kind of jazz that Andrea would often hear coming from her granny's kitchen, especially on a Sunday. "I can't," she gulped, trying to fight off the temptation to veer her head back around her shoulder to look at the hooded man staring at them from across the street, her hands pulling nervously on the ends of her straight and black hair. The baggy jumper and camo print pants, barely holding onto his waist for dear life, advertised a lean and skinny frame, and his no doubt gaunt face was hidden from them within the shadows of his hood. All that was visible to them was his lower chin, pale where it was not covered all over by a beard as bright as fire. "God, please don't let me get shot today. Or ever, really. He looks like someone with bad intentions," she squeaked. And although Andrea was used to dismissing Kala's obviously exaggerated assessments of danger, even she was not above admitting that the sight of the man had her fighting back a shiver. The gaunt and thinness might have, on their own, just be signs of some financial plights that forced him out onto the street. But his clothing was clean and looked freshly bought, and his sneakers were not exactly the latest, but they were recent enough to perhaps indicate that money-wise, he was not exactly hurting. But what made Andrea want to hide away in her bed and cover herself in her blanket was the aura that radiated off of the man. She could only describe it as menacing energy, and it wafted off of him like warmth from a heater, so potent as to flow its way towards them a whole dozen yards away. "His hands haven't once left his pockets," Kayla noted, "and he keeps on staring at us. And I don't want to be the one to say it, but that is definitely an unhinged white man." Finding an assortment of people at Remi's was not unusual. The old man had the sort of charisma and food that brought people of all color and walks of life to hear him push his jazz agenda and enjoy his catfish. But this particular kind of person stuck out like a sore thumb, even amongst a crowd tailor made for thumbs of all sorts. Even Yahim and his boys felt welcomed and safe enough to come to Remi's open-handed, and even go so far as to hang out with Tario and his when the occasion called for it. "Don't tell me you're scared of white people, La." Andrea tried to bury her nerves underneath 6 feet of mocking laughter. A girl who goes to St. Martha's isn't supposed to be scared of white people. Brown girl or no. That comment brought Kala out of her head enough to retort with her usual snort and eye roll. "Bitch, you go to St. Martha with me, so don't go acting like we aren't copying math's homework off people from the same tax bracket." Andrea grinned, no doubt looking like her mother whenever she did. Ever since she'd been a little girl, anytime she grinned, there was usually someone around to bring up her resemblance to her mother. "Aye, some of us don't have Daddy's money to get us in a place to copy off that math's homework to begin with. Some of us had to grind out a scholarship," Andrea teased, sticking her tongue out. "Oh? You trying to make me feel bad about my daddy's money? Meanwhile, your daddy is not here, not a coin put to child support yet." Kala replied with her own tongue being stuck out. Andrea tried to fight back the twitch she felt tugging at the corner of her thin upper lip, but Kala's dumb expression broke the valve, and her laughter came flooding out. "Is this you? Woo! But say less, or next time I come over, I'll make your daddy my dad." "Aye, Ms. Bougie." Andrea turned her head to see Ja's face peer out the window from his workstation. "Get your skinny bougie ass over here and come get this here food you ordered." "Ja, why does it always have to be Ja?" Andrea got up from their table, watching the hooded man abandon his leaning against the streetlight to seemingly stare into her soul, before he turned around and began walking away into the darkness of another autumn night. Andrea fought back another bout of goosebumps before she went over to the window and greeted Ja with her middle finger raised. "How many times do I have to tell you, call me Andrea or fuck off?" Ja pulled back the plastic bag that contained her and Kala's orders and smirked at her. His teeth were admittedly a dazzling display of white that irked Andrea to see. "Oh, come now, bruh. I'll stop calling you Miss Bouger when you stop being Bouger, Miss Bouger." Andrea rolled her eyes and took the bag, it weighed down by food and grease that tasted like heaven but looked like hell. "Which is it that got you so bitter, Ja? That you are as plain as white bread, or that you stuck working here, even though this was supposed to just be a job you took to cover your junior year? Disappointment breeds hate." Jay snapped his fingers twice, having to maneuver his long pink fingernails in order to do it. Yes, bougie girl. I know that was supposed to make me mad, but damn it if I don't love hearing you use that bougie talk they teach you down there at St. Bouger for bougie girls. Even though disappointment breeds hate." Ja flipped his blue braids over his broad shoulder. "Listening to you talk like reading a goddamn essay." "And how many of those have you failed in your life, Ja?" Andrea heard the gruff voice of Remi come from within the kitchen and heard the walking stick stamp itself into the tiles over and over again as he shuffled towards the window. Ja rolled his dark eyes. His fake lashes were as thick as brush thistles and longer than half a pinky. Remi smacked him on the thigh with his walking stick, earning a yelp from Ja. "Boy, what did I tell you about rolling your eyes at me? That you'd hit me so hard that Mama would feel it," he muttered in reply, and Remi huffed, "Damn straight. Now get, for I gotta make my own baby girl hurt just 'cause her baby boy's a dumbass." Ja clicked his tongue and scurried off when Remi threatened to hit him once more, before the old man turned around and sighed, his eyes a basin of red rivers that all led to the dark brown irises in the middle. "That boy. Love him. Swear to God that I do, Andy. But goddamn it, why couldn't I gotten a normal grandson who loves the falcons and the pelicans or some shit like that?" Andrea sighed heavily, her heart conflicted at having to defend Ja, a person who annoyed her to no end, from a man like Remi, who she loved almost as much as she was annoyed by Ja. "Pops." The old man waved her words away before they even began. Now, don't come around here and spew all that woke nonsense of yours. Took me a week to clean up the last rant you yucked all over these here floors." Andrea shrugged. "We don't stand for bigotry, Pops." He stroked at his beard, which was a forest of white with the odd gray now, the only hair that remained on his head. It took 5-year-old Andrea some time to get used to the fact that the same man serving them food had a bush of chest hair bursting out the top of a shirt he refused to button all the way, even when he was cooking. Remi had traumatized her by saying that was where he got the flavor from. "Well, sit the hell down then, 'cause I said what I said." The old man sighed again before shrugging. "Hell, don't do me no good complaining and bitching about it now. He should be out making something of his life. Had his mama at his age now. I had 20 whole years to make a Falcons fan out of that boy, but this damned place," the burly man gestured all around them, to an old and somewhat dirty restaurant that was filled with patrons who did not seem to care just how old and dirty it was, "took a lot out of me." Andrea pointed towards the walking stick. "Thought that was the war that you loved talking about that done did that to you, Pops." He chuckled and his dark eyes gleamed with pride. "Nah, not back then, Andy. I know that Remi don't look like much now, baby, but 40-year-old Remi?" He whistled and shook his head. "Killed more Iraqis than I could count. But don't worry yourself now, woke girly. Ola Remi fathered enough bastards over there to break even." Remi burst out into thunderous laughter that very soon turned into a spell of coughing fits. She could feel her eyebrows furrow and her heart begin to sink like a rock thrown overboard. "It's getting worse, huh?" The old man continued the other half of his coughing fit into his handkerchief. "Don't worry yourself none, Andy. I ain't dodge bullets and bombers just to end up keeled over and kicking the bucket in this here restaurant. It's what you get for being a Falcons fan in New Orleans." Her heart lifted at hearing him laugh once more, like watching embers reignited by the wind. "Ha, that breeze had y'all spoilt. I watched old Archie Manning get his ass beat into the turf every Sunday. Didn't have much loyalty left by the time that Vic came along." "Andy!" She turned to see Kala stood there, her arms folded over her large bosom as she frowned at her sneaker tapping impatiently and her long and straight dark hair pulled back into a ponytail. "Oh yeah, gotta go Pops," she said, waving at him. He winked at her as Andrea made to leave. "You be good now, Andy baby. Oh, and you tell that fine-ass mama of yours that I got my hip replacement coming up. Once it's done, old Remi will be back to going all night long." Andrea yelped and ran away from another bout of thunderous laughter, catching up to an annoyed Kayala who stood waiting at the corner. "Listen, bitch, I don't care if you don't mind eating cold, gross, greasy food. You kind of need the weight anyways, to be honest. But I'm perfectly thick as is. I don't need to add any more pounds into this tracksuit." She laughed as they started for her house a couple of blocks down the road, relieved that the hooded man was gone, and even more relieved that he had walked in the opposite direction. It's almost what makes us the perfect pair, you know. Her neighborhood was like any other around the city, with wooden homes painted in whites and blues and greens and pinks that had long been chipped at by wind and rain, something others might deem in need of repair, but that her granny had called character. Each house, square in shape and 2 stories tall at most, had a wired fence around their homes that served as a boundary to keep little gardens and grass patches away from other little gardens and grass patches. Every 10 or so yards, there would be a street light erected, tall and drooping like sunflowers beginning to wilt, emitting spotlights that covered just enough of the cracked paving that one only had to take a step in darkness before being beat down with a yellow light from up above. Her neighborhood was not particularly safe, but it was not exactly dangerous neither, just knitted together enough to not allow for much internal violence, too knitted together to allow for outsiders not to be viewed as targets. Kayla's raised one of the caterpillars that lived on her face at Andrea. "Me having ass, and you looking like a prepubescent boy who does a couple of squats here and there?" "No, bitch," Andrea snorted. "Well, yes. But more like, one has what the other lacks, you know?" Kayla cooed. "Oh my God, look who decided to get all romantical. Tell me more, Andy." She grinned as Kala wrapped her arm around Andrea's waist and rested her pretty head on her shoulder. "Well, you bring ass, and I got the brains." "Oh, I got beauty. You have a thick booty. Wait a second. I have charisma and a dazzling sense of humor, and you have a butt." Andrea laughed and was a little hurt when they stopped, and she did not hear a peep come out from Kayala. "Oh, come on, bruh, that was hilarious. Andrea..." Kayala released her now, her posture straight as a pole and staring wide-eyed as if she'd been touched by a ghost. She followed Kala's trembling finger to see that the hooded man stood down the road from them, across the street from the turn that led to Andrea's house. No. No, 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 no. Fuck no. Andrea muttered as she almost dropped the plastic bag, her hand instinctively wrapping around Kala's wrist and almost pulling her arm out of its socket as Andrea began to quickly walk her way towards her home, watching the man from the periphery of her vision. How the fuck did he get here? There's just no way that he got here before us. Kala stuttered. "Down Jefferson will take you to Cordial." How the fuck did he get here? Andrea ignored her as she pushed open the 3-foot-high fence door and made sure to bolt it behind her as she marched up the 4 concrete stairs leading to the first of her 2 front doors, the barrier of the fence instilling some courage in her thumping heart. She glared at the hooded man who stood resolutely by his new streetlight, his features hidden within the shadows of his hood. "Fuck off," she screamed at him. opening the grill door and then the wooden door to her home and shepherding Kaala in before slamming the doors shut behind them. Now I know there ain't no way somebody's slamming a door in my house, especially after cussing. Antonina Bordeaux peered her head from outer office door, her eyebrows furrowed and her dark brown eyes glaring at Andrea. "Young lady, I raised you better than that." "Oh, hi, Kaala." Kaala rested a hand on her beating heart and exhaled the terror that had paralyzed her moments before. "Hi, Miss Bordeaux." Andrea took 2 steps to the right of the door to pull back the curtains to look out the window, relieved to see that the man had finally left his spot. "Mama, do we by any chance have a gun?" Her mother scrunched her petite nose at her. "Why in the hell would we need one?" "Because there's some creepy white man following us," Kaala said, joining Andrea by the window. "I bet he wants to shoot up Remi's." Her mother, alarmed at hearing about a potential shoot-up, finally left the sanctity of her office to come stand before the 2 girls, her heart-shaped face crowned by her hair, set like a peacock's tail now that she was at home. "Shoot up?" Kaala baby. "Not all white men go around looking for places to shoot up." "Yeah, but like, half of them do," Kaala retorted, turning to sit down on the couch and exhaled the last of her nerves, which means there's a 12.5% chance that Andy is going to lose it one day. That made her mother smile. "Now you're fibbing through your teeth, Kaala. And anywho, I work damned hard to ensure that 12.5 never sees the light of day." Her mother turned her smile onto Andrea, covering the distance between them in 2 strides with her long legs, and leaning over to kiss Andrea on the forehead, using her index finger to tap right in the middle of where her eyebrows furrowed. "You really shook, huh, baby?" Andy almost nodded her head, but her pride struck like a cobra and forced her to instead turn her face. "Only a little, Mama." Her mother gave her one more kiss before wrapping an arm around her shoulders and turning to Kaala. "I'll set the plates, and y'all can tell me all about this mystery man. You're welcome to spend the night, Kaala, but please do be good enough to let your mother know that you will be sleeping here. You know how your mother gets when you don't update her." "What about the man who was following us?" Andrea asked, her eyes unable to focus anywhere other than the window now. It felt like there was a magnetic pull keeping her trapped against the window, that should she turn away for even a moment and forget about him, he would return, and return even closer than he had last time. "I'll call Andre and have him patrol this side tonight," her mother said, already turned around and moving through the dining room towards the kitchen. Andrea finally felt safe enough to sit back down on the couch next to Kaala, her arms folded over her chest. "But I don't like Andre." "You don't have to." Her mother reappeared with the plates and set them down on the dining table. "I like him enough for the both of us. Only man nice enough to take me out on a date in Lord knows how long." It was Andrea's turn to scrunch her nose at her mother amidst Kaala's annoying laughter. Whatever. She dished up the food and was about to say grace when there was a knock at the door. Andrea felt her heart drop into her stomach and froze as her mother got up from her seat. "Mama!" She called out to her, unsure of why she felt so uneasy about her mother doing something as mundane as opening a door. Her mother nodded her head in understanding and was good enough to take the baseball bat that they kept next to the cabinet with all of her granny's pictures of her mother and Uncle Antoine growing up, her late mother's twin brother. She held the bat behind her back as she went to the door, and Andrea got up instantly when she heard wood bounce off wood as soon as the door was opened. "Mama!" Andrea screamed as she bolted towards the door. Her own long legs chewed up the distance in a handful of strides as she arrived to find the bat on the floor, and her mother stood before a tall man dressed in a navy blue suit. Andrea stopped, half relieved that it was not the potential Remi's shooter, and half confused why the appearance of this man would have her mother so shook. "Mama," she said again, this time without the blood-curdling scream. Her mother finally turned towards her, Andrea's voice apparently enough to undo the paralysis this man's presence had instilled within her. "Oh, come here, baby." Andrea felt her mother's strong hands grip her arms and forcefully pull her into her side. the side slightly tilted away from the stranger, stood at the door. Andrea winced before looking up and being in awe of him. He had a mustache that covered his upper lip and a wonderful set of pearly white teeth beneath it, all arranged in a small smile. His chin was strong and cleft, with a jawline to match, leading to sideburns of gray that slowly darkened the further up they went until they were black, transforming into a thick and full bush of curly hair that was combed neatly and parted along the right corner of his immaculately trimmed hairline. His eyes were hidden from her behind a pair of shades that were as dark as midnight, and cheekbones high and refined as if chiseled and molded that way, covered by black skin that was blemishless. His long nose sat above his mustache, a slight curve at the top of the bridge indicating that it had once been broken. His shoulders were very broad, almost half a distance more in width than his hips, and behind his navy blue blazer was a white buttoned-up shirt that sat beneath a dark brown tie and navy-colored waistcoat. His height was impressive, almost a full head taller than her already tall mother, his long legs covered by navy blue pants that ended just perfectly by his ankles, where his dark brown Oxford shoes pointed out towards them. He was a stunning man to look at, and almost perfect save for the slight crookedness of his nose, and yet the crookedness somehow added to the beauty in her eyes. Why, hello there. His voice was perfect and gave her the exact feeling one would experience listening to a song they once loved after a long hiatus, every word wrapped in its own warmth that all struck directly at her heart. His accent was thick and foreign, a French accent that sounded more like it came straight out of those award-winning foreign films. Hi. Andrea's own slightly husky voice muttered in pitiful reply, but the Adonis before them did not even seem to notice, and met her shameful attempt at giving a greeting by sticking out his hand in offer of beginning a buddying friendship, an offer that was refused on her behalf by her mother pushing Andrea behind her. "What do you want, sir?" Her mother's voice was filled with hostility, but had very little strength to it, which was a rare sight. Andrea Bordeaux was a well-trained and respected attorney who was able to orate and project her voice to enrapture juries and judges alike as she went about cross-examining witnesses or opening her defense or giving closing statements. Andrea had been but a girl of 9 years old when she skipped school with Kala, Michael, and Briar to go and sit in a court case of her mother's. The bailiff knew her well enough from the few times she had to accompany her mother to court when she was too young to be left alone after school. Andrea Bordeaux had transformed from her mother, who sat with her and laughed at Seinfeld reruns and rolled her eyes at Andrea whenever she did not get what was so funny, to a terrifying force of nature that spewed out statutes in Latin as if that was her mother tongue. Her mother had caught sight of her and continued as if there had never been a 5-second interference in the first place, defending Georgie Galloway with enough vigor to get judge and jury to declare him not guilty. That force of nature that spoke like a Roman senator and fought for her clients like a gladiator was absent now, gone, buried by the radiant presence of this man. "Oh my," the man said, retracting his hand and raising an eyebrow at her mother. "I did not mean to make you uncomfortable, Miss Bordeaux." Her mother stressed, the fire returning as she leaned closer towards the perfect stranger. There was a moment of understanding between them that was clear enough for Andrea to pick it up, but also too faint to truly know what it was about. "Ah, yes, Miss Bordeaux." His smile returned, less to dazzle and hypnotize, more sheepish in nature, but it was just as alluring and reassuring as the one before. "Forgive me for behaving so familiar, for we have only just met. Is everything okay, Miss Bordeaux?" Calla was now stood behind them, picking up the baseball bat. Her mother's shock seemed to finally subside enough to act some semblance of normal. "Yes, Calla." "Thank you for asking. Mr. Nerva." His soothing voice spun his name out like a weaving machine would a silk dress. "Julian Nerva. A pleasure to meet you all." He spent a few seconds establishing eye contact behind his shades with her mother and then Kayla, and a few seconds and one more establishing eye contact with Andrea. Mr. Nerva came by to ask to borrow a phone, her mother continued, so that he may call himself an Uber and get to where he needs to be. Andrea had never known her mother to lie and was shocked to see how bad she was at it. Once more, do forgive me for interrupting your dinner, ladies. He continued to smile, especially for the alarm I caused. I am a court clerk, you see, and have been in town long enough to know who you are. The defender of those left to be consumed by vultures and thrown into a cell to rot, Andrea Bordeaux, of Bordeaux and Perkins. That answered Andrea's curiosity well enough to move from beyond her mother's protection and stretch out a hand of her own. Well, Mr. Nerva, I am Andrea Bordeaux. His strong and large hand consumed her own. Might I be allowed to say, you have a beautiful name. For the first time since he appeared, Andrea felt her face muscles pull back into a smile. Thank you, Mr. Nerva. May I come in then? He asked, after a short but uncomfortable silence, and in reply her mother stood aside to allow him to enter. His height and size was better grasped with him so close, Andrea herself had his upper chest in her eye line as he moved through the house. He moved so lightly that the floorboards dared not make a peep, which surprised her, as she never expected a man this large to move so gracefully. Greetings. He smiled at Kayla, and Andrea could see the girl fall in love right before her very eyes. Julian Nerva. Hi. Kayla replied like a total dork, something Andrea was definitely going to tease her about as soon as he had left. He turned and smiled at her again. I know that you kids of today are well versed in technology, and I have already been such a terrible bother to your esteemed mother. So I hope it would not trouble you much if you would assist me in calling an Uber, Andrea. It sounded like a request, but in truth, his charisma was so overwhelming that Andrea could not imagine a universe in which she would have refused him. Sure thing. Andrea turned to fetch her phone, sensing her mother's annoyance at the man's presence, and again she wondered where the two had met before. Is that my father? Andrea quickly dismissed the idea from her mind. Her mother had done all she could to avoid the topic, but one day, on her 13th birthday, she had told her whole truth of it, that she had met her father when she was only 20 years old, an established and wealthy man with family based in Tennessee, who was 10 years her mother's senior. They had spent a whole year together, in love and traveling all over America, when he had died in a tragic accident on his return home, to tell his family that he had meant to marry her mother. My father is dead, she told herself for about the 100th time, finding her phone by the table and walking back to Julian. Okay, all set. Just need the location is all. The quarter will do, Andrea. He nodded at her, and Andrea blushed. I don't mind paying for you. By the way, his chuckle was a sound that one could not help but grin at hearing. Your kindness is a delight, Andrea. No, my dear, I will be just fine with the cash option, thank you. Andrea selected the option and showed him the screen. The driver will be here in like 4 minutes. I hope that the wait won't be too long. Well, seeing as how I was stranded no more than 5 minutes ago, what is a 4-minute wait to get back home? He said, winking at her before eyeing the home. Speaking of which, you have quite the lovely one. He lied, for no doubt he was the sort of man who stayed at 5-star hotels and lived in a mansion or penthouse. Julian began to aimlessly wander towards the staircase adjacent to the door of her mother's office, where there were dozens of photos aligned upon the wall going all the way up of her family, the ones with her and her mother and Granny, the nearest ones to them, ascending in age until they were just pictures of her grandmother and her brother, taken as a little girl with her own mother and father, taken way back in the 1930s. And quite the lovely family to go along with it, he added, pointing towards the picture furthest away from them, at the top of the stairs. A photo of your grandmother and her own mother, perhaps. Andrea noticed her mother tense up and frowned at her before speaking. "Yep, that's my grandmother, Agatha Bordeaux. Taken in 1938, I think." That answer seemed to amuse Julian to no end. Oh, how charming. "How far is that Uber, Andrea?" Her mother glared at her, and she nervously checked her phone. 3 minutes. "I think you and I will wait outside for your ride." Her mother did not give anyone an option to refuse, moving towards the door and opening it. "I would love to talk about the new payment procedure for public defenders just implemented." Julian raised an eyebrow before he turned and smiled at Kayala. "Miss," he said politely before turning towards Andrea, his smile growing. "And thank you once more, Andrea. You were an absolute godsend." Andrea would later wonder why he was so appreciative, for all she had done was pull out her phone and use an app she had used 1,000 times before. But in the moment, she was just glad that he had remembered her name, anytime. He exited the house with his flawless gait, the floorboards groaning beneath his weight as he left. "You two stay here." Her mother snapped at them before closing the door behind her. Kayala and Andrea both bolted towards the window and fought each other to get the best view. Kala won. "You think he might be your dad?" Andrea would not entertain the thought again. "My father is dead." "Okay, good." "Bruh. What the fuck?" Kayla only seemed to realize then what she said and covered her own mouth in shock. "Oh gosh. Sorry, Andy, I did not mean it like that. Only that it's good that he isn't your dad, because I think looking at him when he called me miss just made my ovaries explode. Can't say I don't agree with that." Andrea focused on the two as they stood side by side, him looking at her mother with a smile worth $1,000,000, and her mother responding with an utter expression of hatred, one she reserved for bigots and Celtics fans. "I bet that he did your mama wrong once upon a time." Kala suggested something that Andrea had in fact never considered. Big and tall, just like Andre. "Your mother seems to have a type. Go and tell that to Remi. Maybe. It doesn't make sense, though, him being my dad. I mean, timeline-wise. He doesn't look the type to know his way around here, so maybe they could only have met each other as professionals, him being a clerk and all. And I've been alive longer than Mama's been an advocate. I would know about him." Right? Kala had decided long ago to stop listening to her, and instead focused on the two standing outside Andrea's house. God damn, he is so sexy. "We need to start heading down to the courts more often, and do so with swiftness." Andrea laughed. "La, a man like that probably goes for models or Saints cheerleaders. What in the hell would he want with a 16-year-old girl like you?" "You've seen this booty, right?" Kala said without skipping a beat. "It is immaculate." Andrea scrunched her nose and decided not to respond to that, and instead focused on breaching her mother's privacy by continuing to try and make out what they were saying. Even standing outside the house, one could make out a few words spoken by the living room, but her mother knew that and seemed to have stressed that point to Julian. The two of them turned and caught Andrea staring. Julian still amused, her mother far less so. Kala finally decided to stand up when the Toyota Camry pulled up and stretched before heading to the dining room table. Damn. Was he worth letting my food get cold? Yeah, he was definitely worth letting my food get cold. Andrea decided to join her, sitting back down just as the front door opened and her mother entered the dining room. "Girls, I'm sorry I can't join you for dinner tonight. Mr. Nerva has a couple of cases for me to check out tomorrow when I head to town, so I need to prep some." Before Andrea had a chance to ask a single thing, her mother's back was already faced towards her and moving towards her office, keeping the answers that would sate Andrea's curiosity behind the door she had just slid shut. "You mind spotting me some shorts to wear?" Kayla asked, behaving as if today was like any other. "Yeah, sure," Andrea said, her eyes drawn to where Julian last stood, smiling at her with his eyes hidden behind his dark shades. "The Southern Dragon." Andrea slammed her locker door shut, annoyed at herself for thinking that she was ever going to get anything more than a C+ for her biology test. Is it that deep, though? She heard Briar ask her, finally looking up from the phone screen that had her firmly secured in a chokehold most days. I'm not getting into USC with a C+, Bri, and damn well sure aren't getting a scholarship with a C+ either. Briar shrugged her petite shoulders, a long and lanky girl that was almost as tall as Andrea herself. Your mother's got her very own practice, Andy. It won't matter where you go, so long as it is not outright terrible, because you'll be getting more summers and time in at an actual practice than even most Cal students. Just work hard enough, and you'll be okay. Andrea glared at Briar's pretty and pale face, filled with freckles like the night sky was with stars, before sighing, "Damn it, Bri. I just wanted to be mad and wallow in self-pity for a bit, and you had to come along and give me hope. You know, when you're not scrolling through Instagram all day or hopelessly falling into the abyss of a thread, you spit something wise here and there." Briar was back to her phone midway through Andrea's sentence. Oh, sorry, Andy. Just knee-deep in this thread about a mother who ended up sleeping with her stepson after his graduation party." She laughed at Andrea's annoyed expression. "I'm kidding." And as a sign of good faith, Briar even went so far as to put her phone into the back pocket of her denim jeans. "See? I'm all in." Andrea turned, and the two started to head towards their English class, and she took longer strides, because it seemed like one of those days where she'd have to slap on a demerit for being late on top of this C+ turd sandwich. "You spoken to Kala yet?" Briar's red eyebrows started dancing up and down on her face, as her swamp water green eyes beamed with glee. She texted me saying that a couple nights ago, she had found her future baby daddy. Andrea laughed. "Yeah, I bet she did." Was he really all that? The image of Julian flashed into her mind for the 100th time. Everything about him was perfect. His smile, his build, even his mustache. Perfect. Everything except for the slightly crooked nose. More than Bri. Imagine if a failed point guard turned model was thrown back in time and raised to be some Napoleonic-era gentleman with that fancy accent you hear on stage when Le Petit is performing Othello or some shit like that. Briar hugged her books tightly against her chest. Whoa, I can see why Law was adamant about throwing away her future for him. "I would too," Andrea joked, looking down at her biology paper again. "If I had a future to throw away, that is." "Ew. More self-pity," Briar teased. "Keep it up, Andy, and you might find yourself low enough to start yourself a GoFundMe." Andrea snorted. "Bruh, could you imagine? Help. Bombed my bio test. Need your generous donations, without which I won't have generous donations." Briar shook her head and sighed. "Wouldn't be the craziest thing I've heard be put up there. People really took something meant for good and had to go and ruin it. You talking about Instagram, X, YouTube, or Facebook?" Briar scrunched her nose at her again. "Ew! Not in the day and age of our Lord. TikTok. Did you just bring up Facebook? Facebook? Do I look middle-aged to you?" Andrea laughed as they entered Ms. LaBelle's classroom, just as the bell rang and the elderly teacher closed the door behind them. "You made it just in time, Miss Bordeaux," Ms. LaBelle said, her turkey neck bobbing up and down as she spoke. She was dressed in her usual attire, a pencil skirt of black worn over her black leggings above some dark brown shoes, with a mustard yellow sweater covering her thin abdomen. Her sunken brown eyes glared at Andrea. "Do try and arrive a few minutes earlier." "You too, Miss Jackson." "Yes, ma'am," they said in unison, marching to take their seats towards the back of the classroom. "Now, class, we last left off with Coriolanus as he met with his mother to discuss..." And like clockwork, Andrea's mind tuned out the yapping old turkey and instead focused on other things, comforted by the fact that English sat alongside maths and history as subjects she could sleep through and still score a solid A- on an off day. "And thank you once more, Andrea. You were an absolute godsend." She guessed that being stuck in her neighborhood without a way out may have been disconcerting for a man who was from Europe. His accent lacked, too, much to be Cajun, but that then begged the question, why was he in my neighborhood to begin with? And it could not be a coincidence that he turned up at her mother's house, knowing her name and operating within the same profession. And her mother's reaction all but sealed that it was a lie that they did not know each other. Andrea knew her mother to be the sort of person who would give away the shirt on her back to someone in need. Were she not, Andrea would not need to have gotten a scholarship to attend St. Martha, for Andrea Bordeaux could have accepted the handful of offers she had gotten to become some corporate lawyer or hotshot attorney in one of the bigger law firms within the city. She was in the middle of trying to find whatever features she might share with Julian when she felt a jolt of electricity shoot through her spine and her hair rise upon her arm. Andrea turned her head slowly so that she could see out the window to spot a hoodie and camo pants, stood there, glaring at her school. Miss Bordeaux? Miss LaBelle's voice pulled her out of her mind, and Andrea looked around, unsure of when exactly she had gotten up from her seat. Her English teacher wore an expression that was a mix of annoyance and concern, her thin and vein-covered hands placed on her narrow hips. Andrea turned back to see that the man was gone, as if he were an aberration that had dissipated the moment she looked away. May I go to the bathroom, Miss LaBelle? Her teacher glared at her but had no reason to deny her request, and so she nodded her head, her gray crown of curly hair never daring to move a strand out of place as she did so. Andrea caught Briar's look of worry and tried to alleviate some of it with a smile before she left, running down the hallway until she felt alone enough to pull out her phone. You won't believe what I just saw." She was in the middle of typing out another message when her iPhone buzzed, and she read Kayala's reply. "Don't say it's that creep from Remi's." Andrea frowned and cocked her head as she typed her reply. "Yeah, 'cause he's standing outside by the large tree across the road in Camelot." Andrea locked her phone and felt her chest begin to tighten, her hope of having imagined him dashed. Or maybe Kala and I are both just going crazy, she wondered, since the both of them drank and ate pretty much the same things. Hopefully, one of those things they ate, Jean drank, had some flesh-eating parasite that attacked the brain and consumed the part of the mind that stopped people from imagining red-haired, hooded men dressed in camo pants who chased after two 16-year-old girls as a pastime. Or maybe I have a stalker. Andrea finally muttered to herself, and hearing those words out loud made it all the more real. She wanted to cry. I suppose I should look on the bright side and actually be flattered. She nervously chuckled before moving to the end of the hallway to look out a window. Thankfully, her and Kayla's stalker was nowhere to be seen. She considered fetching Kala and getting her out of class with some made-up lie that would have not been believed for a second, to maybe go and tell her mother. No ways he follows us to court, Andrea thought, the idea becoming more and more appealing as she moved to return to class. Bailiffs and judges who could sentence him easily, having seen his stalking firsthand. Easy money, but Andrea thought against it. For as long as he was out there and her and Kala in here, they would be safe. St. Martha's was walled off from the rest of the community of upper-class New Orleans, with 4 entrance points guarded by 2 security guards at each of them. No, the smarter move would be to get through the school day, have lunch out in the open surrounded by as many people as possible, call an Uber exactly 3 minutes before school ended, and leave with Kala and Briar amidst the wave of schoolgirls going home. Most were wearing the same attire as them anyway, jeans, khaki, and chino pants underneath their school jerseys or blazers. This was the only time Andrea could think of where she was grateful for the boring uniformity. She sat down behind Briar, kind and soft-spoken Briar, who did not deserve to be put in the crosshairs of this should the worst become reality. Andrea was so within her mind thinking about what to do that she did not hear the bell go off, and it took Briar standing in front of her and lightly tapping her shoulder to bring her back to reality. "Are you okay, Andy?" Andrea wished to tell her friend everything, but not yet, and not now, not when she was still unsure of what was going on. Peachy. Period just kicked in, so high-five to kill her cramps and crazy bloatedness. That seemed enough to set Briar at ease, and the two of them hugged before Andrea went her separate way to French. It was another of the easier languages, seeing as how she could actually hold a conversation in French at the basic level, as her mother and Granny both spoke it fluently. It was another one of her decisions made to follow the path of her mother. Picking up a second language would expand her clientele, for she had long seen her mother help out older Creole-speaking people who just weren't all that sound at English. She sat next to Rondell, one of the few black boys who attended St. Martha's, a tall and dark boy with a wide smile and small eyes. "If it isn't Miss Frenchie herself, I was hoping you weren't about to leave me alone in this class." She met the outstretched hand with a fist bump of her own. "And let you bring down the class average? Not on my watch," he hissed, which was actually just the sound of his laughter that was quickly drowned out by another bell ringing. Andrea went through her day, a paradox that had gone by both dreadfully slow and somehow within the blink of an eye. And before she knew it, Andrea was in maths class, seated several seats down from Kala, her phone in hand as she called the Uber and sent Kala the text. They had gone over the plan at lunch, but Andrea was not one for overthinking things and did not want to leave a smidgen of a chance for misunderstanding. The bell rang, and as if they were being controlled by one mind, the two of them got up before anyone else, marching out the door as soon as Mr. Huff had quickly spewed out 5 questions that were to be done for homework. Andrea was relieved to find their Uber waiting for them by the north entrance, on the exact opposite end of school that she and Kala had entered from that morning. Hopping in, their presence hopefully masked by the hundreds of other girls dressed in the white shirt and red-green checkered jersey and blazer jacket of St. Martha's. "Hi, I don't mean to be rude, but we're in a hurry," Andrea interrupted the driver just as they were about to say hello. "No problem," he replied, putting up the volume of his music and turning quickly onto the road to head more into the center of town. Kayala was on her knees on the back seat, looking out behind them to see if the hooded man was following them, only turning and sitting down when she felt certain that not even he and his teleportation could cut this distance short. "I got a bad feeling about this, Andy," Kayala said, her hand on her stomach. "I feel queasy, I guess." "Maybe you shouldn't have let your greasy food get cold after all," Andrea joked, but Kala frowned back at her. "Nah, bruh. We are not about to do that." She met Kayala's frown with a raised eyebrow. "Do what exactly?" Kayala rolled her eyes at her. "Do that thing where I'm scared or worried about something, and you are too. But instead of just admitting it, you wuss out, and instead tell a terrible joke to gaslight yourself into thinking everything is fine." Andrea pulled her face into a frown of her own. Terrible?" Kayala sighed and folded her arms, her leg crossed over the other. "Whatever." "Will your mom be free to see us?" Andrea had wondered that herself. Her mother had been hard at work of late trying to get the charges dropped on some kid with D1 baseball aspirations, but wound up getting himself involved in an aggravated assault case. His D1 dreams were surely done for, mostly because Andrea had searched his name and saw a .305 batting average. He could at least go D2 or D3 and maybe try and make an MLB roster as a project from the minors, but she doubted it. Maybe Mama has been hella busy with that Jerome kid, remember? That answer seemed to bind Kala within a spell of fear, and Andrea reached out and grabbed her hand. "Hey, don't worry too much about it, okay? I got us. Uncle Edgar's there too. He ain't let a soul break into Mama's office in the 10 years I've known him. And Delilah is probably there as well, so we'll come out straight, I promise. For now." Kayla both sounded older than her mild 16 years, as well as younger, somehow, like a little child who knew too much and refused to be lied to. They continued their ride into town in silence. Andrea wondering what could possibly be going on in her friend's head when the driver turned off the road to park next to the sidewalk. "All right, we're here." He turned back and smiled, probably hoping for a tip that she was most likely going to give, just because he did what was asked and got them here in good time. $5 and $5, Andrea said as she and Kayala got out the car, scanning the busy street for the one person on planet Earth who seemed to give a damn about them. Outside of their families, of course, and probably for all the wrong reasons. Andrea had spent a good chunk of the ride wondering what could possibly make them so special as to draw this one man in, like a moth to the flame. But she could not think of it at all. It could not just be a racial thing alone, as even though Kala and herself were people of color, so were most people at Remi's, and thus that still did not explain the reason for this level of fascination. But he came to her area, and so she could not rule that out. It had to have been a factor. Their gender was a reason, too. It had to be that rather than their wealth or status, otherwise he would never have bothered to hunt for potential people to kidnap in her neighborhood. So gender, then. If he came to my neighbor, it could never be for kidnapping and ransom. So maybe to kidnap and take us to some foreign place to work for them in the sex trade? They were in the age range for it, and lived in the sort of city where disappearances are barely noticed by anyone outside of their, relatively speaking, tiny communities, and remembered a month later, after the fact only by their families. And the news would not make too much of a fuss about people like Kayla or her being taken, so that brought it all together. And so gender and race. Andrea cussed underneath her breath, because he would also know that Andrea and Kayla came from the sort of homes that had the resources to put law enforcement on his tail and keep to it for as long as humanly possible. My mother is an attorney, for Christ's sake, and Kayla's father was one of the best cardiologists in the city. Kidnapping them for trafficking would be a lot more trouble than it was worth, especially because there were a lot of easier targets in that very same neighborhood who wouldn't have those resources. And he would know this. He had to have, if he bothered enough to do the research needed to track them down to their school, then he would have also probably done research on last names and family ties. Andrea sighed. So kidnapping for ransom was back on the table. Fuck my life. After all that game planning, all she could be certain of was that she was about to be kidnapped. What the fuck is going on? Andy. Kayala's voice pulled her out of her own internal think tank, her eyes drawing almost instinctively to where he stood, down the street from them. His aura and presence, a lighthouse amongst the sea of people moving to and fro, and it was the first time she had gotten the chance to see his face. The look of it made her wish that she hadn't. He was expectedly gaunt, with visible cheekbones that hovered above his fiery and trimmed beard. His nose was pudgy and short, and his ears a mass of flesh that looked like they had been lazily stuffed together by a butcher who half-assed attaching them onto the sides of his head. His eyes, though, were all that Andrea could seem to focus on, the green orbs sunken into his head that glared with a vault's worth of hatred, anger, and amusement in equal measure. "Go inside," Andrea said as she bit down on her bottom lip and tried to push her immense fear into the back of her heart and mind, her feet beginning to move towards him. She felt Kala's hand wrap tightly around her wrist before she could even take the second step. "What? Bitch, are you crazy? We're trying to run away from him, remember?" Andrea pulled her wrist free, her anger towards him enough to share with Kala. "And the fuck has that done for us?" "Number. Now's the best chance to ask him what his deal is. I'm not an idiot, Kala. I didn't have Daddy's money to get me into St. Martha's like you," she snapped, and Andrea instantly regretted it, seeing Kala's heart sink through the look in her eyes. "We're too in public for him to try anything," she said with a much softer touch, and she even gestured towards the security guard stood outside the car dealership down the road. "I don't think even he would be that brazen to try pull some bullshit here." "But what if he does?" she asked, her voice only an octave above a whisper. Andrea, for all her parading of her intellect, had never considered that. But it was too late now. Any more hesitation, and she would lose the little courage she had drudged up to suppress her fear. Then you run inside and tell Delilah and Edgar everything. Andrea stepped onto the street, focusing anywhere other than the evil glare that made her want to curl up into a ball and wail, relieved that she had crossed the midpoint of the street and thus was beyond the point of no return. An eternity of anxiety later, she stood on the sidewalk a few feet from him. The man had not taken a step back when watching her walk up towards him. He doesn't care that we know, Andrea realized, and that made him 100 times more terrifying. She'd been reassured by the fact that he just seemed bad at this, to be caught time and time again. But no, this was worse, way worse. She would take incompetence over callousness any day. Andrea stood a few feet away from him, the people all around them blurred into the background as she forced herself to look into his eyes, his fiery eyes, and there was a moment shared in the vacuum they had seemingly created between them where nothing else mattered but each other. "What's your problem?" Andrea asked sternly, right after a pathetic gulp. Her question doubled the amusement and halved the anger as he moved his chapped lips, and it took her a few seconds to clock that the disgusting fissure on his mouth was his excuse for a smile. His cracked lips parted to reveal a graveyard filled with tombstones that a British person might have called teeth, chipped and deteriorating by the minute. The smell that wafted from his mouth brought to her mind the image of a morgue left with no power for a week straight. "Shoot if you ain't got guts, I'll give you that much, darlin'," he said, speaking in some accent that sounded both old and wrong. It sounded as if some person from an ancient civilization was kidnapped and forced to watch Gone with the Wind over and over again. Either you're just as gusty or you're just plain stupid. You know who my mother is? It was not a question. Yes, ma'am, and what of it? That made Andrea mad, more fuel to throw onto the fire within her heart. What of it? Brah! She'll have your ass thrown in jail quicker than you can find another streetlight to stand under. He laughed, and somehow the smell got worse. Jokes don't mask the sense of fear, lil girl. Knew a couple jokers who'd thought it would too. But don't mind me and my complaining much. I'd love it if you kept on trying. Andrea took a step forward despite her trembling hands, balling them up into fists to get them to stop shaking, glaring up at the reddest and ugliest interpretation of death she had ever seen. "You look like you've missed a couple meals, so I'll chalk this stalking thing up to you being out of your cotton-picking mind from all the hunger. Leave now." "Ooh," he exclaimed with glee. For a moment there, the fear disappeared. "Almost had me thinking you're more than some gnat fit for feeding the source." Andrea took a step back as his glare intensified, and green flames began to dance around the irises of his eyes. "Oh, darling, you've no idea what I am." "And no, I ain't talking in no metaphors or some self-aggrandizing way. When I says what, I means what. Adhacit in luto." He reached out and Andrea yelped and then slapped his hand away, much to his delight, looking around to see why it was that no one seemed to care that he was trying to physically assault her. "No one's coming, darlin'. Got the fog actin' extra thick for this." Andrea tried to move, but she could not. The soles of her school shoes were bolted onto the sidewalk. So instead, Andrea started screaming for anyone to help her. Man, woman, child, or elderly, it did not matter. She requested help from all of them, and all of them continued on their way as if they could not see or hear her. "I'm a roast you slow enough to hurt you, but not nearly enough to kill you. Resilient et aperi, Draco." His mouth opened wider than it had any right to, bones clicking as his jaw dislocated, and a gust of warm air forced Andrea to lean back, her arm out to cover her eyes from the glowing heat that was the hooded man's mouth. Andrea had no idea what was going on, of how this thing could be able to do all this. Either or, No amount of confusion could make her lose the realization of what was about to happen. I am about to die. Andrea? She turned to see Julian standing there, waving at her as he approached with his long strides, a hat in hand. He sees me? Julian, Andrea called out to him, tears flowing down her cheek as she turned and was all of a sudden able to not only move, but run towards him. Andrea slammed against his muscled frame as she wrapped her arms around him, uncaring of the fact that she was hugging a man she had only ever met once before, and spoken to for barely 5 minutes. Wow, and what did I do to deserve this greeting? He patted her back awkwardly. Julian! We've got to go, Andrea turned to point at nothing. She was pointing at nothing. Just like that, he was gone. I don't understand. Neither do I, Andrea, he said kindly as he lightly removed her arms around him and awkwardly patted her on the shoulder. How about we talk all about it as we wait for your mother? No. She did not know why, but his presence was a relief that her spirit was excited to be in the vicinity of, yeah, that's a good idea. Andrea tried to recompose herself best that she could. I'm sorry about, hugging you. Julian nodded his head. No worries there, Andrea. Haven't gotten one in a long while anyway. Seems I was due for it. His face changed and became more... Stern would have been too strong a word to describe it, but the amusement and light in him that could draw all eyes towards him in any room seemed to dissipate and be replaced by a cold and blank demeanor. She could not say for certain what it was, especially with his dark shades still covering his eyes. Now tell me what just happened. Andrea never once considered lying to him, despite how crazy the story would have made her sound. There's been this man that's been following us, and he cut off her quick babble with a raised finger. Andrea, you're still a little frantic. You must be able to compose yourself and formulate your thoughts quickly before relaying what you think if you ever wish to... He hesitated a moment before nodding his head. Follow in your mother's footsteps. He's right, she thought, taking a few deep breaths as she quickly replayed what had happened over again in her mind. There has been a man that has been following me and a friend of mine. He nodded his head. Kala, I presume. Yes. At first, we'd thought that it was a one-time thing, but then he kept on showing up, first at my house just before you arrived, and a second time at school, and then just now, before I bumped into you. Julian was stroking his mustache as they stood on the same sidewalk that Andrea confronted her stalker and almost got burned alive upon, surprising her by how seriously he seemed to be taking this. All right, then. And you then thought it wise to approach him instead of hide and wait for your mother in her office. Andrea tried not to sound too defensive. I thought that it was my best chance at learning what it is that he wanted. And best to do so in public, surrounded by people who might just help a teenage girl if she was attacked by some strange man in a hood. How very bold of you. His praise raised her spirits, and Andrea could not fight the smile forming on her face despite herself. Thank you. That's what I told Kala. And, Julian continued, did he tell you what it is that he wanted? This was the hard part because he did, and at the same time did not. Andrea knew that whatever she had just told him would no longer hold up after what she was about to say, for he was more than capable of dismissing her words as the ramblings of some attention-seeking child, were she to be honest. Andrea sighed and decided to carry on. I should think of it as more of a test run, she told herself, for when I tell Mama, he did, but it made no goddamn sense. He mentioned something about feeding me to the source or whatever, and then he trapped me with, his mind or some shit, and then he opened his mouth, but not like how you and I open our mouths, but like a snake would. And then his mouth started to heat up like a furnace, and he threatened to burn me, slowly. Julian's expression remained blank, and she gave him a moment to take it all in before he inevitably began to question her and her sanity. That is odd. Was all he said, after he had decided to put her out of her misery and finally say something? I just told you that some man trapped me with his mind, and then opened his mouth as wide as a snake, and then tried to burn me with the fire burning in that mouth. And all you're going to give me is that's odd? Julian raised his heavy shoulders before letting them fall. I suppose I need more time to digest what you just said, Andrea. I do not wish to undermine your experience by questioning its existence, but it is a lot to wrap my head around. So I had hoped that that is odd would do for now. She felt relieved that he did not outright call her crazy at the very least. I guess that makes sense. Oh my God, where's Kayala? Steady now. Julian turned and pointed towards her mother's practice across the street. I spoke to her and saw her inside. Shall we go and let her know that her best friend is okay? Andrea nodded her head, that silly smile still upon her face as they went. She could feel him glance towards her a few times, but chalked it up to him being worried for her. They entered the building and walked towards the elevator. Her mother's practice was on level 3. Wait a minute. Why were you there? Julian raised an eyebrow. Where exactly? Her eyebrows furrowed as she glared at him, the two waiting for the elevator. You know what I mean, Julian. Julian? How informal, he said, a small smile threatening to appear. I wanted to see your mother again, I suppose. She was not exactly appreciative of my advances the last time the two of us spoke. If Andrea's jaw could hit the ground, it would have, at that exact moment, you were coming to ask out my mother again? The elevator dinged a moment before the doors slid open. Julian turned to face her to give her a goodbye, for what could be the final time. No, not again. I had, earlier, but supposed I should have read the situation better. I came to apologize, that is all. He spoke with such finality that Andrea had no choice but to take him at his word and enter the elevator. Well, I'll tell her that you stopped by. Thank you, was all Julian said, those dark shades that hid his eyes the last thing she saw before the doors began to close. Go a little easy on your friend. Andrea pressed the button to take her to floor 3, where at the end of the hallway, written in faded gold, was Bordeaux and Perkins, the name of her great-great-grandfather and his partner, Lancel Perkins, a man who used to be a slave to a lawyer born in Massachusetts, who allowed him to read through his textbooks and eventually wound up educated enough to enter law school and become an attorney. Perkins' family moved sometime out of New Orleans in the 60s, leaving the business in the hands of her grandfather, Armand Bordeaux, who then passed it on to her mother a handful of decades later. That long legacy was a double-edged blade that would be at the core of Andrea's anxiety. On the one hand, she was so proud of her family's lineage in law that she would beam with pride whenever someone stopped her in her neighborhood to pass on a thank you to her mother for taking on their case, or walking by Joe and Larry to hear them recount to her for the 100th time how her grandfather got them out of a bind in the 60s during civil rights protests. But on the other, it was a lot of pressure. Being the only Bordeaux she knew of her generation, working to take that baton and run with it as well as her predecessors had. It's what made every C+ in bio or B- in chemistry so frustrating that she was failing from the outset, not even coming close to even deserving the baton, no less taking it in stride. Andrea entered the office quickly, having told Kala once of where her mother kept her spare key hidden. It's under the pot plant by the door. Kala! What? She asked. One of her thick eyebrows raised as she looked up from the magazine that she was reading, sat on the couch adjacent to her mother's desk by the window. Don't be shouting my name just because we're in your mother's office, Andy. Andrea stopped and cocked her head to the side. What the... Kayala sighed and rolled her eyes, putting the magazine down. Relax, bruh, it was a joke. No, I know that, it's just... She frowned at Keala's confused expression. The hooded man. Keala snorted before bursting out into a fit of laughter. Is this some type of prank, Andy? You know that... Keala, Andrea snarled as she grabbed her by the shoulders. This is no laughing matter. Why'd you leave me behind with that man? You were supposed to stay and call for help if anything went wrong. Keala's dark brown eyes looked up at her with terror, but not fear for the shared enemy that she seemed to have forgotten about, but at Andrea herself. Andrea! You're hurting me. She let go of her and took a few steps back, her mind reeling as Kala pulled her knees up to her chest. I don't know what you're talking about. You said that you wanted to leave school and come here to get some maths homework done. Then we met Julian and he took you aside to discuss something he wanted your mother to know. I decided to come up here and wait for you. This can't be fucking happening. Andrea sat down on the couch next to Keala, her head reeling as she tried to grasp for anything to indicate that it was the world, and not herself, that was going mad. Keala, I think that I'm going insane. And then Andrea remembered that the hooded man was able to do things. Things that made other people noticing what he was actually up to impossible, like an entire sidewalk full of people deciding to ignore her, being attacked by him. Did he do it to Kala too? She wondered, unsure of if what she had even seen had been real to begin with. Her friend reached out tentatively, and then more assuredly when she was certain that Andrea was not going to tear her arm out its socket and beat her over the head with it. Look, Andy, if ever anything comes up that you need an ear for, I'm here, okay? I will always be here. Andrea felt her eyes begin to sting as she leaned over and buried her head in Kala's lap. I know, La. It's why I love you so much. I love you too, Andy. Those words did lift her mood some, but it was still incredibly dreary in her heart right then. The fact of the matter was that only two things could be true. Either the man hunting her was some evil, super-powered freak who wanted to kidnap her and feed her to the source, or she was losing her goddamn mind. Both options were horrifying, and to see her best friend all of a sudden forget their shared plight made Andrea feel all the more dreadful and hopeless, as if she were drowning in a pool filled with people, and not a one of them cared enough to notice. She was tempted to try again with Kala, just to make sure that it was not her friend who was losing it, when the door opened and her mother entered with her assistant, Delilah Jones, carrying a cabinet full of sheets and files behind her. Mama! Andrea shot up off the couch and launched herself towards her mother, who stumbled to catch her. Oh! Wow, thanks for the greeting, baby. Her mother's arms wrapped around her, forming a barrier between Andrea and the world that seemed to be turning against her, creating a little safe space that was for them and them alone. And for a moment, Andrea was freed of all her stresses and gifted with a little chunk of her childhood back. What's wrong, Andy, baby? I should tell her. Mama, Tell her. I saw Mr. Nerva today. Her mother let go as Delilah snorted, and like a hole in a hull, the world and all its evils began to flood back in. Lord have mercy. And what did that man want? Your number and a date, Delilah muttered, and her mother glared at her. Andrea was once again taken aback by her mother's hostile tone and demeanor and frowned. Nothing. Just to apologize for bothering you. She rolled her eyes as she took off her dark gray coat and hung it on the coat rack. So he is apologizing for bothering me by... bothering me again? Andrea watched her mother set her briefcase on the table and sat down. Well, if you ever run into Mr. Nerva, run. And if you're too hard-headed to listen to me and stick around, at least be good enough to tell him to stick it where the sun don't shine. Or to give him my number instead. Delilah winked at her, flipping her braided ponytail behind her shoulder. That man is fine as all hell. Her mother and Delilah began bickering, and the scene before her hit Andrea like a truck. The slice of normality very much needed after the ocean's worth of insanity that had ruined her day up. The sense of relief almost made her want to cry. "Yes, Mama." She smiled and went to sit back down with Kala. "Sorry about earlier. I lost it for a bit, but I'm back now." Andrea said, as much for herself as it was for Kala, "Now get to doing the homework. I need something to copy off of." "Now I know you didn't just say that in front of me," her mother said, her eyes never once looking up from the case she was reading. The two girls laughed, and Andrea decided to leave her troubles for another day. The court of Bordeaux. Andrea sighed and closed her bedroom door behind her, throwing her school bag onto her bed and then joining it as she fell onto her back to stare up at the ceiling. She had spent another day terrified that the human furnace was going to show up, no longer feeling safe in the crowd of students all around her, knowing now how powerless they were in comparison to the hooded man. With no effort at all, he could make her and himself invisible, and that meant that he could just walk into her school and kill her right there and then, as he could have before Julian showed up. She tried to close her eyes and maybe sleep a little, but sleep had come hard as of late. Never something that arrived unless Andrea was dog-tired. The last few days she had spent most afternoons in her room, working out or dancing to music, trying to exhaust her body so that when night came, Andrea would shut down as soon as her head hit a pillow. It had worked the first night, but never quite so well after. Her mind would not be fooled the same way twice. And so Andrea opened her eyes and got up from her bed, walking towards the wardrobe in the corner adjacent to the window and the desk beneath it, pulling open the door to dig beyond her socks and find the diary she kept in the back. It had hurt her some to have to stick over some of the pages with new notes, but it was the only way to ensure that if whatever she hid were found, her mother would respect her privacy enough to not read it. And besides, Andrea thought as she pulled out her 6th grade diary, if she didn't respect my privacy, she would have definitely read this by now. She opened to the middle of the book where the new notes began and carried them to the bed to sit down and review. Andrea had, after hours and hours spent trying to find any other solution, come to the conclusion that she was going insane, categorically. But because that left her with nothing to do but accept her fate and await the inevitable straitjacket and trip to the loony bin, she decided to act as if she wasn't going crazy. That meant that option B was the next best thing, which was that superpowers were real and far more terrifying than Marvel movies had ever depicted them to be. Andrea was certain that in addition to being able to spit fire in the non-lyrical sense, her adversary was also able to make people around her not see things or see what he wanted them to see, which in terms of advantages left her absolutely fucked. But then why couldn't he just make me see what he wanted, she wondered, jotting that question down before she, in her everlasting fatigue, would forget it. It would make kidnapping me to feed to the source all the easier. He had mentioned that he was using the fog, and him saying the source made it seem like it was something that could be done by others, not just himself. Can I make the fog do things too? She wondered. But that was silly. Andrea had never in her life thought superpowers were real, so her now all of a sudden being able to use it would be impossible even if she could. She sat there on her bed writing and reviewing and updating her notes. Her schoolwork sprawled out in front of her, but it was all for show, just in case her mother walked in. Andrea linked this fog and his fire ability to the source that he had mentioned, just using context and logic there to put it together, which confirmed her initial idea that these abilities couldn't be from him and him alone. Otherwise, why would he need her to feed it and not just it come from within himself? It was a reach, but it was the only one that made sense to her at the moment. Andrea had snorted as she reviewed what she wrote and saw Superman written next to the source. It was her best way of explaining it to what she knew, remembering how in the cartoon, Superman's powers came from the sun, meaning anyone like him could also have powers just like him. Except in Andrea's case, Kryptonians were Alabaman hicks with shitty dentists and yucked up fire instead of shooting laser beams out of their eyes. and their son needed teenage girls to be sacrificed to, instead of just, being a fucking son, huh? So superpowers were real and came from a source that needed the lives of 16-year-old girls to feed, and that people who control the fog can make themselves invisible or mess with other people's memories. That was as simple as her obviously fracturing mind could make it. Andrea also remembered him speaking Latin before he did anything crazy and supernatural, a skill she had picked up thanks in large part to the fact that she had been hearing her mother say Latin words since she was just a little girl. Andrea had been too panicked to grasp exactly what he had said, but jotted down that fact otherwise. Then there was Julian, who was able to see her when nobody else could. Julian, who had twice now appeared, and with said appearance, the hooded man disappeared for a few days thereafter. Julian, who had also mentioned that the strange man wore a hood, even though Andrea had never brought up the hooded feature once in their conversation prior. She became enraged with herself for not calling him out there and then, but she had been so relieved to be saved that Andrea had let him slide. Holy shit! The thought was crazy enough to make her almost cuss out loud. Is Julian secretly stopping the hooded man? Andrea got up from her bed, annoyed and excited. But mostly annoyed at everything happening around her. She was excited, for Julian was real. The fog had not removed him from her mother or Keala's memories, and if he was real, then everything else was as well. That meant that she was not in fact losing her mind. Yai, and that superpowers were real and fueled by teenage girls. But of course, it was still a reach. Just because Julian was real did not mean that everything else wasn't a figment of her imagination also. He could have just been so hot that her mind had to focus on him in all his hunky glory. "Fuck this," she finally said, tired of the bullshit that had somehow surrounded her as of late. Andrea opened her door and marched towards her mother's office to get the answers she sorely needed, but stopped at the door. Julian was a super-powered freak, probably just as strong, if not stronger, than the hooded man, considering the fact that the fog did not affect him and the hooded man ran off twice whenever Julian entered the situation. It would also explain him not instantly dismissing her as crazy as well. So that much, so long as she was no longer considering herself clinically insane, was clear. Yeah, swamp water, clear. But it did not mean that her mother could be involved either, just because she was lying about her relationship with Mr. Nerva. Andrea had assumed that their connection, Julian's and Mama's, was due to some long and distant past, but no. Julian shot his shot and had it batted down. Simple as that. That was a good enough explanation. Her mother was a beautiful woman, and Andrea had seen her swerve men 100 times before, even Andre, who she actually seemed to like. But Andrea was not all the way convinced now. "I'm going to have to be clever about this," she muttered to herself, taking a deep breath before knocking on the door. "Hey, Mama, mind if I pick your brain a bit?" Her mother looked up at her, her glasses on and her expression seemingly relieved to have an excuse to take an unplanned break. "Sure thing, baby. Come on here and take a seat." Andrea closed the door, which made no sense really considering that no one else lived with them, before taking a seat across from her mother. "So, I've been thinking about sources." Her mother raised an eyebrow at her. "Okay, and what about them?" Andrea thought out her words once over before just going for it. "I'm having a little issue with this history essay, so I was wondering how one can naturally, but also academically, feed the source into the essay." She watched for her mother's reaction, which was blank for a moment before she took off her glasses and rubbed her eyes. "Andrea, baby, I don't think I quite understand what you mean." Andrea nodded her head and decided to press on. "Yeah, I know. It's just that I'm writing an essay on the effects the fog of war can have on soldiers, and I was wondering how to use the source to explain the fog." Andrea watched her mother closely as she sat there, her expression something altogether unreadable. Well, depends on the type of source, Andrea. If it's a quote, then the best way would be to take the portion of it most relevant to your topic, for instance, and best relate it to the point you're trying to make. But again, you're being unnecessarily vague. Andrea decided to push on and snapped her fingers. Thank you. That was what I'd thought, but when I asked Mr. Nerva about this earlier when I saw him, he started talking. Weird. And there it was, a moment, a split second of giveaway that solidified what Andrea had always known deep down. Her mother knew Julian, and it was not just from work. Weird? How? Andrea got up from her seat, her shoulders rising and falling. I don't know. I could barely understand him. Said something about needing Latin to use the source, or some other trash he was going on about. I think he was coming from a legal perspective. You know, he is a court clerk, after all. I doubt he'd lie about something like that. Anyways, thanks for the advice, Mama. I'll leave you to it. Her mother strained a smile into appearing. Sure thing, Andy baby. Andrea closed the door behind her and risked listening in by pressing her ear against the door, unable to hear the specifics, only that her mother was on the phone with somebody and sounded especially furious. Julian. She ascended the stairs to her room slowly, her head spinning as everything in her life that she had thought that she knew was absolutely falling apart. Superpowers and fogs and hooded men being dragons on the down low. It was all beginning to get too much. Worse yet, her mother was somehow a part of all this craziness. Andrea was still unsure of how, but she knew that it involved Julian Nerva, whose entrance into their lives had coincidentally, but not really coincidentally, coincided with the emergence of all this bullshit and wacky craziness that Andrea was now caught up in. She laid down on her bed and stared up into the ceiling, wondering if she had been anywhere else but at Remi's on that Saturday night. Maybe her life wouldn't be as fucked up as it was now. Andrea turned and curled into a ball and felt herself begin to sob, realizing that she would now have to live a life never knowing if some other person with superpowers would show up and make everyone who ever knew her forget about her and take her away to be fed. Andrea resolved to tell her mother tomorrow when she got back from school, certain that if she did not, the heaviness of it all would crush her. Her sobs began to quiet down as she drifted off into a heavy sleep. At least in her dreams, she was a normal girl again, with an attorney mother and a small but close group of friends that Andrea had always loved, but now cherished all the more, now knowing that they could be taken away from her in an instant. She came downstairs to find her mother sipping her coffee with a bowl of cereal next to her, staring out the window by the sink with her back towards Andrea. "Morning, Mama," she said, daring to come closer despite her nerves to give her a quick peck on the cheek. "Hope you slept all right." "Not a wink," her mother said as she dumped out the rest of her coffee into the sink and rinsed it away down the drain. "Andrea, now that you've slept on it, maybe you can tell me more on what Julian had told you." Andrea was on the tips of her toes, leaning to fetch a box of Captain Crunch at the top of the cabinet before pouring some of it into her cereal. "Like I said, Mama, he was going on about some Latin garbage. Whatever sense it made to him was lost on me. If I do remember anything that does make sense, I promise to tell you." Her mother turned, and Andrea could now see the full extent of her damage. Her eyes were sunken by fatigue, and the skin around them was darkened. Her hair, usually well kept, even at its most curly and freed, was now stray and disheveled, as if she had been struck by lightning or something. Her mother had always looked amazing for her age, to the point that some people would go so far as to assume that she was her older sister. But now, Andrea Bordeaux looked every bit of her 37 years old, and the sight of it made Andrea sick with guilt. "You promise?" her mother whispered, and Andrea nodded her head. "I promise." Her mother opened up and stretched out her long arms, beckoning Andrea to receive a hug that she did not quite deserve, wrapping her up and kissing her on the forehead. "I have never known you for a liar, Andrea Bordeaux, and so I don't have a reason to doubt you." But words, especially promises, are powerful. Never forget that. Andrea nodded her head. Yes, ma'am. She finished her cereal as quickly as possible, keeping up appearance rather than actually being hungry, before departing for school lest the guilt consumed her and she broke down crying again. Andrea waved at Jenna and her little boy, Devin, before turning to the corner to find her Uber waiting, opening the door and entering it to greet the driver. She felt her phone buzz and pulled it out to see a message from Kayla. You've been down the whole week, so Briar and Amari have arranged a day out into the quarter, if you're down. Andrea was tempted to say yes and at least have something in her life to look forward to, but that was not possible. Words are powerful. She had promised her mother that she would tell her more, and she had resolved herself to telling her mother the truth of it, all of it, and that could not wait or be put off any longer, no matter how much Andrea wished to just be young and carefree again. Can't. She almost sent the message, but looked over her recent chat history and saw that she had been spamming one-word replies as of late, and realizing it made her already sickening guilt worse, have something to do at Bordeaux. But tomorrow, I'm all yours, baby. Andrea even went so far as to put a heart emoji before sending the text. She was relieved to see the heart emoji return to her and decided to put her phone away. The day went by as most had that last week. Andrea sat at a desk of one of her many classes, gazing out the window to make sure that her enemy, the hooded man, did not choose today of all days to finally stop messing around and end it. It was times like these that she had wished that she had somehow taken down Julian's number to contact him should the worst come to pass. Andrea would spend most of the 45-minute-long lesson in her head, with either a teacher's question or the school bell pulling her out of it. You running out on us? She heard Austin's deep voice call out to her, turning around to see his pretty and angular face looking down at her, that cheeky smile of his blinding her like a ray of the sunlight through an opened curtain. Yep, she said, returning the smile. Can't be going out with the captain of the baseball team after they blew it in the 9th inning the other day. Austin feigned hurt. Damn Andy. You woke up and decided to choose violence, huh? She shrugged. It'd be like that. Nothing personal, kiddo. Just got an image to maintain. Well, we have a game this weekend. Say, if I hit a home run, you come out with us after the game. Derek's parents are out of town, and I'd really like it if you came to the party. Andrea internally did a dance, but tried to play it cool on the outside. What you battin' this season? His smile grew. A buck above 400. A down season, I know. All right then, you have yourself a deal. He shook her hand before kissing the back of it, igniting Andrea's cheeks as he walked away, having had the audacity to be so dreamy. Kayala spooked her with her laugh. Is this what you've been hiding from us? She wiggled her caterpillars. Mr. Baseball Player. Andrea gasped. That's Captain Mr. Baseball Player to you, Miss Unathletic. Kayala laughed again and hugged her fiercely, as if it were the first time they had seen each other that day. Despite having greeted each other and sat next to one another at lunch, I'm glad you're feeling more yourself, Andy, she said, her smile a genuine show of warmth. Life isn't quite the same without you and your terrible, and I mean terrible jokes. I'm actually sad without them. Hi, actually sad without them. I'm Andrea. Kayala laughed until she snorted. Like I said, terrible. Walk me to bio ? Andrea looped her arm through Kala's and the two started walking down the hallway. I'd walk you anywhere. Even down the aisle? And replace me as the love of your life. I'd sooner walk you into traffic. The day picked up from there, and the normality of it all had done her heart a world of good. By the time she had said goodbye to her friends and got into the Uber to head to her mother's practice, Andrea felt ready and rejuvenated. Tell Mama, get her to get Julian to come and kill the hooded man, marry Julian's younger and better-looking brother. Simple, she thought. The plan was simply put. Airtight. Phone still in hand, she started to type. On the way, Ma, we'll... "Hello there, Lil Spitfire." The voice was one that felt like a hand had her spine in a vice-like grip. Andrea tried to open the doors, but they were locked, and so she decided to bang her fists against the window to call for help. He laughed at her attempts. "Come now. You know I ain't gonna let anyone just come in here and interfere in our lil rematch." Andrea ignored him as she tried to kick the window out with both her feet, over and over again. He sighed and turned, wearing shades and a ranger's hat. "Aight then, lil lady. You got two choices before ya. Either stop behaving all boring and frantic like, or I bind you up real nice and good like I did the last time, and get this over and done with in an exhale, you privy." Andrea kicked one last time in defiance before sitting back up straight. "One request." He grinned at her, looking like a perverted crack fiend at a strip club. "For a pretty gal like yourself? Anything. Kill yourself. Welp, almost anything." Andrea gritted her teeth, trying not to give in to the fear she could feel lurking beneath the surface of her rage. "Drive. I don't want to do this outside of my school." He grinned one last time before turning back around. "See? Now you bein' reasonable. Ain't see why you and I can't be friends." She said nothing as the car began to move, turning onto the road and heading into town as if it were any other ordinary Uber. "Why me?" Andrea heard herself ask. Furious at the warm trail of tears she felt finally spill out and trickle down her cheek. "Oh, none of that now, darlin'. Listen, no hard feelings, promise. It's business. A man's gotta eat. Not all of us are so clever as to get into some fancy school. If it's money that you want, why can't you just use the fog to get it from some rich people?" she asked, ashamed in the fact that she was a few minutes away from begging for her life. He laughed. "Can't. Rules against all that." That made her angry to hear, that this sicko was willing to follow rules but yet was in the midst of kidnapping her to murder her. But what about kidnapping teenage girls to feed to your, whatever the fuck it's called? No rules against all that." He laughed, looking at her through the rearview mirror, not particularly encouraged. "Round our circles, I won't lie. But it's a necessary evil, you see. People who are touched by the source, out in the wild, they can be a lil dangerous to leave out there." "I'm touched?" She realized that her phone was still in hand, her message to her mother still unsent. Andrea repeatedly hit the delete button and typed in, "Help, source feeder, took me," behind her back, pressing send and hoping against hope that she'd be able to find her. "Julian will find me." She played her penultimate trump card, the one that did not make her look like a pathetic child operating way over her head. That did make him hesitate a moment before he finally just shrugged at her. "I'm a heavyweight. Say so with absolute confidence. But that fella, damn me if he ain't just altogether a different class. Still, even he ain't so heavy as to get all the way out here in time. Gots me a man from Tennessee who's stallin' him. That man right there, the sort of defense that can win championships, I tell you what." He drove for a handful more minutes before he began to slow down. "This is a good enough place, I think." He pulled the car over in some other neighborhood that Andrea knew to be Fairbanks, an upper-class residence that she drove by often, either with an Uber or Kala's dad dropping them off. "Out," he said, giving her the time to type in Fairbanks before closing her phone and putting it in her pocket, getting out the car and closing the door behind her. For a second she was tempted to take her chances and run, but thought better of it. He'd just freeze her in place again and kill her quicker. She needed to buy some time if a rescue was on its way. "If money is what you want, then I can probably get you that cash," she offered, watching him take a seat on the sidewalk. He pulled out a cigarette and put the opposite of the bud end in his mouth, before pulling it out, the end smoking. He took a drag and held it out to offer it to Andrea, who shook her head. "Good call. I plan to get this done by the time I'm done with this here cig. All you be doing is quickening your death. Could say the same for you and smoking." Andrea muttered, surprisingly calm about her impending doom. That made him laugh. but not the kind of evil or maniacal laughter she was used to from him. It was a lot more real and genuine, more emphasis on the man rather than the hooded part. He stood and wiped his hand on his camo print pants before stretching out his head. "I know it ain't conventional doing things in this order, but I'm Jeremiah Riggs." She sighed and shook the hand. It was shockingly cold. "Andrea Bordeaux, but you already knew that." He rubbed the back of his neck and shrugged. "Yeah, well, part of the job." "You got any questions before we do this thing?" She had a million, but resolved herself to just this one. "Can you just use some superpower of yours to keep me sleeping when you take me to this source thing to be fed?" "I don't want to die." "Afraid, I guess." He sighed and nodded his head. "Fair, fair. You know, this was a lot easier when you were just some preppy kid from a fancy school. That-a-way I could have blamed it on the gods and some bad luck." She sat on the sidewalk and took the cigarette from his mouth, a part of her wanting to get this over and done with sooner. Andrea took her first pull of a cigarette and instantly regretted it, coughing up the smoke that had burned her, her mouth now tasting like she'd had an ashtray for dinner and was burping the taste back up. He clapped her back lightly to help her before she could finally take a deep inhale. "Hey, want to know something dumb?" He took back the cigarette and smiled. "Sure. I was going to attack you, but with Latin or some shit like that." He chuckled without malice. "Still can if you want to give it a go." Andrea outstretched her palm towards him. "In Infernus Artifet." That made him laugh all the more. "You're a hoot, Andrea Bordeaux. But no, that wasn't going to work on me none, sorry." She sighed and shrugged. I know. A Hail Mary. I don't even know if I got superpowers like that." "Magic." "Huh?" He took off his shades, and the green eyes that looked like a raging fire that threatened to burn everything around them the last time she saw them looked like a cool pool of water now. It ain't superpowers like in them superhero movies. It's magic, energy we take from the source and use out here in the real world. Ain't no lab experiment gone wrong or any of that there nonsense. "Huh," was all she could say, still a little proud of herself for having figured some of it out. "And how come I can't do magic? Since I'm touched, or whatever. No manifestation symbol," he said, taking his last pull before throwing the bud down and stepping on it. The smoke exhaled into the air, several feet high. "Partin' gift, so I'll show ya. Revelate." Andrea watched in awe as he snapped his fingers, and a book appeared in that very same hand, a book of black that had a weird rune on its cover. The rune moved and flowed as if a stream of lava formed the shape. "I'ma show you the big one. It's called Ingressum in Anima, entry into the soul or whatever. Ain't nothing in the arsenal that hit like this one, darlin', I tell you what." Andrea felt tears stinging her eyes again. The world of magic had been there the entire time, a whole new world that could have been one she knew and explored herself, but was teased and shown to her, kept at bay just enough to bring her in to fuel it. This could have been me, she thought, staring at a now standing Jeremiah, brimming and glowing with a red and orange aura that had once been frightening and terrible to her, but was now the most beautiful thing that Andrea had ever seen. "Would you allow me into yours?" she whispered, and he nodded his head. "A fair final request. If I'ma show you something, might as well be fantastic with it. Fumus saludet eos qui caput illico ubi draco dormit me animus." There was a sizzling sound, like if someone dropped some bacon into a hot pan, before the world darkened and was reborn within the blink of an eye. Andrea stood up. The heat from beneath her had her sweating, and the sidewalk that she had been sitting on was now a row of brimstone. Steam was everywhere, and the beautiful houses that had been behind them were replaced by hordes of gold and silver stacked into piles several times her height. She looked back at him and gasped, seeing a dragon stood behind him as tall as a house, its golden slit eyes staring down at her. His own eyes looked much the same, and his forked tongue, now as long as her forearm, flicked out of his mouth to taste the air. "Welcome to my soul, Andrea Bordeaux," he hissed, the red dragon behind him speaking in time with him, as if they were one. "It's time to go to sleep now, darlin'." She closed her eyes, the tears flowing again, but this time they were accompanied by a smile on her face. The heat was not overwhelming, but rather soothing and warming to her spirit, like a warm bath after a long and cold day. If she had to go, Andrea could not imagine a better way than this. "Judicium, squamae nihil sciunt nisi fas et nefas notre animus." Andrea opened her eyes, hearing a gavel come down 3 times, and the world turned and changed once more. She now stood in front of a crowd of people with no faces, silhouettes that moved and acted like people, dressed in clothes straight out of some movie set in the antebellum South. In the background were sloping hills covered in fields of golden wheat and barley. Some had the brown rows of soil specked green with cabbages and carrot tops and lettuce. In the far-off distance were the silhouettes of small buildings made of wood. She turned her eyes to face where the crowd was pointed at, and Andrea gasped, watching Jeremiah strain to fight against the noose that a group of large shadows was maneuvering around his neck. "What in the hell?" he shouted, his words struggling to come out of his mouth as the noose tightened round his own neck, his face quickly turning red as his veins popped out against his skin. The crowd began to cheer as a boy and his father took up the other end of the rope and threw it over a tree branch, waiting for Jeremiah to be forced onto a milk crate as they went about tying the other end of the rope around the base of the tree until Jeremiah was forced up onto his toes to stop the choking, the cheering becoming ever louder as Andrea felt a hand wrap around her shoulders. She looked up to see her grandmother, dressed in a beautiful dress of black, the same type of attire that the shadows in the crowd wore. "Granny." Her grandmother looked down at her, the complete opposite of what she had looked like the last time Andrea had seen her before her passing, 3 whole years ago. She was younger, more refreshed, and powerful. Andrea could feel it standing next to her. Her knees began to shake, and she felt a queasiness come over her that almost made her hunch over. "Be strong," her grandmother told her, and Andrea nodded her head, straining to stand up straight. Were it not for her grandmother's words, Andrea would have passed out from seeing her mother stood up, top of a dais, dressed in a strange hybrid of 18th century wear and Africanized clothing. Her crowning black hair was furrowed so that it spread out around her head like a peacock's tail, and around her head sat a bronze circlet that shone brightly and coupled well with her complexion and eyes. None of the fatigue Andrea had noted earlier on was present, and she was, in fact, the opposite, strong and powerful. That face now had a crescent moon made from white and black dots that formed a semicircle in the middle of her forehead. From her ears dangled earrings with small tusks carved out of bone, tied to the end, and around her neck was another bronze band that did not quite close and meet. From the neck down was a black dress that looked like the same 1700 style as her grandmother's, except that it was patterned like the webs of a spider, meeting in the middle of her chest where a brochure of the fleur-de-lis was outlined. But for as strange as it was to see her mother like that, the man sat upon the wooden throne was far and away the creepiest thing that Andrea had ever seen. He was dressed with nothing but a piece of cloth held down around his waist by some hemp rope. His long abdomen had ribs poking through skin that was flaky and dry and dirty, and his long arms, all 4 of them, seemed able to reach out anywhere and grab anything he so desired. He had as many legs as he did arms, and his neck was just as queerly long, resulting in a round head that had a hideous face upon it. His beard was scruffy, and his greasy hair was a mess of knots and curls that had feathers and leaves sticking out of it. But none of it, Not the 8 limbs or hideous face or Cheshire cat smile that was filled with rotting teeth was as upsetting as the many eyes that dotted his face. They were black, empty orbs that had a gleam in them, and even though there were no irises in sight, Andrea could not shake the feeling that he was looking right at her. To the deformed man's left stood another, a tall and big man who had a torn shirt and pants scuffed by dirt, his one shoe in a terrible state and the other not being there at all. His face was beaten and bloody, his lips swollen and his nose bent in 3 different ways, and one of his eyes was beaten shut and was swollen as a baseball. In the one eye that was visible to her, Andrea saw hatred of the purest kind for the man seated, for her mother, for anything that lived and breathed. Her mother stepped forward and began to behave as if she was in court, this time speaking in a French so complex that Andrea could only ever make out the 3rd or 4th word of each sentence. Andrea was too terrified to focus on the dais, and so instead looked around as all the silhouettes were beginning to morph into people. Some were white, a handful were Native American, and there was even a Latin man present. But it was the person next to her grandmother who made Andrea's heart skip a beat. Uncle Armand? Her uncle, his hair trimmed short on the top and even shorter on the sides, did not react, his focus still entirely on the woman orating in a language she thought that she had known, but did not understand now. But eventually he turned to look at her, his expression one of pain. "You shouldn't be here, Andrea." "Hush now, Armand," her grandmother said back. "This is her birthright. Now you get to be a Bordeaux in earnest, baby. Your mama and her selfishness be damned." Andrea focused forward as her mother seemed to be nearing the end of her prosecution, unsure of why some in the crowd were shedding tears, and even more confused as to why she was too. Le jugement? Her mother turned towards the man seated upon the throne, and he grinned, his long legs pulling him up to stand as he prepared to give his verdict. "Guilty!" All eyes turned and looked up at Jeremiah, who was screaming now, fire erupting from his eyes, but it might as well have been sparks from an outlet plug for all the good that it had done. The man to the dirty creature's left, for the first time since Andrea had been there, showed anything other than anger as he smiled. "Que Dieu ait pitié de votre âme." The little shadow, now a little black boy with neat curly hair, wide nose and pair of brown eyes, ran forward to joyfully kick the milk crate from out under Jeremiah. His already red face began to turn purple as his legs kicked about violently, his hands bound behind his back by invisible rope as tears rushed from out his green eyes. Spittle and foam began to pour out from his mouth as his eyes got wider and wider until one popped outside of his head and hung out in front of his face like an angelfish's light. All around him, the crowd was chanting and cheering, and one member even threw something that sounded like glass breaking and ignited the tree, and the crowd's cheer grew loud enough to the point that everything around them was beginning to shake, and the cheers were soon being drowned out by laughter from something that she could only imagine as being the purest form of evil. And just as Andrea felt like the world was falling apart, she found herself stood next to her mother, dressed in her navy blue denim jeans and green work blouse, her hair just as frazzled as this morning, and the bags around her eyes even worse. A stream of blood rushed from down her mother's one nostril as she slammed shut the book in her hand. It was royal blue in color, with the fleur-de-lis on a black 8-legged spider upon it in its center, black as night, but outlined in gold. Andrea looked a few feet towards where Jeremiah should have been standing, but all that remained was his spellbook, burning quickly before its remnants were blown far away by some mysterious wind. All that remained of him now was the cigarette butt in the car. Her mother smiled at her, her eyes glossy and her lips pale. "Andy, baby, are you okay?" "Mama!" Andrea screamed as she moved to catch her, the weight bringing her to her knees, but she had done enough to cushion her mother's head in her lap during the fall. She pulled out her phone and called 911. "We, your faithful servants." Hannibal Nerva sighed as he checked his watch to confirm what his soul told him, that he was running late for a meeting with people who would not appreciate being kept waiting. Well, expect for Zinni. He snorted. Zinni probably loves me for it. He checked to make sure the woman on his other arm was someone worth kicking out before sighing again and shimmying himself out of the bed like a damn idiot. He stretched before stumbling his way to the bathroom to relieve himself and splash water onto his face. Last time I drink this heavily before meetings, he thought. Another promise that he knew he would break. At the very least, he had gotten to the point of honesty with himself that he knew that this one would not last. Hannibal could, if he squinted very hard, remember when he actually tried to keep promises he made to himself. He reached out for a towel and his hand stumbled upon something even better. The gods are good. He snatched the box of cigarettes and shook it, and much to his joy, there was a small rattling sound uplifted his mood mightily. Hannibal opened the box to pull out a cigarette and kissed the tobacco end to ignite it before taking a long drag and exhaled the smoke into the air, a small puff of fire cutting through the smoke and dirtying the already grimy ceiling. "Baba won't like that," she said as she entered the bathroom to sit on the toilet. "You remember last time she caught you smoking in her apartment?" English? Hannibal frowned. Not another English woman. His father would be rolling in his grave right now, except that he was 99% certain that Octavian did not bury him. "Yeah, well, Baba can stop her bitching. I pay her twice the rate, no?" "You do," the woman agreed. "But she's going to have to use most of it renovating this place after you get run out of town again." She got off the toilet and moved him out the way to wash her hands, before drying her hands on his vest when her search for a towel came up short. That should have angered Hannibal, but he was mostly amused. He grabbed her ass and stole a kiss before letting her go back to the room. "Nervous do not run." She laughed. "You talk about your family a lot." "I get it. It's a cool name, yeah, but don't go on like you and yours are something special. You're no Howard family." He'd been alive long enough to have attended a wedding between the daughter of a baron of Donington Park and a son of Norfolk, although there was no point in telling this woman that. He had been a young bachelor back then, having just come back from his grand tour. The most notable part was when he was in Greece. Octavian had suggested Italy, but he knew the moment Octavian suggested something, it had to be ignored. There he had first wet his cock against some whore who swore she was noble-born too, some bastard of a Turk nobleman. She had assumed by the darkness of his complexion, dark brown eyes, and the curliness of his black hair that he too was a Turk, and he knew the language enough to play along for the week he had been there. "My brother is a duke," he said, and he laughed with her. "Yeah, and I'm the Queen of bloody England, mate. I've never fucked a queen before." Hannibal smirked, and he meant it. A countess was as blue-blooded as it got for him. The thought of his late wife made him not sad. It had been a century since, so he could not possibly still be sad. Could he? Let us just say that I'm feeling nostalgic. "And you never will." He could see her stick her tongue out at him from her spot on his bed. "Living in a shithole like this." He thought about shaving the shadow that was coming in, but he decided to keep it. "Julian has his mustache back, and I'm not about to compare our mustaches again. His bastard of a brother was many things, a liar, a brute, a brooding bitch, but God's knows that the man could grow out a mustache." "It was enough to get you." He chuckled, and whatever her reply was going to be was cut short by a beam of light burst through the ceiling and vaporizing her top half. The beam tore a hole through the mattress and the base of the bed, and a scream from below told him that Mrs. Dewitt's ceiling was a casualty in the assault, too. He hated the smell of charred flesh. It always seemed to waft its way through to his nose. But the heat, strong enough to almost singe his arm hairs, was glorious to feel. He heard the door get kicked in, and Hannibal cursed, "I'm too hungover for this shit." "Knock, no!" His enemy barely got a word in as Hannibal crossed the distance between them in a flash, Hannibal's knuckles kissing the bottom of his jaw. Before the man had the chance to land back on the ground, the two were already outside. Another strike from Hannibal shattering a rib. And not for the first time, he was thankful for the fog, as his kick had sent the man flying through Baba's wall to the playground next to his apartment. Hannibal was about to press the attack as his opponent bounced like a football on the artificial turf of a small football pitch. But the spike in magic alerted him to the beam that flew past where his heart had been. He knew where she was before he ever knew what she looked like, right behind the swing set. And Hannibal was on her before she knew what hit her. He loved this part. Watching people who were way over their head quickly realize the mistake they had just made. It never grew old for him. He could not get enough of it. But to her credit, she had been fast enough to roll with the kick. And so what should have broken her neck only atomized her mandible as she rolled to her feet 20 feet away. Her eyes were wide with fear as she spotted him, with his hands behind his back, and she cursed at Hannibal in gibberish as she raised her hands to fire another beam at him when she noticed that she was down an arm. Hannibal laughed as he showed her the forearm he had hid behind his back. "Listen," he said, slipping his hand into hers. "I'll kill you quickly if you tell me where my cousin is. Deal?" He shook her severed hand and laughed. "Deal! Genfu Yusef!" she shrieked. Hannibal wondered if she had an animus, but dismissed it as he ducked and wove the attacks of her compatriot. Hannibal had not really taken into account how large he was. He was as tall as Octavian, with the width of his bastard brother. Yes, but with half the skill and a quarter of the speed. The man grunted in pain as his partner's attack scorched his skin, and Hannibal shook his head in disappointment. She was about to release another one when he appeared to pull her ear. "No!" he scolded her. "We do not attack our partners because we have lost." Hannibal barely got out of the way of the sunbeam that dropped where he had been standing, leaving the woman shrieking before her scorched and charred corpse fell to the ground. "Ah!" he exclaimed. "There he is. Bonjour, Louis." "What the fuck?" the brute screamed. "You pay us to kill this man and—" "Shh," Hannibal whispered into his ear from behind his back. "No more from you, silly man. This is a family matter." The man whimpered and looked down to see his heart in Hannibal's hand and died as if the visual confirmation was what his body needed to truly believe that it was over. The fight had been a welcome change of pace, but over far too quickly. What Hannibal wanted, no needed, was more. More enemies, more fights, more violence. Hannibal burned his arm hot enough to evaporate the blood before clapping his hands clean of the ashes. "You did not have to go to all this trouble to make sure—" "Shut up," Louis said. Louis Nerva, the Count of Anjou, was a painfully bitter man. Tall, lean enough to even be considered skinny, and so pale that his use of the sun as a source of magic could only be described as a cruel irony. His hair was silvery blonde, and his eyes were the kind of dark brown that looked black from afar. He had the perfect noble's nose, aquiline and straight, and thin pink lips that were never used for shouting, only whispering demands. His chin was sharp and regal, too. He had the makings of a duke, Hannibal noted, and not for the first time. Too bad things did not work out that way. The thought made Hannibal grin. "Cousin, why so—" "I told you to shut." Up, Louis whispered before turning. "I have been sent to fetch you and to make sure that you were not late." He frowned. "I am never late. And you never shut up." "He has got me there." Hannibal pointed towards his room, 4 stories up and 300 meters away. "Can I at least get dressed?" Louis waited for his servant to open the door for him. "I have clothes for you. Now get in the car." Hannibal was not about to complain about free clothing, and so he jumped into the back seat of the limousine with his beloved cousin from the main Nerva line. The usurped, as Boudica liked to call them, or the losers, as Drusilla loved to tease them with. "I understand making sure that I am not late," Hannibal said, as he picked up the suit his cousin had picked out for him. It was dark where Louis was white, and tailor-made, because of course it was. Hannibal had no doubt that it would fit perfectly. But why send the thugs, eh? To make sure that you were not drunk, Louis said with a look of disgust fit for a peasant. The look almost made him mad, but Hannibal decided to focus on the kind act of gifting him an expensive suit instead. Drunk? Me? He teased, and that made the look of disgust deepen. Hannibal was certain that they were doomed to fighting one another again, as they had 100 times before. But Louis seemed to sense it as well, and in a rare show of restraint he decided to tone the arrogance down a bit and sigh. "We cannot miss out on this opportunity, Hannibal," he said, and the use of his name perked up his ears. "Twice we've tried to bring about the world we desire, and twice we've failed." "Failed?" Hannibal snorted. "Cousin, failed presumes that we ourselves came up short." Louis raised a dark brown eyebrow. "And did we not?" "No," he said, grating his teeth as the memories of having his back broken at Corsk flooded his mind. "No. We did not fail. We were stopped, beaten, foiled. And those obstacles that foiled us are still here." Hannibal heard metal scream as Louis's hand nearly tore a hole into the car. "Obstacles?" "Obstacles presume that Octavian is our better, my better." The memory of Louis's throat being crushed as he was tossed into the English Channel to drown flashed through Hannibal's mind, but this memory brought a smile to his face. "No," Hannibal lied. He knew that a part of Louis knew the truth, that their blood connection was the only thing that saved him from Octavian's onslaught or me from Julian's brutality. "But they are here. We have heralds, yes, but so long as they have god-killers like them, like Drusilla, like Otto, like Bantu, we are outgunned at the top." Louis sat back and pondered on what Hannibal had just said. His cousin was a fool, as they of the main line were known to be. But Louis was rare in that he was only ever a fool when non-mainline nervous were involved. "You forget, Hannibal. We have heralds, yes, but now we are working for god vessels of our own, and other god-killers who stood against us are either dead, old, or not so firm in their beliefs that we are in the wrong, as they once were." Hannibal had to give him that. It had been 80 years since last they tried to bring about their plans, and since then a whole new generation of sorcerers has come to the fore. "Our fortune then, eh?" Hannibal chuckled. "That we got a selfish generation to source warriors from." Louis seemed confused for a moment before it dawned on him what Hannibal meant. "Yes. But that is a double-edged sword, cousin. They must be molded, reforged, and focused. They are not their predecessors." Hannibal could not argue with that. He remembered Hamza Evil Eye and his ability to swallow entire towns, whole with his sand. He remembered Eureka, the Wave Mother, who could flood an entire battlefield in less than 2 seconds. Hannibal remembered fighting alongside Jacques Dubois, the only man who could beat Julian Nerva in a race. He also remembered fighting against Lyle and Lloyd Johnson, 2 of the most annoying enemies he had ever come across, and dozens more who Hannibal hated, admired, and even loved. Now there were 7, maybe 8 if he were being kind to Drusilla, people of that ilk. By the time the limousine came to a halt, Hannibal looked half as noble as his blood demanded. He and his cousin exited the limousine to stand outside the mouth of a cave. Hannibal sighed. Why? Why the fuck is it always a cave? Louis ignored him as they entered the cave, following the markers left for those whose eyes could see them. The walk was long and boring, and Hannibal did not do boring. He pulled out a flask, hearing Louis suck his teeth. "How the hell did you get that?" Hannibal took a swig before offering it to Louis. "I am a man of many means and resources, Louis." Louis covered his nostrils and turned his face to him. "You make me sick." He shrugged and took another sip. "We all have our vices. Only a slave." That was a step too far, but Hannibal had to give his cousin credit. He was fast. Hannibal used the spirit to spit fire towards him, but Louis was to his right in the blink of an evil eye, his fist glowing with the energy from the sun. Before it had the chance to connect, it was extinguished a few centimeters away from Anwa's sculptured face. Her full lips kissed Louis's knuckles, an act that won her a snarl. "Do that again, and I'll pull your intestines out of your mouth." His cousin turned and continued down the cave. "I think he likes me," Anwa said, smiling at Hannibal. Were his defenses down, that smile would have knocked him off his feet and made him putty in her slim and beautiful hands. Anwa was the most beautiful woman Hannibal had ever seen, or at least, that's something he believed whenever she was around. Her skin was flawless obsidian, woven by the hands of the goddess herself. Her head was shaven and her jawline sharp and symmetrical, with cheekbones high and regal. Her eyes were angular and siren-shaped, with devilish eyebrows that made her sultry looks all the more provocative. Her perfect body, shaped like an Olympic track star used her sponsorship money to get some work on her breasts, was barely contained in a simple black dress with a gold belt wrapped around her skinny waist. "Oh no, he detests your existence," Hannibal said. "Worse yet, you kissed his fist. A good married and Catholic man like him will have to deliver 3, no 4, Hail Marys to get over what you have done." Anwa's laughter almost gave him an erection. "You're a funny man, honey. Have I ever told you that?" "We're going to be late," he said, following after his cousin like this was the wisest thing he had done in a long time. Hannibal wished to devour Anwa whole, to fuck her all night and the morning after as well, but he knew how that story ended. With his free will kept in a jar, whilst he was left gagged, wearing a collar, and at her eternal service. Hannibal heard her heels behind him, but Anwa was good enough to keep her poisoned words to herself as they finally arrived at a door. Louis, the good boy that he was, stood waiting for them. "Is there no one inside?" he asked, and Louis sighed. "No, the exact opposite problem. Everyone is here. You've gone and made us late again. There goes another promise." "Well," Hannibal clapped his hands and approached the door. "Such things cannot be helped now," he said, unbuttoning his shirt to reveal the tattooed eye on his right pectoral. The door slid open and allowed the 3 of them through. Inside was the eternal library they met in. It filled with 1,000 shelves that contained 1,000,000 books. Sat by the couches and chairs, waiting for them, were the heads of their order. Amy Renfrow, a red-haired American who had never been wrong a day in her life, mostly because she refused to believe that she could be. Hartono of Java, a tall and powerfully built man from Indonesia, where he was wanted for the crimes of murder. 18 counts of it. If there was one person on the planet that Hannibal hated the company of more than Louis, it was Julian. But after him, it was Gale the Inca. He patted every pocket of his suit, too late, as Hannibal was disgusted to see his flask in the man's mouth, his good spirit being used to intoxicate a 5.5-foot-tall troll of the man. Hannibal looked around to scan the room before frowning. "Where the fuck is Zinyi?" he asked, and it was Amy who answered him. She overslept again. Anwa's smile was dripping with mischief. "Oh, did she tell you as much?" Amy snorted. "Doesn't take a genius to come to that conclusion. I am telling you, Zinyi is sleeping. I stake my life on it. No one better take her up on that offer." Came a low and soft voice, the owner of it appearing from out the shadows dressed in a pinstripe suit that was wrinkled and unwashed. The smell hit him first, and then the power, which made his spine tingle. The man was below average height and rotund in shape. His nose was sharp and his hair a dark brown that was worn long and greasy, forming a curtain around his head due to his crow's nest. His face contained a fiery beard, and his eyes were a droopy but warm inclusion to his otherwise unwelcoming demeanor. His teeth were tinged yellow, and his breath smelt old like morning breath. "Allow my Zinyi to sleep. She had a long day of chores, the poor thing." They all bowed their head as he came to a stop at the head of the table. He slowly began to pull out a chair before sitting down and clearing his throat. "Welcome, welcome one and all to another meeting of the Seven. Me and the other patrons thank you for coming. So, shall we begin?" asked Mr. Baines. "Sins of the great-grandfather." Andrea sat by her mother, as she had been for most of the night, her cold hand wrapped around Andrea's, fresh from a dream where her mother was the opposite of how she was now, fine and smiling and laughing and alive. She is alive, Andrea thought, appalled at even having to reinforce that thought in her own mind. The EMTs who had showed up to the scene had asked her a few questions and were kind enough to take her babbling and stuttering nonsense as a young child being far too concerned with their mother to try and answer questions. The doctors had done all that they could and seemed satisfied with their work, estimating that her mother should be fully conscious again within the next 12 hours. That had been 9 hours ago, and Andrea was terrified that each hour past was a clear indication that the doctors had been wrong, that their modern science and medicine was way too out of its depth, and that they did not even know it yet. "Don't worry, girl." A man's voice startled her and pulled her eyes away from her mother. "Your mama's as beautiful as she is strong." His accent was that of someone from deep Louisiana, which was the first thing that hit you, but it had an aftertaste to it, like he were an immigrant who spent some years at home before living out the rest of his childhood here, stateside. "Thank you," Andrea finally replied, once her eyes had finally had enough of taking in what he was wearing. He was tall, extremely tall, with a bald head that almost touched the doorframe. He was lanky, too. Not quite skinny or thin, though, but enough to give his appearance a long and foreboding element to it, like he could reach you no matter how fast you ran. Covering this long body was a mustard-colored wool suit with a dark brown shirt underneath a black-colored tie. On his long feet were black, formal pointed shoes that looked cheap and made of plastic and shone in the light. His face was angular, sharp, and well-molded, sharp cheekbones that looked fine enough to cut diamonds and an even sharper chin beneath them. His eyes were blacker than any other black that she had ever seen, with a gleam to them that made them twinkle too. His full lips were parted in a smile that had rows of big and white teeth showing, twinkling in tandem with the large orbs in his head. "Forgive me, child. My name needs given, and give it I shall." He had a singing tune to his voice that fit well with his accent. "My name's Aruman Nancy. You may call it a pleasure, an honor, a joy." Andrea nodded her head, standing protectively near her mother. "Andrea Bordeaux. Call it whatever you'd like." Mr. Nancy's smile turned into a grin that went ear to ear, and Andrea did not mean that figuratively. This guard dog might be the best kind of guard dog. It barks, it bites, but can it fight? Andrea was in no mood for any games. "What do you want, mister?" He took a step into the room, a walking stick in his right hand, it covered by fingers with rings attached to a wrist choked by a cheap-looking golden watch. "To check in on your mama, child." "Andrea, I heard you the first time." He winked, taking several more steps towards them, quick little scurrying steps that confused Andrea to no end. "Your mama and I are friends. We go way back. Stop. Take what you're thinking, and it's still backer than that." He laughed with himself before frowning at her. "What? You don't think Mr. Nancy's funny, huh?" Andrea would not have had the patience for this at the best of times. "You'll have to forgive me, Mr. Nancy, but as you can see, laughing is the last thing on my goddamn mind." He followed her gaze to her mother and shook his head. "Oh, yes, that." He finally decided to enter for good, this time taking long strides to sit himself down on the other chair across the room near the bathroom door. "Did your mama ever tell you about how your family got its last name?" She looked up at him, no doubt her dark brown eyes surrounded by bags and her black hair in an absolute mess. "No." He straightened his long legs out, crossing them at the ankle. A good tale, a Mr. Nancy certified classic. But steady on, Andy baby. Nancy gotta get himself right. He pulled out something from his pocket, a cigar in his hand. Want some? Andrea scowled. No smoking allowed in here. Mr. Nancy exaggerated a shrug. I know the rules. You take my breaking him for confusion, but it's just because I don't give a fuck. He laughed to himself and sat back into his chair, pulling out a long match and striking it on the floor to ignite it before pulling it up to his cigar. Thankfully, a nurse walked in to check on her mother's drip, giving Andrea a kind smile but never once saying anything to Mr. Nancy. I told him he can't smoke in here, Andrea said, trying to get the nurse to chase him out, but she turned around and looked around the room in confusion. What, dear? She gestured towards Mr. Nancy's spot on the chair, but the woman did not seem to see anything. Is there something wrong in the bathroom? Mr. Nancy started to laugh and stuck his tongue out at her, watching the nurse leave the room after Andrea had to shake her head. When Aruman said that thing about being your mama's friend, your dumb black ass should have understood what kind of friend. Andrea put her head in her hands and groaned, Oh my God, no. Why won't this day just come to an end? Mr. Nancy clicked his fingers to get her to look at him. Now, none of that. Mr. Nancy asked you a question. She rolled her eyes at him. I thought you meant one of her friends from work. Mr. Nancy choked on a drag of smoke as he laughed. Bitch, do I look like a lawyer to you? Andrea growled, Call me bitch again, and I'm gonna need one. Bite! Bark. He snapped his fingers and made a spear appear in his hand, throwing it so hard that Andrea felt it fly by, more than see it pinning itself in the wall right between her left ear and the window frame. But can she fight? That better not cost us, was all she could say, lest she started crying again. He nodded his head in agreement. Damn straight. If I'd been you and saw how much that ambulance and this room cost, I'd have fetched me a wheelbarrow and thrown your mama's body in it and boomed it like the Roadrunner. A bit of exercise ain't never hurt nobody. He took a long drag and exhaled a puff of smoke above his head. Well, 'cept for the people that it has. But fuck 'em. Tell me the story and then get the fuck out, Aruman. He clapped his hands together and did a little dance in the chair. Oh, right. Oh, yes, look at you, focused on what matters, 5 points to Bordeaux. He then glanced at her mother, and the smile on his face grew. But 10 points to Mr. Nancy. Tell me, littlest Bordeaux, what do you know about Edouard Jean-Philippe? Andrea sat back into her chair. The exhaustion of the day made sleep tempting, but her mother should be waking up within the next 2.5 hours, and she wanted to be there to greet her. Less than nothing, why? Mr. Nancy shook his head. Tsk, tisk, tisk. He is your mama's daddy's. I lost track, but he's the start of the line of Bordeaux. Her eyes closed involuntarily. She would allow them to, but she kept her wits about herself. Now, Mr. Jean-Philippe was the fastest running slave this side of the Mississippi. Damn could that boy gun it when he needed to, but soon enough he'd won his freedom too. Clever boy that one was, lil bit of a mouth on him, but his master, Harry Philippe, loved that light-skinned Lale boy. A lil too much, some might say. Make of that what you will. Andrea hated to admit, but his soothing voice was doing enough to put her at ease, but his words were interesting enough to keep back any idea of falling asleep. Edward was his son. The bastard had himself a lil bastard. Conjugal visits to the slave house bore itself a receipt. It was an open secret, so the mistress of the house had to swallow them insults day in and day out, watchin' Masta play with and educate Lil Ed. Treating him like he was people. Can you believe it? The motherfucking audacity, till one day she had had enough. His form shimmered in the smoke, seeming longer and more terrifying before the gray cloud dissipated, and he looked like his regular, disgustingly dressed self. Mrs. Marie-Jeanne Blois-Philippe was from a proud and minor noble family, old as all sin. They trace their lineage as far back as the French War of Religion, according to them. When asked, they'd say just that, since the French War of Religion. Now, they must have been dumb as bricks because there were like 100 French wars of religion, but never you mind that. He took another puff, and through the smoke, he somehow appeared standing next to Andrea. She was startled and nearly fell out of her seat. "How are you doing that?" He pressed a long and slender finger against his lips. "Story time, Andrea." "So, what did Mrs. Philippe do?" "Hint, hint. If you guess set him up to be lynched, you get 3 cookies." Andrea's frown deepened. "But you didn't say anything in Latin." "Our boy Edouard, freed yes, was still sent round as a messenger boy, running even to other towns sometimes. So Mrs. Philippe put out word that a runaway slave of Edouard's description was round the area, then sent him to a plantation near the town of Bordeaux. He went, like the good lil boy that he was, and learnt the hard way that there ain't no real freedom if it has to be given." The gleam and joy in Aruman's eyes were gone now, replaced by a hard and dark stare that made Andrea uncomfortable to look at. She remembered the man who had stood on the dais, beaten and broken, with an eye that hated everything it saw. So, that thing that happened to Jeremiah Riggs. Uh-huh. Mr. Nancy muttered, leaning against the wall with his hands in his pockets. In the last moments of his coon-lived life, Edouard did the only good thing he'd ever done and made a pact. He'd learned about Christian God and his benevolent ways from his daddy, but Edward's prayers weren't doing a goddamn thing to get the noose off. So in a fit of the sort of rage that some beings gravitate towards, he turned to his mama's gods. Made a deal with one of 'em, a trickster who may have or may not have been on Mrs. Philippe's shoulder to begin with. Andrea took a moment to piece it all together and snorted despite herself. "Aruman Nancy, Nancy, huh? A little on the nose, don't you think?" He shrugged, his eyes still having that soul-glaring look to them. People don't know what to look for to begin with. Ain't so obvious in a world with monolithic gods, Andrea Bordeaux. The Louisianan was beginning to fade from his words. "I'm here for your mother, Andrea." She stood up quickly and blocked her mother from him. "Go fuck yourself." He had a sad smile on his face as he shook his head. "Relax, child. I don't mean I'm here to take her now. There's no need for it. The court of Bordeaux was used and the price knowingly paid." "And what was the price?" Andrea's heart began to beat quickly, the sense of guilt coming back heavier than before. "Tell me, Anansi, what price? Somnum faciente," he whispered, and Andrea felt her knees buckle as she stumbled into her chair, her eyelids becoming overwhelmingly heavy. Andrea grit her teeth to the point of almost cracking them as she fought back the need to sleep. "Anansi!" He sighed. "I used to be stronger than this, you know? Didn't even have to say a word to get people to sleep. Why? Andrea's eyes shut and the darkness was beginning to set in. "Edouard the coon, huh? I'm glad I did what I did. Lived his whole life free, eating nice and having to work a third as hard. Meanwhile, his own half-brothers and sisters toiled away in the fields. None of them lived past 45. But you get a better grasp of someone in 2 ways. Andrea Bordeaux. Either feed them too much or feed them too little. They'll take it from there and show you who they are. And true to form, the coon died as he lived, selfishly. I offered him vengeance, and in exchange, he bound all his kin to his soul, his animus, so that any who use it have their souls bound to it in turn, and in essence to me. He did it without a second thought." Andrea realized what he meant and forced her eyes open, spittle frothing out her mouth as she collapsed to the floor, grabbing his ankle. I'll kill you." He lightly removed her hand from his ankle, and she could feel his smile on her again. She barks, she bites, and yes, she fights. The darkness was beginning to set in once more as she heard the sound of Anansi's shoes stamping into the tiled floors, her consciousness going in and out as she looked at him lean over and whisper into her mother's ear. Andrea could have sworn she heard someone scream before she went unconscious. "Andy, baby?" She heard her mother's voice tug at her, grabbing hold and trying to yank her out of the darkness that had drowned her. "Andrea, wake up!" She was pulled out and forced awake, looking up at her mother's pale visage. A weak smile played out over her face. "Mama," she whispered, tears flowing down her cheeks as she wrapped her arms around the woman who was the sun of her solar system, holding on as tight as possible without hurting her. "I thought that Anansi was going to take you," she snorted. "That old crackhead? Nah, not a chance, Andy baby." Andrea looked up at her mother again. But he said, "Edouard's deal, the court of Bordeaux." Her mother exhaled, and the act seemed to put even more years on her. "Anansi's mouth is too damn big for his own good." "Mama," Andrea said sternly, "no more putting this thing off. Is Anansi taking you or not?" Antonina Bordeaux seemed to stare off in place for a moment, once a doting single mother and respected attorney, but now she was some magic-using witch sworn to an old West African god. Yes, but not until after I die. As morbid as that sounded, Andrea was overjoyed, her hug tightening around her mother. "Good! We'll just make sure that isn't for a long time. Wait, what do you mean after you die?" "You were there, Andrea. Where do you think we went to when I had that man lynched and burned?" She looked up at her mother's tired face, her expression blank and impossible to read. "Inside. Your soul?" She nodded her head. "Well, in a manner of speaking, yes, baby. We all have souls connected to the source." Her mother's face churned up the effort to smile. "Very funny, using an essay as an excuse to try and put me in a corner. Clever girl." And as soon as it appeared, the smile dissipated. Some become potent enough to use the energies from the source. Others are only touched by it, enough to maybe sort of see things beyond comprehension, but never quite enough to completely understand it. Most of those people go insane and are thrown in mental hospitals. Andrea remembered what Riggs had said about her soul. "But am I touched?" Her mother shook her head. "Doubt it, Andy baby. Your blood comes from powerful magic. It would be a 1 in a million that you not be potent. Besides, Anansi wouldn't have bothered talking to you if you were." "You know about that?" Her mother nodded her head. "The man wouldn't shut up about you. We had a conversation just to reaffirm Edouard's deal. Once I die, my soul will go to court, with the rest of our line who suffered due to Edouard's foolishness." Andrea finally sat up. "Is that where my soul will go?" She felt her mother's hand weakly play with her hair. "No, Andy baby. Your soul will go to the afterlife, where you'll spend eternity in a heaven made just for you. Only those who use the power must pay the price. I wouldn't have dared to have a child, perfect as you are, if all Bordeaux were to be forced to attend Anansi's court. And the threat of it is why I didn't tell you about magic to begin with. What can we do to stop this?" she snapped, angered by her mother's nonchalance to all of this. "Anansi can't keep getting away with this." "The court is almost 275 years old," a voice by the door said. "If your mother or any of her predecessors had an idea of how to stop it, they most likely would have by now," Julian Nerva said, his arms folded over his chest. His expression was absent of any of the kindness or warmth she was used to from him, for it was only a hard and blank stare that greeted them now. Was he really all that Bordeaux that you had to resort to using the court? Andrea got up off the hospital bed, glaring towards Mr. Nerva. "And where were you?" He glanced at her a moment before ignoring her as he entered the room. "Had you kept on practicing, an ant like Riggs would never have been an obstacle for the likes of you." "We've had this conversation 100 times before, Julian." Her mother seemed too tired to muster up any hostility on this occasion. Why bother with a 101? Mr. Nerva shrugged as he started walking towards her mother, but his path was interfered with by Andrea's presence. "Where were you, Julian?" He again ignored her. "Does the child know?" He caught her attempt at a slap without once looking her way. "Ah, so the child knows." "Only that magic is real," her mother said. "The basics in that. Now let her go or I will kill you." I would not call animus magic the basics, but we start where we start, I guess. Julian finally regarded her, her wrist still in his large and hard hands. "To answer your question, Ms. Bordeaux," he spoke politely, as if Andrea had not just attempted to slap him. "I was busy with my own problems," though calling them problems would perhaps be an overstatement. Her mother snorted and rolled her eyes. Of course, for what could possibly be considered as an obstacle for the great Julian Nerva. He let go of Andrea's hand. "Not much, in truth." "Why have you called me here, Antonina?" Her mother and him shared a look before she turned to look at Andrea. "Andy, baby, if you No," she snapped, pointing her finger into Julian's chest. "This is his fault." His blank expression was broken by the curved eyebrow he raised. "How so?" "Riggs told me about you, Julian. He said you're even more powerful than he is. Well, was. You had him running scared both times he came looking for me. Worse yet, you knew about him and didn't think to do anything to stop him." Julian cocked his head to the side. "And how do you figure that?" She balled her fists and was tempted to try and slap him again. "When we were walking back to my mother's practice, you referred to him as the strange man with the hood." He shrugged. "And I never told you that he had a hood. You'd have had to have seen him to know that, Julian." Julian, for the first time since arriving, smiled. It was cold and never dared to reach his eyes. "I had wondered if you'd pick up on that little gaffe." Andrea was angry at herself for feeling like she was about to cry again, but no matter what she did, the tears began to spill again. "I can't seem to do anything but cry," she thought, as she wiped at her eyes. "You could have dealt with it, and didn't. I need to know why." He looked at her curiously, almost confused at what she was doing, before he sighed and the emptiness in his expression returned. Jeremy Riggs is well-connected, and those connections prove themselves good enough to steal a couple hours of my time. Riggs was a runt, a resourceful and cunning runt, but a runt all the same. I had assumed that your mother had him handled. She should have had him handled. He glanced towards her mother, and she sighed as well. Yes, Julian. You were right. I was wrong. I should have kept on practicing. I shouldn't have given it up. Tsk, silly Antonina. Is your ego stroked enough yet? He folded his arms and pondered something before shaking his head. Not quite, but it's a start. You always were an asshole, Julian, her mother said. But for once, I'm going to need you to care for someone else. And I mean really care. Just this once. Julian and her mother shared a long look between the two of them once more, before Julian sighed and turned towards Andrea. She beat him to it. Hell no, Mr. Nerva shrugged. You heard the girl, Antonina. She put it quite crudely, in fact. It's a hell no. Her mother beckoned Andrea towards her. Andy, baby, I'm going to need you to trust me, okay? But Mama, he let this happen. He is just as much to blame for this as Mr. Rigg or Anansi or Edward. Julian raised an eyebrow. Your mother is to blame just as much as me. When she was in her prime, her true prime, beings like this, Mr. Riggs would have been an ant trying to fend off the killing intent of a boot. Even resorting to her personal animus would have been a tad much. He looked away from them, an expression of disgust. Why, Antonina? Why would you let your skills ebb away when you were so powerful? Her mother reached out for Andrea, who took her hand almost instantly. Love, Julian. Something I hope, for your own sake as much as mine, you are able to feel someday. She looked at Andrea with all the care in the world, the sight of which had her threaten to sob again. "Andy, baby, I need you to listen to me. I am not strong enough to protect you, not now. I thought that if I could keep you away from all of this, well, it doesn't make a damn of a difference now, huh? I used the court of Bordeaux already, at the cost of my own soul. A second time will cost me my life, and you're too gifted to be anywhere but with the likes of Mr. Nerva for protection. He will take you to Camelot." It was a slow processing period as Andrea was trying to make sense of what her mother was saying, especially with her emotions clouding most of her judgment. If I stay, there'll be another Jeremiah Riggs, she said, and I will not hesitate to use the court of Bordeaux again in a heartbeat. Because you're worth it, Andrea. Her body was too empty of tears to spill anymore, but her heart hurt all the same, and she leaned forward to press her forehead against her mother's. But what about you, Mama? I want to protect you just as much. Then go, she whispered. Go and learn magic. Fulfill the potential that I left behind and come back to protect me. That sealed it, and Andrea felt her mother kiss her forehead. You're the greatest thing to ever happen to me, and I say that as someone who has lived a full life. Andrea nodded her head. Somehow her body had mustered enough tears to be crying again and said, I'll work to earn that, Mama. I promise. She felt herself get off the bed and turn to Mr. Nerva, who honestly looked bored by the entire display. His face turned into one that was slightly amused after she thought about kicking him in the nuts, and even went so far as to shake his head. Don't. I don't want to have to tie you up and carry you out of here like mediocre luggage. I want to talk to you, Julian, her mother said before Andrea could think of a witty reply. Give me that much. The version of me that you still respected anyways. He sighed and nodded his head. As good as honoring the dead. Fine. I'll hear you out, Miss Bordeaux. Andrea did not move, but a second after approaching his mother, Mr. Nerva turned around and headed towards the door. Come then, Andrea. We need to fetch some of your things before we leave. She frowned and looked at her mother, who smiled weakly at her. You're stubborn. Got that from your mama. Andrea ran up and hugged her mother one last time. I love you. But only half as much as I love you, Andy, baby. Letting go of her mother was the hardest thing she had ever done in her life, and she had to turn around to stop herself from looking upon the face that represented her entire world. Andrea followed her new guardian out the room to find him waiting by the elevators, arriving just as one opened up. That's lucky. Is it? He muttered, before the two of them entered it. Andrea looked up at Mr. Nerva, his expression blank again, his empty eyes focused down upon her. You possess some cunning good. You will most likely need it to make up for your lack of experience and, honestly, unremarkable magical reserves. Andrea grit her teeth. I just said goodbye to my mother, for what could be for good. And the first thing you do is insult me? He shrugged. I meant it as an assessment, my apologies. Because where we're going, Camelot, is not a place for those possessing of both magical ineptitude and a lack of cunning. In fact, I'd say it requires the opposite, and a lack of neither. Andrea raised her eyebrow as the elevator doors dinged. Camelot? Isn't that where that one Alexander dude lost his girl to his best friend? Amusing, Julian said, never once even threatening to smile. No. Well, yes, but it was Arthur, not Alexander. And no, it is not that type of Camelot. It is the name of the magical school in England. Andrea stopped dead at the door of the hospital. There is no ways in hell I'm leaving my mother to go all the way to England, Julian. I am all she has since... Doesn't America have its own kind of schools? He turned away from her, and it was the first time she saw a trace of annoyance in his demeanor, and probably not going to be the last. I am the headmaster of Camelot. It will be a lot easier to get you in, and a lot easier to look after you. He leaned over to look her in the eyes. You're welcome to try the school here, mind you. It would save me the trouble of living up to the promise I just made to your mother. When you die, a painful and excruciating death, that is." She knew from the look in his eyes that he was not joking. It's that bad? It was also the first time she had ever heard him chuckle, the real him anyway. Our schools do not allow for just anyone to enter, Andrea. We have entrance exams. Oh, that doesn't sound so bad. Our entrance exams are magical tests. Failure means certain death, a painful one. He told her bluntly. Never mind. He turned and headed out the door, pointing towards a random car parked near the sidewalk and snapping his fingers. In the place of the Ford Ranger that had once taken up so much space, now sat a chariot with 4 pairs of horses in front. The beasts looked transparent and mist-like, as if the souls of horses were before them rather than the actual things themselves. Holding the reins at the front of the chariot was a man dressed in a run-down Victorian-era suit, with white gloves filled with holes and dirty pointed black shoes upon his feet. She had no doubt that his face was as crusty as the rest of him, except that he didn't have a face on account of the fact that he lacked a head. On top of his head, or at least where his head should have been, sat a top hat, the only part of the attire that did not look like utter trash. The man raised it in greeting to her, and Andrea hesitantly waved back. You couldn't have gotten us, like, a Porsche or Ferrari or some shit? A Porsche or Ferrari cannot fly, Julian said matter-of-factly, opening the carriage door for her. She ascended the 2 short steps to enter a carriage that was a lot more spacious on the inside than the outside ever indicated. The interior was like cutting into a velvet red cake, with maroon-colored wallpaper encircling them, and a red shag carpet sat snugly beneath her feet. On the 2 chairs in the middle of the room were velvet pincushions set on them, and an invisible man dressed in a beautiful suit holding up a tray with a tea seat sat up top it. He bowed respectfully at her as she entered. Julian followed in and closed the door behind him, taking a seat and waiting patiently as the butler went about pouring steaming hot water into his cup. Sit. He offered, well, it may have sounded like an order, rather, but Andrea was too tired to be defiant. At Camelot, you will be enrolled as Andrea Saloom. She raised an eyebrow. Salem? Like the witch trial? Why not Bordeaux? He sighed and shrugged. If you wish it to be so, then sure. And you cannot go as a Bordeaux because it would attract too much attention. I'd prefer it otherwise. That made her smile. So, my family is a big deal over there at Camelot, huh? Not really, Julian said before continuing on. You're 16, so most of your peers in the first year will be around your age. There, you will receive a room for boarding and 3 meals a day, in addition to a stipend that will be deposited into your account every week from me. It will only be 150 pound sterlings a week, so do not go around spending it all in one place. Andrea's jaw nearly fell onto that ground. Bruh, that's like 200 whole dollars. Julian rolled his eyes. You have yet to set foot upon the grounds of Camelot, and already you are complaining. She almost retorted with an insult, but thought better of it. I'm not about to lose out on $200 over arguing. You will wake before 6:30 a.m. for breakfast, after which you will attend classes from 8 a.m. until 2:30 p.m. in the afternoon. You don't have to say afternoon after the p.m., you know. After school, you will have a selection of after-school activities to do, which will run from 2:45 p.m. until 5 p.m., after which you will have leisure time until 6:30 p.m., which will be supper. After supper, you will have study time from 8 o'clock until 9 o'clock p.m. From then onwards will be your opportunity for leisure time once more, before lights out at 10:30 p.m. Any questions? Andrea pointed at the butler. Why is he invisible? Julian closed his eyes and pinched the bridge of his nose. I meant, he is invisible, because an actual man would not be able to serve me tea without spilling once airborne. Andrea gasped. Are we airborne now? Yes, Julian looked bored again. The chariot was a gift, an enchanted one. so we cannot feel whatever that occurs on the outside of this chariot on the inside." She frowned and folded her arms. "But I like feeling like I'm in the air when flying. Otherwise, what's the point?" "Then how would he serve me tea, Andrea?" He continued to frown, but she met his irritation with a shrug. "In a bottle, maybe." Julian stared at her as if she were the biggest idiot in the world before sighing once more. "I was under the impression that you were clever. So why are you so good at playing the fool?" "And I was under the impression that you were some court clerk who did not know my mother. What are you to her, anyway?" she asked, a question she had been wondering for days now. Her mother wouldn't hand her over to just anyone. Julian stirred his tea before taking a sip. "I was once her lover, and I was very good at it." Andrea screamed and smacked the cup out of his hand. Calridia. They arrived at her house within a handful of minutes. Andrea annoyed at Julian for talking about her mother in such a disgusting way, and Julian annoyed at her for spilling his tea despite having gone to great pains to make sure such a thing was impossible. "Couldn't you just magic me more clothes?" she asked, to which he shook his head. "No." "And here I thought that you were able to do anything," she said, rolling her eyes. "Where would I even begin, Andrea? I don't know your size, how much cloth and wool would be needed, nor anything about your sense of style other than it is appalling. Now, could I solve these issues? Surely I am Julian Nerva, for Christ's sake. But will I? I doubt it." Andrea stomped her feet towards her home. "It would be a nice thing to do, and you're Julian Nerva, for Christ's sake." She slammed the door behind her and almost jumped out of her shoes when she saw him standing there. "Why are you here?" Julian blew his lips and shrugged. "Why are any of us here, really? What is the meaning of life and our living it? There's just so many ways to answer that question, Andrea." She walked past him and climbed the stairs. "I fucking hate you." Andrea slammed her bedroom door shut and knocked back into it when Julian startled her again. "Shit!" He grimaced, and she pulled the middle finger up at him. "You do that often, huh? Sneak your way into little girls' rooms?" Julian rolled his eyes at her. Now, there's no need to be so crass, Andrea." Andrea decided to try and ignore him as she pulled out her luggage bag and put as many items of clothing as she could get her hands on before looking towards her creams and makeups and toothbrush and hairbrush and... "Do you really require all of this?" Julian asked, annoying her with his perfectly soothing voice. "Am I putting all of this in my luggage bag?" "I suppose." "Then you have your answer," she snapped, finishing up by taking a picture she had copied of her grandmother and her parents, a picture that was in Julian's hands before she could even put it down. "Hey!" He looked down at it and smiled. "Amusing." Andrea marched over towards him to snatch the picture from out his hands. "Yep, funny as funny can be. My granny and her folks decided to take a family picture together in between fighting off poverty and ducking Jim Crow. Oh, what little rascals they were." "This is a picture of your mother and her parents," Julian said, his hands now in the pocket of his navy blue-colored suit. Andrea raised an eyebrow at him, not entirely sure if she had heard him correctly. "What?" He turned toward the door. "I'll tell you more later. Or I just won't, and let your curiosity and desire for answers make you go crazy. I have a feeling I know, which I will choose to do." "Julie..." She could barely get out more than half his name when he disappeared from view, as if he had never been there to begin with. Andrea jumped onto the bed to throw a tantrum, kicking and slamming her fists down. Fuck, 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 fuck. If this were how things were going to be, she would be back in New Orleans within the month. She got up off the bed and took her luggage bag, struggling to drag it towards her bedroom door when she heard a knock and opened to find the invisible butler stood there, offering to help. "Thanks," Andrea muttered, still a little in awe at watching an invisible man lift the luggage bag she intended to take with her to a magic school in England. She hurried down the stairs after him, stopping to stare at the pictures of her granny and mother, her eyebrows furrowing as she began to think over what Julian had said. "You've got to be fucking kidding me." She muttered before clearing the stairs in 2 strides. Andrea stormed her way out the house and back into the chariot, finding Julian sat cross-legged with a newspaper in his hands. "Did Mr. Unseen help you come all right?" "Go and fuck yourself," she muttered, sitting herself across from him as they waited for his invisible man to place her suitcase in the corner. "What did you mean up there, Julian?" He ignored her as he continued to read the paper, reading it undisturbed until she slapped at it. "Julian!" "It's Mr. Nerva," he said, fixing the paper and going back to reading, "and I will tell you on one condition." Andrea sunk back into her seat. "Depends on the condition. My mama told me that there is power in words, especially promises. Good to see that she actually taught you something worth a damn," he muttered, and that annoyed her a great deal. "She taught me how to speak my mind, and now the world suffers for it." Julian sighed, setting aside the newspaper and looking at her intensely. "When we get to Camelot, you will mention nothing of any form of bond or relationship between us beyond the fact that I brought you in. You will call me Mr. Nerva in public, and you must muster up the crumble of respect that I know that Antonina has instilled in you, and behave accordingly." She thought it over before sighing and closing her eyes. "Only in public?" He nodded his head. "Only in public. You have yourself a deal, Julie boy." He barely reacted to that. "You come from a better home than your behavior suggests, Andrea." She mumbled that he was right before bitterly agreeing to call him Mr. Nerva, and Julian just as she felt the tendrils of sleep begin to grab hold of her. Andrea could hear Julian sigh again, probably because of something she did like breathe a little too hard in his presence. "Rest then. I suppose it was a very eventful day. When you wake, we will begin with the basics." Andrea dreamt of spiders and burning trees, slowly waking to the smell of something warm and savory, opening her eyes to be greeted by the sight of freshly baked pie and a slice set aside for her. She yawned and stretched, feeling like she got a good 8 hours of wonderful sleep, her body feeling better than it had in ages. "Well rested?" Julian asked, still somehow enthralled by the newspaper in front of him. "Good enough, I guess. How long have I been out?" "It should be chasing midnight," he said, looking at his watch and nodding. 10 minutes to 12, as I suspected." "Yeah." Andrea got up and stretched some more. "Congrats, you're the GOAT for real." After getting the blood flowing again, Andrea waved at Mr. Unseen, who bowed in return. "How are you, Mr. Unseen?" He made the A-OK gesture with his gloved fingers and then pointed at her, drawing a laugh out of Andrea. "I've been better, Mr. Unseen. Thanks for asking." "Stop talking to the imaginary help, Andrea," Julian muttered. "Once you start, they'll start to believe that they are people." "Yes, Master Julian." She mimicked him in a trash-sounding version of his unique accent. She looked at Mr. Unseen and rolled her eyes whilst pointing at Julian, a gesture of which the servant seemed very amused by. "Enough," Julian said, never once looking up from what he was reading. She folded her arms over her chest and huffed. "I promised to be nicer to you, and you promised to explain the photographs of my family. Time to live up to your part of the deal." He nodded his head slowly. "That I did." "That photograph I said was of your mother and her parents is, shockingly, actually a photograph of your mother and her parents." Andrea was silent for a heartbeat before bursting out into laughter. "Fine then, have it your way. Good luck hearing a Mr. Nerva come out of me ever again, Julian." He had the faint trance of a smirk appeared on his irritating face. "You should not be so skeptical, Andrea. For you're talking to someone who was born in 1857. She almost laughed again until she saw that he was absolutely serious. Andrea turned towards the butler. "Mr. Unseen. Is this true?" The butler nodded, and now she had to believe it. "Well, I did think he seemed to have appeared out of a period movie." "How?" she muttered, and Julian's smirk finally appeared. "Magic." Andrea, despite being shocked, could not help but roll her eyes. "No shit, bruh." Explain it. The source fuels us, and in turn, we live a little longer. The more powerful a person is, the more their lifespan will be, he said, and she gasped at hearing it. Oh, for real? It fuels you for how long? He set down a side plate on the tray. The average magician will live 120 years before they die, which means the likes of myself will be sticking around this sorry planet for over 300 years. It says a lot about your mother that she still looks the way that she does at 98 years old despite her retirement. It was a good thing that Andrea was sitting down, or else she would have collapsed from the madness of it all. Then, no, that makes no sense. We have neighbors who talk about other family members helping them in court cases decades ago. He sat back into his chair. I think that you can guess how. Andrea was prepared to cuss at him should he had simply said the word magic again. But then it hit her. Fuck me, are those stories cause of fog fuckery? Julian's smirk diluted into a small smile. A rather indelicate way of putting things, but yes, you are correct, Andrea. She felt almost ashamed to humble herself so, but her curiosity had gotten the better of her. Could you tell me more? She mumbled, and Julian, to her surprise, kindly obliged. Your great-grandfather started your family practice sometime after the Civil War, part of Grant's attempts at helping black-owned business here in the South. The many stories of ancestors helping people in courtly matters is just an assortment of acts performed by either your mother or her father or his father before him. Andrea took a moment to take it all in before asking a question she was terrified of learning the answer to. So, am I actually 16? Or is that part of the fog, too? What little joy expressed upon his face quickly fell away. That is a boring question, Andrea. Easy for you to say, she snapped at him. I need to know if everything a part of my life is a lie. So sorry if my questions don't pique your highbrow interests. You're 16, he said, and how do you know that for a fact? He shrugged, an infuriating sight that seemed to matter little to him. Your insolence is a dead giveaway. And because your body is only drawing enough of the source's power so as to draw attention from the likes of Jeremiah Riggs, that usually only happens sometime after puberty. Andrea exhaled a sigh of relief. At least that part of my life is not a lie. So, I will get to live 120 years too, huh? She tried to focus on the bright side, but Julian seemed opposed to any future where she was even remotely happy. I severely doubt it. She was disgusted and deflated by that response. If what I am sensing from you is correct, which it is, you don't seem to have enough magical potency to live past 100. Andrea frowned. What? He cocked his head slightly. I had meant to be insulting before, but did your mother actually teach you nothing? For some reason, Andrea felt the urge to squirm under his scrutinizing glare. Outside of that promise thing? No, not really. Not even the basics? Andrea had never thought she would see him so disappointed. You said you would teach me the basics. She snapped back at him, resenting him for making her feel this way. Julian sighed for the 100th time and set aside his newspaper for good, folding it neatly to place beside him. I did indeed. Now, I will leave most of the boring origin aspect to your lecturers and begin with something actually crucial. The manipulation of the fog. Andrea sat up. Finally! Magic time! Julian sat up as well, in a far more refined and respectable manner than she had. Yes, magic time. Firstly, a little boring background. But you said, hush. He quietened her. The source is connected to every person on the planet, their mind, body, and soul. As an infant, your connection is barely a thread amongst the billions and billions of tethers connecting humanity to the source. And so, one is unable to do magic or have their souls feed the source. This connection grows and grows until one has reached the age of maturity, at which point the source is able to detect them and take the energy it had given them back. Think of it akin to the ocean. What is one wave crashing on some beach compared to the vast volume of water that covers over 70% of the planet? Nothing. But that water is still pulled back in by the tides regardless. The source operates in a similar manner. It is why people begin to grow old and die once they stop growing and maturing. Julian, especially this version of him, seemed almost bored by everything around him, a consequence of life being too easy for a magician of his caliber, she reckoned. But now his otherwise blank expression was a little more animated, and his eyes, when not hidden, usually looked big and empty, but now had the threat of a spark within them as he went on to explain magic to her. Andrea did not like the man, and might even go so far as to say that she hated him on a bad day. But in that moment she was completely under his spell, listening to him and only him as he peeled back the curtain and let her see the world for what it really was. A world she was equal parts terrified and excited to be a part of. Most people only have a strong enough connection to the source to give 25 to maybe 40 years worth of energy back, and a couple of outliers may dare give 50. Medicine and science has gone some way to combating this, revitalizing the body and strengthening it against the illnesses of the world that would otherwise make the human vessel wane some. Andrea loathed interrupting him, but the curiosity within her was too much not to. Then shouldn't using magic impact the years a person has, not give them more? Julian smiled softly. A decent question, one that will be addressed soon enough. About 6,500 years ago, pockets of people all over the world had sort of stumbled their way into grasping a very minute understanding of the source, and the few amongst them realized that if their bodies naturally are able to give to the source, then those very same vessels should in theory be able to take as well. Wow. Was all her dumb mind could contribute to this discussion. Way to go, brain. Wow, indeed, Julian surprised her by not taking the opportunity to insult her, as she might have done, had their roles been reversed. These beings, taking the energy of the source to revitalize themselves, began to live longer and longer. This is where shamans and religious figures soon began to pop up, and civilizations began to form. The source, which had just been a cauldron of energy before, soon began to change with humanity, taking on its ideals and thoughts and personality, the good with the bad. Do you understand why, Andrea? She sat and thought it over for a good moment, reviewing what he had told her over and over again, until Andrea sighed. Don't laugh, but you said the source is connected to a person's mind and soul as well as the body. So wouldn't what's on our minds also be sent to the source as well? Never mind, it sounds stupid. His smile grew. No, you are exactly correct, Andrea. Well done. It frustrated her to admit it, but his praise of her made her return the smile. Thanks, Mr. Nerva. He was about to continue his lecture when a bell's ringing interrupted him, sucking out the little joy that Julian seemed able to muster as he stood up from his seat. Well, this ends our lecture. Thank you for being an attentive student. Andrea did not feel the carriage descend, but somehow knew that they were on the ground now. Wait, what about the fog? Julian took her luggage bag and lifted it as if it, with one hand, as if it weighed nothing, fixing his tie with the other hand before opening the door for her. That will be explained to you during your Magic Society 1A lecture. Probably your first one, in fact, if I know Professor Gwend, like I think I do. She stepped outside onto a busy street, people coming and going as if there were not some large carriage with several ethereal horses stood beside the sidewalk in front of them, under the instruction of a headless man in a tired suit, and an invisible butler stood waving at them. Where are we? Andrea asked, and Julian pointed to the clock in the far distance. What, do you need an establishing shot with the word London written out upon the screen for you? Andrea rolled her eyes as she followed him onto the sidewalk. Cool reference, old man. Now, go on an hour-long rant about how the talkies in your day were real cinema." Julian smiled at that. That was actually amusing. "Now come, we're about to enter the underground." Andrea frowned. "Isn't that y'all's version of the subway?" His expression contorted into such disgust that it were as if she had just spat at him. "Look upon my suit, little girl. What I am wearing could be donated to an orphanage and keep them fed for a few months. Do you think I would take anything resembling a subway?" "No, the underground is the world beneath this one, the one within the fog." He stopped at a street sign that read Gibraltar Avenue and tapped it twice. "Oh, are we about to pull a Harry Potter?" she asked excitedly, and her question only worsened the disgust upon Julian's face. "No, we are not about to pull a Harry Potter. This is magic, Andrea, real magic, not whatever nonsense passes for sorcery in—" Andrea ignored him as she stepped towards the street sign, knocking her forehead against steel before yelping as she stumbled backwards. "Ow! Julian, I thought we were about to pull a Harry Potter. Why did you tell me this thing was a portal or whatever, if it was not?" "I just told you that there will be no Harry Pottering of any sort." Andrea sniffled as she rubbed her forehead, certain that there would be a red mark and perhaps a welt there later on. "I wanted us to be like Harry Potter so bad, though." Julian looked at her blankly for a moment before he turned away and said something in Latin. The street sign began to tilt to the right before it fell into the ground, doing a full revolution and appearing on the other side before standing back up again. Andrea was about to ask what had happened before she looked around and noticed that they stood within a different city. There were still people going about their day, simulating the hustle of a true city, but everything seemed to be darker and the air felt heavier. There was no honking of vehicles or the sounds of people talking or any of the other loud sounds that would pollute a popular city. It was as if she were in a silent memory of a town now populated by ghosts and spirits. She looked around at the buildings made of various grays and whites and creams. Few shorter than a couple of stories, perhaps 5 at the smallest, but all made in some sharp Gothic style with gargoyles and griffin statues dotting every other building. In the skyline were spirals and cathedrals with statues of weeping, winged angels wielding ancient weapons, decorating their entrances. Pillars made in ancient Greek and Roman style holding up ceilings of concrete, molded into domes, or around clocks that had arms that did not seem to move at all. The streetlights were erect and straight, instead of the drooping kind that Andrea was used to seeing in a modern city, made of a black metal that looked like it was actually made of dark glass when one stared long enough, with burning candles surrounded on 4 sides of glass, sat up top. The light they emitted unnaturally more than a candle ought to shine. In fact, everything that was metal around them was enameled black, including robots and guard railings and phone booths. Phone booths? She gawked. What the hell is this? In fact, this entire city seemed to be purposefully fashioned like that, filled with modern versions of cars and people walking around in modern-styled clothing that she would find in any other metropolitan city. Buildings had neon-styled signs advertising their name and what they sold, shops like convenience stores or vape stores, and even a weed dispensary down the road from them. The few conversations she could hear were in modern speech, and there were billboards promoting a new product or a new movie coming out this upcoming summer. But there were anachronisms in things like phone booths, the roads being cobbled instead of tarred, people walking around with sheathed swords or shields, police officers mounted upon shadow steeds that blew out smoke from their large nostrils. It was as if Victorian London had been gentrified by hipsters, and it felt awful to admit, but she liked it. They stood at a roundabout, the center of which was a fountain of a female angel with large wings, wearing an actual bronze breastplate, with a real bronze-tipped spear in the right hand and a bronze-colored shield in her left. Greaves and guards covered her lower legs and forearm, and her feet were bound in leather boots. From her empty eyes poured water, another display of weeping that made Andrea uncomfortable to look at. "Julian, where are we?" she asked in a dumbfounded tone, tempted to walk and see every part of this dark city that was lit by an unnatural trinity of moon, electricity, and magic. "This is Calridia," he said, lightly grabbing her shoulder to guide her out the path of a man running faster than a human being ought to be able to. "We are late as is. We must hurry." "How come we can't hear anything?" she asked, and he raised an eyebrow, a momentary expression of confusion painted on his face, before he seemed to notice it too. "Apologies. It is of my own doing," he said, snapping his fingers to allow a wave of noise to crash down onto Andrea's ears, bringing the atmosphere of an urban city that had sorely been missing. "I prefer not to have my ears bombarded by nonsense, which is why talking to you has been a hell of an experience." She stuck her tongue out at him as they continued down the road filled with restaurants and art galleries on either side, Andrea finding it difficult to pull her eyes away from the instruments playing themselves in the corner of one restaurant filled with patrons, laughing and conversing, as if such were an everyday thing. She felt Julian's large hand wrap around her arm. "Andrea." He spoke calmly, but she could detect the annoyance in his tone. "We are late." "Sorry," she said sheepishly, following after him as they began to ascend a hill. Andrea had been terrified to speak again, lest he finally lose his temper with her and magicked her out of existence. But the curiosity of all of it had gotten too much once they walked past a building with a scarlet eye, with a black slit iris decorated upon its double marble doors. Does this city exist on, like, some other dimension or something? Julian looked back over his shoulder towards her. Yes, in a way it does. There are a handful of magical cities around the world, a few hundred towns, and perhaps 1,000 villages, too. Usually, the fog is enough to keep people out, but for the big metropolitan areas like London, a little bit more creativity is needed. And can you guess as to why? Andrea was beginning to tire as they reached the top of the hill, already feeling a little drowsy even after having just slept a good night's rest. But the view of the city had been breathtaking enough to deem it all as worth it. I am not sure. Julian sighed. Well, more people means a higher chance of discovery. As you know, some people have a strong enough connection to the source to see things, usually not strong enough to see with much understanding, but just enough. If 1 in 100 ordinary people are touched enough to see at the very least something, those odds might be nothing in a large village or even middle-sized town. But you could imagine just how much more prevalent it would be in a city like London. Andrea whistled. The magic community in China or India must be having a tough time of it. He almost smiled at that. I would assume so. Have you noticed something in the air? She yawned. Yeah, it feels heavy and tastes weird. Julian raised an eyebrow. You cannot be already tired. You just slept. She yawned once more and stretched. Hey, I don't know what to say, but I've had a lot on my plate the past week. Cut me some slack, Julian. He did not look happy with her, more than usual, and the sight of his annoyance, irritation, disappointment could not have been the right word, because he barely cared about her enough to have expectations in the first place. Ate at her a little. What? What did I do now, Julian? He turned to look ahead, pointing to the corner of the road where on the next road over, there were railings placed in the middle of the road. This is the nearest stop for the cabbage cart. Think of it as what you have in your San Francisco. This will bring you into town should you wish to spend some of your free time here, especially on weekends. They arrived at the corner just in time for a cart to come barreling down the hill to stop right in front of them. He entered the cart before her, tapping a black card that he had pulled out of thin air against the wristband of the cart's driver before turning to look down at Andrea. Come on, the trip will take us up to Camelot. She stifled another yawn and joined him to sit towards the back. The only other people in the 33-seat-sized cart was an old lady in a cloak, busy having an impassioned argument with the cat in her lap, and a pair of twins sat silently next to each other in what looked to be the school's uniform. "Why is the air thicker and heavier here?" Andrea asked as she took her seat next to him. "It feels like I'm wearing 3 extra layers of clothing." Julian nodded his head. "It's called the hide-and-seek, colloquially. An area spell, focused on taking a little bit of magic from each occupant in the city, done so in order to fuel this dimension's magic to keep it existing the way it is. No amount of fog manipulation could ever match this." Andrea could not stop the yawn from grabbing hold of her, and her eyes were beginning to get heavy. "Bruh, is this juju what has me so dead?" "It shouldn't," he snapped. "There are far too many people in the city to even notice that you're losing any energy at all. It's the equivalent to a drop of blood, Andrea." She frowned up at him. "Well, sorry if it's got me feeling some type of way, but I'm still new to this magic thing, remember?" He did not answer, and so Andrea rolled her eyes and focused on the view of the city. To hell with him and his magical elitism, she thought, as the idea of sleep was thrown to the back of her mind by the wonderful view of the city. In the center was a white marble building as big as any she had ever seen, a domed masterpiece with 4 angels standing tall and beautiful, carved out to perfection, with cherubs surrounding each of them and holding above their heads something glowing that looked like halos from where Andrea sat. The dome was made of glass, with its sills and frames made of pure gold that glinted and gleamed, the reflection of light sent by a moon that shone so brightly so as to make the stars around it useless. Around the central marble building were a forest worth of the grays and whites and creams Andrea had seen before, and on the northern end was what looked like an army made up of trees with black bark and leaves, a terrifying version of nature's forests that she could not imagine any bird or bug would ever want to live in. Or rather, imagine the birds and bugs that do. There was a mountain range in the northeast that had a tower of jet black in front of it, that had that same scarlet eye with the black slit carved into it. But this time, the eye was bordered by a ring that had spikes sticking out of it, looking like a grunge version of the 4 cardinal points. Despite the grotesqueness of the sight, it took all her willpower to look away from a carved eye that seemed to be staring back at her. "What the hell is that eye thing about?" she asked Julian, half surprised that he still was willing to answer her. "The god's eye," he said, placing a hand on her shoulder to force her to look elsewhere. "You are never to go anywhere that has that symbol. Even 7 feet near it, do you understand?" Andrea looked at him with a raised eyebrow. "If it's that bad, why is it allowed in the city?" Julian pulled out his pocket watch and glanced at it. "You'll cover that more in your religious studies and your arcane history class as well. But in short, they are crazy religious cultists who worship the worst parts of the source, the parts where the evils of man seem to have carved out a place of their own." Andrea gulped and did her best to avoid looking at the tower again. No lie, that's a little creepy. "And so, do you believe in a god then?" Julian folded his arms. "No." She decided not to press him on the issue and instead focused on the other sites of the city. In the eastern part of it was another Gothic-styled building, built up top a hill with a faceless man statue holding up a torch that had a blue flame hovering above it. The flame looked no bigger than Andrea's fist from how far away she was, but must have been massive up close. Behind the man was something that looked like a coliseum, but made in shining white marble with gold and silver dotted around it, a stadium fit for gods. Around them, she started to notice that the restaurants and small townhouses began to drift away, replaced by taller apartment buildings, and libraries and bookstores, and even a few small malls here and there. Down the one street they passed came loud music and had every building pestered by lines of young adults, a row of bars and clubs and lounges that Andrea was excited to visit as soon as she had the chance. "Focus on your studies, Andrea," Julian said immediately, as if he was reading her mind. Wait. A terrifying realization dawned on her, there and then. What if he is reading my mind? "Can you read minds?" she asked, and he looked up at her and raised an eyebrow. "Why do you ask?" Andrea thought back over all the times that he seemed to do something that seemed like a reaction to a thought or observation of hers, and even then, while she was replaying all their interactions, he had a wry smile force its way onto his face. "Julian," he shrugged. "No, well, if we're going by exact definition, then no. It's more like I have a spell active that allows me to empathize more, like I can surmise what you are thinking off of what you are feeling. I noted your desire to go and have adventures upon Teresa Avenue through feeling your excitement when you saw it, less so that I read your actual thoughts." Andrea raised an eyebrow at him. No ways is the great Julian Nerva, god above men, using his magic to try and empathize with people? He gazed down at his pocket watch again and stood up with her large suitcase in hand. "We're here." The cart stopped as if he ordered it to, right outside a small stop with a large group of students waiting outside. She followed after him nervously, nerves that only seemed to get worse when she noted the silence of the previously lively crowd upon Julian and her exit. The group of young adults, the youngest of them looked no younger than 17, parted like the Red Sea to allow Julian to walk through the stop, unimpeded, earning a few, "Good evening, Mr. Nervas," as they left the stop. Andrea heard a few comments about her, but tried her best to ignore them, but it was all too much for her first day, and it forced her to walk closer towards Julian, whose cold demeanor was now all of a sudden the warmest thing in this strange city. "You're quite popular," she noted as they walked past a few small houses and apartments that had flags and banners on them, invoking thoughts of the frat and sorority houses that Andrea always scoffed at, but a part of her kind of wanted to also experience. "No," Julian answered bluntly. "I am just their headmaster, and a Nerva. It's more fear than popularity." Andrea wanted to roll her eyes at him, but he had said it so matter-of-factly that she could not help but take him seriously, and so she followed after him in silence, walking past students either coming back from a night out or heading out for a night out, all of them going out of their way to acknowledge Julian. They turned a corner, and before them was a large wall that was only eclipsed in height by a hedge and was separated into two by a large metal gate that had a turnstile next to it. Above the gate was an insignia of a woman's arm appearing out of a body of water, and in her hand, gripped tightly, was a shining sword. The guards at the gate, previously disinterested in the people who came and went, were all on their feet when they saw Julian and scrambled to open the gate and stand at attention as he barely acknowledged their greetings and entered the campus. Andrea had believed that she had seen just about everything today, but was left in awe at the school that greeted her. Before them were large fields of grass that were designated by the paint on their surface as to which sport they were for, with each corner of the massive field having courts of some sort to provide another alternative, like basketball or netball or tennis, with the one corner, to her eye, being filled with astroturf, most likely for field hockey. The road that started from the gate curved around the field like the athletics track did, elevated on its northern side by a hill that led to a massive pavilion, with a scoreboard firmly set upon its middle, with a set of Greek god statues wielding javelins and shot puts on either side of the large scoreboard. "This is Gate E," Julian told her. "It will be the closest gate to the cabbage carts, and so whenever you wish to leave campus, I would advise taking this route." He began to follow the road with her suitcase still in hand, somehow not even close to being a little out of breath like her. Andrea followed him, noting the rows of trees on their left that separated the road and fields from the large Olympic-sized swimming pools to their right. They soon arrived at the pavilion and walked beneath the gods, forever locked in competition, entering a pavilion that had a sort of two-level suite to their left and bars and restaurants to their right, with the walls covered in dark brown boards filled with the names of individuals who had excelled at their respective sport. She searched long and hard, but could not find Julian's name there. I thought that the great Julian Nerva would have at the very least gotten a spot on these boards. She teased him, but he only reacted with the shaking of his head. My schooling was done in France, obviously. Andrea sheepishly shrugged. I forgot. So, are your names on the boards of the French school? No. Why not? She pressed and was slightly annoyed by the sigh that left his mouth. I don't much like sports. Well, no, that is not true. I do. But they were beginning to become all too time-consuming, pulling me away from mastering my magic. That answer made Andrea frown. But sports are supposed to be fun, you know? The kind of thing you look to do away from all the serious stuff, bruh. He snorted at that. Fun? You're in competition with other people. How could that ever be just fun? 15 other boys on a rugby field, or 11 on a soccer field, or even one other person in squash or tennis makes no difference the number. I never found any fun in losing. Well, I mean, Andrea scrambled for words. It's more about the activity and stuff, not just the result. Julian scoffed as he opened the door for her to exit the pavilion and enter a pathway made in the middle of a beautiful garden, awash with an army of colors that she had never seen on flowers before. The result is everything. Otherwise, why have one at all? She cocked her head at him. You're a strange dude. Do you know that? Like, why are you wired the way that you are? I do not know, he said, but it was something that vexed your mother greatly, if memory serves. She usually was annoyed whenever he brought up her mother, but this time Julian had said it in a more— sad wouldn't be the right word, Andrea thought. She couldn't imagine Julian Nerva being anything other than smug or bored. Did you love her? She asked after the two had walked through the pathway, Andrea reaching out to touching a flower as large as her hand, its petals a beautiful mix of white and blue. Julian did not answer her immediately, but even just the day she had spent with him had taught her that he would eventually, once he had thought over his words correctly, I do not know. He finally said, the pathway long gone as they entered a hallway to an interior that looked like some fancy boarding school was made out of some medieval castle. There were blue and red and yellow lockers pressed against light gray and white walls, with corners either decorated with small statues of either griffins or sphinxes or lions. I do not remember spending so much time with someone and not being bored by them. Julian nodded. So perhaps I did, to an extent of sorts. Andrea stopped and looked up at him, looking into those big eyes that were too pretty to be so empty and forced to meet his blank stare by the instinctual pull in her gut. Julian, are you my father? Welcome to the manor. Julian raised an eyebrow at her as if she were crazy. What brought about that crazy question? Andrea shrugged, her heart pounding as she waited for a response. I don't know. Just a feeling. Mama told me that my daddy died, but she also told me that she is 30-something years old, so that amused him enough to earn a genuine smile flashing across his face. That's true. Well, the first time I laid eyes upon your mother, America was on the cusp of the Vietnam War. I do not know exactly what to call it now, but whatever it was, lasted about 5 years. A long while in human years, but for us, with magic, especially the powerful and long-lived, the equivalent to the blink of an eye. Andrea did not like Julian much, but she could not help but admit that her heart fell, and a wave of disappointment washed over her overhearing this. It makes sense, Andrea thought. Any kid of Julian and my mama would have been a super cool wizard by now. And I obviously wasn't born during the Vietnam War, so I guess that's a no, she muttered, and was surprised to feel Julian's hand fall upon her shoulder. I am sorry, Andrea, truly. I know nothing of fatherhood except from my own experiences as a son, and so I think you should take it from me. Having a magician for a father is not a blessing. She looked up at him, smiling despite the impulse to cry again. That was, wow, thanks, Julian. He likes to be referred to as Mr. Nerva, a voice called out to them. It was an alluring and beautiful voice, husky and soothing enough to be distinct. Our boy Julian here does love to be respected and admired at all times. A tall woman stood at the top of a flight of stairs. Her figure was curvy but short a few pounds of being considered hourglass, and her face was like a 1920s movie star had been transported to pose in front of them. Her curly hair was cut short, 2 curtains that hovered next to her diamond-sharp cheekbones and full red lips, both below eyes as gray as mist and eyebrows that were sharp and curved. Her skin was a rich beige with gold honey undertones, perfectly complemented by the red ruby stone that sat within her diamond necklace that matched the color of her full lips. Her figure was covered by a silk dress of black that hugged her tight enough to like a second skin with every sultry step she took, but not so much as to constrict her. Wait a minute. Am I bi? Andrea wondered as she watched this movie star in front of them sway her hips like she meant to hypnotize them. Oh my God, I might be bi. Andrea, Julian's voice pulled her out of her mini identity crisis. Allow me to introduce to you Drusilla Boniface, the head of our Department of Arcane Studies, and Professor of Arcana 2A. She winked at Andrea, and the sight of it made her chest tighten and the moisture around her mouth evaporate, meaning I will one day become your lecturer. God's willing, of course. Hi, was all she could say in reply, all of a sudden aware of just how out of place a little kid like her was standing between these 2 powerful and beautiful magical creatures. Ms. Boniface laughed in a husky voice, and Andrea thought that it sounded like an angel choking. Hi, Andrea. Do you have a surname? She does. Julian answered on her behalf, and thankfully so, lest she make a fool of herself again. Apologies for running late, Drusilla. I know that this meeting was called on short notice. Forgive me. I hope that we can find Andrea a spot in our school before the end of orientation week. An eyebrow as sharp as a sword rose up on Drusilla's pretty face. Oh? Well, I hope that you do not mind me asking, Mr. Nerva, but you've never personally seen to it that a prospective student be given a place before. What is so special about her that has you starting now? Andrea hated it when people spoke about her whilst in front of her, and now she felt like crawling up into a ball and being thrown into oncoming traffic. I ran into a former acquaintance of mine, and they saw fit to burden me with this task. He answered in his blunt and empty way, but that only seemed to pique Drusilla's interest even more, whilst furthering her own desire to die immediately. She looked at Julian for a moment before her eyes drifted towards Andrea, and her mildly amused smile turned into a full-on display of teeth so white and straight that they might as well have run for president. Well, I must say that it is truly a pleasure, Andrea Bordeaux. I never got the privilege of meeting your mother, but even in Calridia, the line of Bordeaux is known. Drusilla then eyed Julian for a while before sighing. You've always been an uptight arse, Julian. She turned and leaned over so that they may look eye to eye. I hope that all is well with your mother, Andrea? She's fine, Andrea hoped. Mama's strong. Drusilla chuckled at that. Oh, I wager. When Jules came home after meeting her for the first time, he could not shut up about what? Drusilla, Julian said, and the tone in his voice was enough to make even Andrea take a step back. But Drusilla did not lose an ounce of playfulness in her as she straightened up. Oops. Drusilla playfully twirled at a loose lock of black hair. "Sorry, Julian. I know how much you hate it when I call you that in public." She then winked at Andrea as she threw an arm over Julian's broad shoulders. "That's our Julian, always such a stickler for what is prim and proper." Julian shrugged her off before Drusilla leaned over with her hand outstretched for Andrea to shake. "My husband is Antonio Boniface of the Boniface family. But my maiden name is Nerva, as in Drusilla Nerva, of the House of Nerva. A true pleasure to finally meet you, Andrea Bordeaux." Andrea took the hand despite how stunned she was, looking between the two of them with her mouth agape. Julian. Has a sister? Julian? What happened to Mr. Nerva? Drusilla laughed. And yes, 3 in fact, but only one he truly loves. And she stands before you. She smiled before straightening up her posture. Having said it, Andrea could see the resemblance now, in the height and the cheekbones. Sure, but mostly something about their auras. Whoa. But, and I really mean no offense, Mr. Nerva, but your vibe, it was giving off only child of 2 busy parents. Not the only boy with 3 sisters that made Drusilla laugh again. Andrea was shocked to see her have the audacity to pull at Julian's cheek, and was even more surprised when all he did was roll his eyes in response. "Oh, how Boudica is going to love to hear that!" Drusilla grinned. "And correction, he is not the only boy. I have been cursed with 4 brothers, Andrea." She looked up at Julian with wide eyes, and he met her exasperation with a frown in response. "Oh, come now, Andrea. Me having siblings cannot be this perplexing. I'm sorry, it's just—" Andrea struggled to find the words. "You're just such a meanie. It really was giving off the vibe of a loner, bruh." Drusilla absolutely adored that. Enough to earn an arm thrown over Andrea's shoulder, and her grin being directed towards her brother. "You hear that, Jules? You're giving off loner vibes, bruh. Allow us to rectify that, though, huh? Come and join Tony and I for dinner. The children would love for you to show them more of your sparkly magic. And I'd love Andrea there, too." Andrea could not exactly place her age, but if Julian looked like a man in his late 30s, then Drusilla looked like she was almost a decade younger, with no trace of gray or white hair in sight. And yet, she already has children. Andrea thought of her mother then, and all the times in which people would come up to her to remark upon her age and youthfulness, and the memories made her heart ache some. Julian shook his head, lightly pulling Andrea away from Drusilla's embrace. "We're on school grounds, Mrs. Boniface. I shouldn't need to remind you to behave accordingly." Drusilla rolled her stormy eyes at him. "Oh, nonsense. We've barely even begun the term. It's still orientation, Julian. We'll have a whole year to be formal and dignified. Allow us to enjoy what little time we have left being more than these roles we occupy." He turned to leave. "Enjoy your evening, Drusilla. Come morning, I'd very much appreciate it if Ms. Bordeaux's paperwork would be in order and readily processed, as I've dictated." Drusilla rolled her eyes again and sighed when she saw that he was not going to budge. "As you wish, headmaster." Andrea was about to leave when Mrs. Boniface surprised her by cupping her face in her palms. "I hope you know that my door will always be open to you, Andrea. I did not know your mother at all, only that Julian Nerva of all people came to respect her, so she must be extraordinary indeed. Remember." Drusilla smiled at her with such warmth that Andrea's heart skipped a beat at the sight of it. "Come what may, good character will always persevere and triumph all, understand?" She sheepishly nodded her head. "Yes, ma'am." "Good." She let go of her and began to walk away. "I will see to it that Miss Saloom is registered and ready to take her assessment test by the end of this very week. Come the following Monday, she will be a student of Camelot." She followed after Julian, who was still carrying her luggage like it was a feather. "You're pretty strong." She noted, and as expected, he only shrugged at the compliment. "Thank you." "Is that why you did sports then?" Andrea asked, more for the sake of keeping a conversation going than any genuine curiosity about him. Having met his sister only made Julian's rotten attitude even more insufferable. "Yes," Julian said. "That and because I enjoyed them." Andrea frowned at that. "But I thought that you said that sports were dumb and not fun." He shook his head. "No." And she waited for him to expand upon that answer, something that he only did because he could see that she wished it from him. "I said that fun was not why I did sports. Fun was a byproduct, never the goal, but something that just came along with the sport. As an athlete herself, she could understand the idea behind it, but running, whether she did it at meets or on her own at school, was done because she found it fun, and fun only. Despite being good at it, she never would have taken it as seriously as she currently did unless she was having fun. At least she liked to think so. And let me guess," Andrea tried to mimic him, "the goal is to prove that you are the best, the greatest." He raised an eyebrow at her. "That is not what I sound like." But yes, the goal was always, no matter what, to win. And winning is very fun, and preferably do so in such a fashion that it would psychologically and physically, and maybe even financially, ruin my opponents. Julian sighed at her dumb expression as they exited the school hallway and headed towards the parking lot. "Andrea, I was joking." "Oh," she chuckled nervously. "Yeah, of course you were, because that would be about the financially part, of course." He said, "Why would I care if they kept their money or not?" His car appeared out of nowhere in front of them, as if it had previously been invisible, an all-black Cadillac that beeped to life as he pressed the button. He walked around the front to open the door for her before walking around the car in 2 whole strides before getting in and igniting the engine. "I will allow you to rest in one of the maid rooms within my home. It will be just for the night, though. Hopefully Professor Boniface lives up to her word." Bringing up rest got Andrea yawning again. "I won't lie to you, Julian. I think I'm a little nervous. Mrs. Boniface mentioned something about taking an assessment. I thought that you would be helping me skip that." Julian nodded his head as he began to reverse out of the parking lot and start to head up a road built onto a large hill. On either side were lovely homes, built in a little bit more of a modern style compared to what she had seen in city. Yes, but this is not about acceptance into the school. "Say more, Julian. You should think of it more like an IQ test, just to establish what your natural talent level is." Andrea gulped. "Oh, so we're going to find out if I'm magically stupid or something?" "In essence," he said bluntly, failing to reassure her that she would not be thrown out of this magic school on her first day for not being magic enough. She thought about trying to get him to have sympathize again, but thought better of it at the last second. The man doesn't even let it slip for his own sister. They continued the drive in silence, the homes around them growing larger and being hidden behind bigger walls the further up they climbed until they reached the top, where someone had had the beautiful idea of dropping off an old-fashioned English-styled home on top of this large hill. It had a barrier made of an 8-foot-high wall with a large pillar every 5 feet or so, with black metal railings in between to form the wall surrounding the large estate of the school's headmaster. Before them were 2 large gates that opened as soon as Julian's Cadillac came within 3 feet of them, allowing them to drive down a gravel-covered road that had small hedges serving as a boundary between the gravel and the luscious fields of green grass that surrounded the estate. The car continued longer than a car should, going down a road that was essentially Julian's driveway, before reaching a large fountain that sprouted its way from out the earth, a beautiful statue of a faceless man playing a flute that had water gushing out of it instead of song, and music stood in the middle of a fountain that sat at the center of the cul-de-sac like end to the driveway. Julian's beautiful manor home formed around this center. Andrea got out of the car and marveled at the manor as Julian took up her suitcase and walked towards the front entrance that was just 2 large mahogany doors left open. "Follow," he said, his voice pulling Andrea away from her fawning session. She followed after him and ascended the stairs, and was surprised at how unsurprised she was that the large wooden doors groaned as they moved out of the way of their master, allowing Andrea and Julian to walk on through. "You really like convenience, huh?" she yawned. "Can't have you doing shit." Julian did not even bother to look over his shoulders when he responded, "I never thought about it being a matter of convenience before. It was always just a way of life." In front of them was a large and beautifully made foyer with a floorboard and large staircase, made of dark wood. The top half of the walls were covered in a dark turquoise paint, whilst the lower half was covered by panels of the same dark wood as the staircase. And along said staircase were pretty paintings of horses and vases filled with red and blue flowers. Below the staircase was a pair of fancy chairs, kept apart by table with an actual vase sat upon it. All underneath another painting of some white lord stood in old-timey officer's uniform. Andrea noted the painting and raised an eyebrow at Julian. "Somebody we know?" He noticed where she was glancing and shook his head. "No." She did not press him further as she continued to around a manor pulled into life straight out of a Bridgerton episode. A large and long, colorful maroon carpet went down a massive hallway. The right hallway ended in a large door, and the other continued around the corner with a door leading into what looked like a restaurant-sized kitchen. Adjacent to the staircase was a doorway into the rest of the house, but without a stronger light source. Andrea was not sure what lay down that road. She turned to see that he had been staring at her with a bored expression this whole time, making her feel conscious for gawking at his nice house. "What?" "You're tired," he said matter-of-factly, and Andrea, as stubborn as she had always been, was about to argue when she swallowed it to yawn instead. "Yeah," she muttered after a full-on stretching yawn. "What of it?" He sighed and snapped his fingers, and Andrea turned to see an invisible man dressed in butler wear appearing from out of the kitchen with a tail of other invisible creatures, dressed like maids, following after him. "They will take you to your room," Julian said as he handed off her luggage to the butler, who needed 2 hands and some elbow grease to carry it as they headed down towards the kitchen. "Rest," he said as he walked up the staircase. "In a few hours from now, supper will be served. I will come and wake you then." Andrea followed after the waddling servant and thought of ways in which to annoy Julian more, naturally. Hi." She waved awkwardly at the butler, who she had decided to name Mr. Pennyworth. "Thanks for all of this, honestly, but I can carry the luggage myself. All I need is directing to the room." He seemed unsure of what to do, and so he continued down the hallway, ignoring her request. Andrea sighed and felt that she was too tired to make much of a fuss, despite her awkward discomfort at watching him carry her luggage for her to her new, temporary room. They continued down another long hallway beyond the sharp turn, with many doors on either side of them that they ignored for the large set of doors at the end. The 2 maids who had escorted them opened the doors and moved quickly to clear the room, Mr. Pennyworth stopping at the entrance to put down the bag and stand upright and with respectable posture. He gestured for Andrea to give the maids a moment to clear up the room some. "Thank you, Mr. Pennyworth. But so long as the bed is made and it's not too stuffy, I can manage, I promise." He gestured in such a way that Andrea could not help but smile. "Julian probably didn't bother giving any of y'all names, so I thought that maybe I should." All in the aim of annoying him, of course. "Do you not like it?" Mr. Pennyworth seemed to hesitate a moment before nodding his head, his little monocle bobbing up and down. He put his gloved finger to his invisible lips, and Andrea nodded her head. "I promise." "Julian won't hear a lick of this from me. Your name will be our little secret." He gave off a judgment vibe, and Andrea wondered what it was before rolling her eyes. "Oh, please, Mr. Pennyworth. He isn't even around to complain." The gesture persisted until she finally sighed and folded her arms. "Okay, fine, Mr. Nerva." "Happy?" Nothing changed until she sighed once more. "You're a tough one, Mr. Pennyworth." but I got you." Sorry for rolling my eyes, too. It was not very ladylike. That cheered him up a great deal, just in time to receive the news that the room was ready for her. Andrea was surprised by how quickly it had all happened, as she was told to enter by another one of Mr. Pennyworth's gestures. "Oh, wow," Andrea said, as she looked around the biggest room she was most likely ever going to sleep in. In the center of the room was a king-sized canopy bed sat on top of a dais, its covers a thin satin of purple and white. "No ways," she muttered as she ran and jumped onto the bed. It felt like a cloud had been captured and forged into a mattress, and she still had that sinking feeling well after having bounced off of it. Andrea looked up to see Mr. Pennyworth pointing towards a door, one that led to a large bathroom with essentially a jacuzzi built into its center, and a sand-colored marble counter that stretched the entire length of the wall with several sinks made into it with a cinema screen-sized mirror there to greet her. The wallpaper was done away with, and instead there were tiles marked in the black and white of a chessboard. "Whoa!" was all she said before turning to look at the two maids. "Thank you!" "It's all so spectacular." Andrea smiled as she exited the bathroom. "Thank you for reals." "Do either of you so happen to have a name to add to this thanks?" They shared a look, their hoods facing one another, before they both looked at Mr. Pennyworth. The butler's monocle bobbed up and down once, before he stuck up a finger to his lips again. Both maids looked back at her with smiles. Or at least she liked to believe that they were smiling. "Lovely." Andrea clapped her hands together. "Now let's think. How about Betsy?" She pointed at one. "And Lizzie?" And then to the other. They seemed to like them as well, making it 4 for 4 for Andrea, a clean sweep. Andrea yawned and stretched, and even went so far as to rub her eyes. "I think I'll wash some and join Julian." She saw Mr. Pennyworth's glare and laughed. "Oh, forgive me. I meant, Mr. Nerva, for supper." She said all fancy-like from those period pieces her mama sometimes made her watch. The laughter was thunderous, she decided, and quite frankly, unprofessional, she thought, as she watched them go before turning to face her new bed. Andrea yawned again, and the weight on her body began to tell as she zombie-walked her way towards her bed. "If I am going to live her," she thought, "I better get better at this magic stuff, or best find myself a coffee machine." As soon as her head hit the pillow, Andrea Bordeaux fell into a deep sleep. Visits from a trickster god. Andrea found herself stood before a throne constructed from rotten wood and old bones, its ends made of giant elephant tusks that were all held down together by hemp, and some nails that still stuck out and were hammered into from all sorts of weird angles. Sat upon the throne was the deformed man from the court of Bordeaux, looking down at her with his many black eyes, all dotted across his ugly face above a smile that reeked, even from where she stood. A troop of shark's teeth, each smelt of death, were aligned as skew as a queue formed up by the blind. "Anansi," Andrea said, once she had gotten over the sight of the abomination of the creature before her. His 4 long arms stretched out wide as he got up upon his 4 feet, his smile growing more and more as it further stunk up the air. "Ah, my darling Andrea, welcome, welcome to my court." Andrea looked down at the old rug she stood on. It was dotted in dozens of white fleur-de-lis upon what was once a black carpet, but was now covered in mud and filth that could have been 250 years old for all she knew. She then looked all around her and found the court empty of souls. "Where is everyone?" Anansi rolled his many eyes at the question. "Ah, those traitors can rot for all I care. They don't come here lest Anansi call 'em to. They all too busy livin' it up at nothings." He took the several steps down the dais needed to hover over her, and even with his terrible posture, he still towered over her by a head and a half, maybe even 2. Andrea tried her best not to scrunch her nose at him, as the smell was the equivalent to a punch in the stomach. "So, if I end up using the court, I'll also end up—" "As nothing?" he growled and spat at their feet. "Ah, you'd go over there too, huh? Too used to your Western life of luxury to slum it with good old Anansi, eh? Andrea put up a monumental effort not to show her disgust. No, just, if I'm going to one day be trapped here, I'd want to get to know my family members is all. Well, you will do it here, he snapped, spittle flying from his mouth as he turned to ascend to his throne again. Enough about nothing. That is not why I have come to haunt you in your dreams, Andrea Bordeaux. His Louisiana accent had borderline been non-existent when they had begun the conversation, but was now a distant memory as sat himself back onto his throne. I come to you now because there are things we must discuss. Andrea frowned up at him. Discuss? Between you and I? He nodded his head slowly. Unfortunately, and you must forgive me for this, but I will not allow you use of the court. She stared up at him with a blank expression for a moment before she burst out into laughter, but before she could even get through 5 seconds of it, she felt his hand wrap around her neck, tight enough to get her to stop, but not so tight as to be choking her completely. Anansi does not like being laughed at, girl. He growled again, and those black eyes morphed into red, his hideous form falling away and transforming into a shadow of darkness that made Andrea want to throw up from looking at it. He sighed and soon returned to his usual form, stroking her cheek once as he tried to sweep what had happened underneath a disgusting rug with a smile and affectionate gesture. My apologies, Miss Bordeaux. Anansi. Well, it is so hard for a trickster god to be taken seriously sometimes. I feel as if you all think every word that leaves these lips is false and sweet. Forgive me. Andrea leaned away from his ashy hands, rubbing at where they had grabbed her. It's all good. And sorry, I guess, for not taking you seriously. But you've got my full attention now. Anansi grinned at her. Her skin crawled as his army of eyes looking her up and down. Good, good. It is all I have ever wanted, and will continue to want. I laughed because you made it seem like me not having the court in the first place is a bad thing. Andrea said with an eyebrow raised. Bruh, why would I want something that'll take my soul the first time I use it? Anansi looked at her as if she were an idiot before he burst out into the kind of laughter that sounded like many voices were operating at once. Andrea ground her teeth at the hypocrisy on display. Anansi forgets that you are new to this. Of course, a newbie girl such as yourself would say something so stupid. She huffed and folded her arms. Is it stupid not wanting to spend the rest of I guess it's my afterlife in this shithole? Anansi hissed, but she balled her fists up and tried not to flinch this time. Girl, you are too ignorant to know that you are being ignorant. The court is one of maybe 100 Notre Animus left in all of the world. To wield such power is to wield the power of a god. Andrea shrugged her shoulders. I don't want the power of a god. I just want to pass magic school and maybe become like a lawyer magician. Do they even have those? Or maybe just team up with my mom so we can be a super lawyer duo for I don't know, the next 50 years. Anansi said nothing as he allowed silence to flood into his disgusting hall, staring at Andrea with a blank expression before he slowly cocked his head to the side. Girl, it seems to me that you need to focus more on your education. Allow me to be your first teacher. The court will allow you to kill anyone, irrespective of their own power in comparison to your own, on condition that they themselves do not have a Notre Animus. Your mother in her prime would have made short work of that Jeremiah Riggs, but desperate deals made it so that she could not overpower him with any certainty, and with the snap of her fingers, Riggs is dead. Andrea, the court of Bordeaux would make you one of the 100 most powerful people on the planet. Are you saying that that is not something you would want? She thought that this was an easy question and made to answer immediately, but found the words did not pass her lips so quickly. Instead, Andrea pondered on that point for a moment longer than she would have liked to admit. A whole me as one of the strongest people on the planet? It didn't so much excite her as worry her that she had not immediately shook her head, Since when has that been something I cared about? No. Andrea finally said, resolute in her goals and desires, and being an all-powerful magician just was not one of them. And besides, why are we having this argument if you're not letting me use it anyways? Anansi grinned, because I had expected begging and pleading, not nonchalance and disregard. I've sat and laughed watching Bordeaux cousins and siblings, and even parents and their children, fight each other to the death for it. That made her spine stiffen and her skin tingle, all those silhouettes killing each other. For this? Anansi's grin turned into that many-voiced laugh of his. Girl, you take for granted the freedom you have, false as it actually is. And within the blink of an eye, he was next to her once more. You grew up in a world that does not turn a blind eye to your wrists being bound together by iron. In a world where you do not have to watch your own father, the strength of your household, bend and break before the will of another man. In a world where you do not have to watch your mother be taken and used and returned, all for the whims and satisfaction of another. His black eyes turned red again as his sharp teeth parted, and his grin turned into a snarl. Of course, you would not understand the lengths those that came before you went to gain something so powerful, for you've never known true powerlessness. His presence changed again, and for a moment, only but a moment, the horrid figure before her had morphed into a tall and powerful man with flawless ebony skin and jawline of a god. He hovered over her, his afro trimmed nicely around his head, and sat within it was a crown made of gold, the same gold that was used to make the bands around his neck, biceps, and wrists. His shoulders were broad and his body covered in a sleeveless cream wool tunic that had a leopard-printed blanket folded and draped over his left shoulder. His waist was tied together by cowhide and his feet wrapped up in sandals, a cane in hand that had the shape of a lion carved at its knob with diamonds used for eyes and teeth. Andrea continued to gaze up at the most beautiful man she'd ever seen, and he looked back with eyes as dark as the night sky, with the sort of gleam that seemed like a pair of stars had been captured and forced to hover within them. "You are the last of Bordeaux." His voice was silky smooth now, weaving words that hit her like a truck and forced her to listen. The only one with the blood connection needed to become a true magician anyway. I can ill afford to lose you now. You must continue the line Andrea Bordeaux and give to my court more children to serve me as your ancestors once did in the millions, back when we were free, when our fates were forged with our own hands. Can you do that for me, Andrea? Andrea. She was pulled out of her dream by a strong hand and a deep voice. I believe that you have slept long enough. Any longer, and you might not be able to reset your sleeping schedule in time. She yawned and looked up at Julian, his expression unsurprisingly blank, and his personality being carried hard by his good looks and mustache. She was about to tell him of her dream, but she felt her stomach cramp up, enough to make her wince. He raised an eyebrow at her. Is something the matter? Andrea shook her head, something telling her that to say yes would result in even worse cramps, and she knew who to blame for this. Fucking Anansi. Just period stuff. Julian nodded his head before standing up. Well, I'll leave to allow you to attend to that. Breakfast is ready. You are welcome to join me if you would like. Andrea stood as soon as the cramps subsided, standing and stretching. I kind of want to take a bath, so would it be cool if I see you there? Where's the dining room anyways? Julian turned and headed towards the door. A servant will be outside your door to take you there when done. He closed the door behind him, and Andrea took the opportunity to go to the bathroom and rinse off the sleep, wiping her face and frowning at the sunken look in her eyes and the bags around them that made it worse. Geez, even Anansi looks better than I do right now. She took a moment to wait and see if this thought would be accompanied by another bout of cramps, But it seemed that Anansi was a lot more tolerant of insults than her ratting him out to Julian. Andrea decided to go to her luggage bag to pull out a pair of black jeans and a faded old black t-shirt before running herself a bath. And inevitably, as she waited for the bathtub to fill up, her mind drifted back to her dream, and try as she might, she could not think of Anansi in either of his first forms, only the version of him that was godlike. She wondered how much of that was her actual subconscious, or him using his magic to manipulate her memories, but she decided that she would have to ask him when next she saw him. It dawned on her then just how much control Anansi could potentially have over her, and it worried her how ignorant she was to the extent of said control. Is this control because I am weak? Andrea wondered as she closed the tap and moved to remove her clothing. No, she surmised, the court was filled with Bordeaux family members, so it was bloodline connected. But she could never have imagined her own mother being controlled like this, so maybe it all came down to a mix of strength and blood. Although who was she to say whether or not her mother had been controlled or not? Andrea's confidence in her mother and all things she ever told her was as low as it had ever been, despite the love she had for her. For all Andrea knew, her mother had always lived her life at the mercy of cramps and a fucked-up God. Andrea finally got into the bath and allowed herself to relax. All the tension from the last 24 hours ebbed away from her body, and she already felt much better. Questions will be answered, she attempted to reassure herself. I just have to know what and who to ask. The what was easy enough, but the who was also what worried her. Andrea had thought to ask a teacher, one she trusted after building up enough of a relationship, but Julian had made it a point to change her last name, so he obviously wished to hide who she is and where she comes from. That left Miss Boniface and Julian himself. The former was a complete stranger to her, and the latter was only slightly less of a stranger. But Mama made him promise her to protect me, she thought. And the power of words and promises seemed just about the only thing her mother actually told her to be definitively true. There was no ways a cold man like Julian would have done what he has done for her otherwise. Andrea sighed as she moved her knees to tuck her chin into, I am being too hard on her. For as bad as things may have seemed, her mother always had her best interests at heart, and that was something she best not forget. Andrea scrubbed herself clean and had to force herself out of the bath, despite how tempting it was to just spend the rest of her life in there. But the last thing Andrea wanted was Julian annoying her by sighing and going on about punctuality and manners, and whatever the hell he would most likely go on about if she gave him an excuse to. Andrea put on her body lotion as quick as she could before slipping into some underwear and her jeans and top, tying her sneakers. Leaving the room despite her hair still somewhat dripping, a magical spell for this hair will be the first thing I try to learn. She opened her door to find a new invisible person waiting for her. How she knew that this invisible maid was different to the other two invisible maids was beyond her, but Andrea did not mind so long as she got to where she needed to go. So, Andrea began awkwardly as she returned to whence she came. Working for Julian. The benefits any good? Renee. Andrea had decided that she looked like a Renee for some reason. Seemed confused by her question, but Andrea was getting through this bit no matter what. Thought as much. Something about him just screams union buster, you know? Renee was too much of a sellout to confirm this, but Andrea knew the truth. The car, the suits, and the house says it all. They walked past the entrance hall and past many doors until she stood in front of a large pair of wooden doors that opened as soon as she came within a few feet of them. Andrea thanked Renee, despite her anti-union stance, and pushed open the doors to enter. Julian stood up when she entered the dining room. You are late. She rolled her eyes. May as well have just stayed in the bath. I hear you. Was all she said before she took her seat across from him, a dining table that could have sat at the very least 20 people on either side set firmly between them. Andrea looked around her as more invisible servants came forth to place plates of food in front of them, covering the white tablecloth set upon the dining table with plates of venison and beef and pork and lamb, with bowls of various soups set out alongside trays of sliced bread and bowls of salad. There were other bowls of potato salad and trays of lasagna and casseroles set upon the table as well, alongside plates of fish and cheese. She watched each invisible servant then hurry to a pillar in the large dining room, standing upright in front of them to wait to be called, like the ball boys and girls at Wimbledon. "This is a little extra, don't you think?" Andrea gestured around them. "I get it, Julian. You're the bestest magician to ever magic. You can stop trying to impress me now." He barely reacted to that. "This is little different to any other night." Andrea frowned and pointed to the table filled with enough food to feed a football team. "This cannot be your everyday meal, Julian." "It is not," he readily admitted, "but I eat what I know I like. And I have no idea what you like, so choose, and the rest of it will be discarded." Her frown deepened as she looked at the many choices set out in front of her. "Damn, Julian, you know you could have just asked me, right?" He pondered her words before waving them away. "Perhaps," was all he said before he signaled for the invisible servants to come and serve up their food for them. "They serve at your pleasure," Julian said. "Tell them what you wish for, and it will be done." Andrea frowned and looked up at Betsy, who stood with a plate in hand and awaited her orders. It felt too weird to say anything, and so she stood up instead. "Thank you, Betsy, but I will take it from here," she said, offering her hand out to her to receive the plate. The servant hesitated and looked towards Mr. Pennyworth, who too seemed unsure of how to proceed. Julian raised an eyebrow at her. "You've taken to naming all of my invisible servants, then?" Andrea almost slammed her palm into her forehead, already having forgotten her deal with Mr. Pennyworth. "Yeah," she said sheepishly. "Sorry. It felt weird not to call someone helping you by their name." He sat back and stared at her for a moment more before sighing. "You heard her, Betsy. Miss Bordeaux will dish up her own plate." Betsy curtsied before handing Andrea the plate and moving to return to her station by the pillars, and she mouthed an apology to Mr. Pennyworth and Betsy before filling her plate with some casserole and salad before sitting back down. Julian's plate had long been served, and yet was still somehow steaming hot and untouched, waiting for her to join him first. Andrea watched him a moment before clearing her throat. Julian." He raised an eyebrow once more, and she continued, "Do you say grace or just dig in?" Julian threatened another smile. "No, but be my guest." She felt awkward but persisted anyways. Her mama had come out okay, all things considered, and so did she. Thanks were indeed in order, she believed. "Lord, thank you for the food you have set before us, and bless the hands that had labored to make it." Amen. Julian only took a small bite out of his fish once Andrea had tasted the casserole, and the two began to consume in awkward silence. Well, awkward for me, at least, she thought, as silence was probably something Julian was used to, living in such a huge house all alone. "So," Andrea began, for awkward silences at meals were foreign to her. "This exam that I have to take." "Yes?" She felt nervous just even thinking about it. What will happen, Julian? Will it be too difficult? And if it is, will I die or be sacrificed to the source or something for failing? He shook his head. "No," was all he said, and Andrea grew angry at that. "Bruh, I asked 3 questions, one of which is not a yes or no kind of question. Have a heart for once, and at least try help me out here." He sighed and set down his fork and knife. "The assessment will ascertain if you are strong enough to form a grimoire, and going off of what I sense of you, you indeed are, if only barely. As for the other 2 questions, the answer is no. It is not difficult, and you will not be sacrificed to the source. This assessment usually takes place after the entrance exam, a fate that you have avoided due to being recommended by me. That, for some reason, made her feel bad. She was not used to being the one in a position of privilege, having strings pulled at to bail her out, but Andrea was thankful for it all the same. Thank you, truly. But is there a maximum number of students allowed to attend each year? She asked, and Julian sighed. Andrea, no one is dying because of you. You've taken no one's spot. All who pass the examination are guaranteed a place here. That put her heart at ease some, although the fact that she could not even get in on her own merit ate at her. Andrea was not rich or privileged like many of her schoolmates, and so prided herself in being different, in being special because she had earned her place there instead of relying on wealth to get in. But now, I am no different than them. Her ego was in tatters at the thought. They continued to eat until Andrea, whose appetite had not been the largest, had had her fill, placing her fork and knife down. At this sign of surrender, Lizzie immediately moved to take her plate from her, and Andrea smiled. Thanks, Lizzie. Julian took a final bite before doing the same. Dessert? He offered, but Andrea just wished to be done with this. No, thank you. She heard Julian whisper a word, and the servants began to clear the table as he stood up. Come then, he said as he moved for the exit. Allow us to settle you in properly. The Weetan. You remember everything, correct? Julian asked, and Andrea nodded as she watched Mr. Pennyworth lift the luggage bag and carry it back to the foyer in which they stood. Yes, she said, her heart beating 1,000 miles an hour, but Andrea violently hated the words on the tip of her tongue, the ones that were borderline a plea, begging for Julian to be the one who dropped her off at her new apartment. He was cold, undoubtedly so, and in any other context, Andrea would love nothing more than to be rid of him. But in a city located within a secret world that she was all but a newborn to, he was the closest thing she had to a form of comfort and security. The butler will take you there and will be at your beck and call. Should you wish to go anywhere, all you need do is ring the bell, and he will be there within 10 minutes, Julian said, handing her said bell. Andrea looked at it and then him with a frown on her face. Julian, what the fuck? This isn't the 1850s. I can't be calling anyone by a bell, never mind someone older than me. Suit yourself, he said, moving to place the bell back into his pocket. Then, I suppose you will be able to find your own way to the school grounds for your assessment tomorrow. She loathed the man, and all the more for making her hold her hand out. Fine, bruh, Andrea conceded. Sorry, Mr. Pennyworth. The butler took no offense whatsoever and even bowed to show her as much. She hesitated as Mr. Pennyworth had the doors magically open by themselves before she turned back and looking up at Julian. Will you be there tomorrow? She asked, to see I make it the assessment place? No, he said. Andrea was saddened to hear that complete strangers would decide her fate with no one she knew there, and it stung all the more that he more likely could sense her anxiety and did not seem to care. Then who? Julian looked up at the ceiling, as if some answer to a random question was going to fall on his head, before he sighed. Most likely a senior of some kind. You will all be in a group. Mr. Pennyworth will lead you there, and from then onward, and you'll be led by the student. I must go now, Andrea. I have things to... Julian grabbed her by the arm as his face turned into a frown. He is early. Who is? She asked, but he ignored her as he turned to pick up the luggage bag and threw it violently down the hallway and into the kitchen with the flick of his wrist, before turning to Betsy. You take Andrea and make for the drawing room now. It was the first time she had ever heard Julian raise his voice, and it added fear to an already confusing situation. Julie, she also said when one of the invisible servants grabbed her wrist and helped her along the other hallway. Too slow. Julian growled, and Andrea turned back to find herself in a room with a door closing behind her. She felt ill and collapsed to her hands and knees, feeling as if the weight of a large boot was crushing her. Diana was knelt beside her, trying to shield her from this, but failing to stop whatever was happening to Andrea. At first, she had thought that perhaps that Julian had had her teleported there, but the memories of the run down the hallway were there in her mind, transplanted there as if from someone else's consciousness. Everything around her seemed to be moving so slowly, or so quickly, or not at all, and it made the thought of having a thought unbearable. She had no questions. 1,000,000 questions. One question: God, what the hell is happening to me? Mr. Nerva. A deep and soothing voice said, almost cooing with the affection it oozed, "What is this?" "I arrive a few minutes early for our meeting, and am greeted by you unleashing your aura like this. Unleashed is a bit of an exaggeration, Mr. Baines." The man laughed, and the sound of it made Andrea want to throw up. "Allow me to hazard a guess, then. Is this a business tactic? No? To throw me off my game?" Andrea could not place the accent even if she was not about to die crying, before the weight was somehow lifted off of her and doubled at the same time. Time seemed to be moving normally again as she began to cry, her sobbing silenced by an invisible hand wrapped around a mouth and a finger pressed against Diana's unseen lips. "Let me match you, then. Tit for tat." The voice was just as deep and soothing as the first time, but the words reached her ears in ways that made her okay with what was happening. Somehow. The weight, the weirdness, the confusion that had her more frightened than she had been since Jeremiah Riggs revealed himself to be her Uber driver. Crying and throwing up and all sorts of theatrics were not going to do much to get her out of this. All she could do was allow it to pass if it did, or end her if it did not. She nodded at Diana, who slowly let her hand go to allow her to breathe better, and soon her heartbeat returned to normally, and Andrea felt herself lay down and curl into a ball as forces around her that she did not understand held each other at bay long enough for her to gather her senses again. Andrea closed her eyes, and despite the sweat and overwhelming feeling she felt, allowed herself to just let things be. "You are early," Julian said, each syllable so clear that it felt as if they stroked her cheek. 9 minutes too early, in fact. To what do I owe the pleasure? Andrea had to strain to hear him, for he spoke so quickly. Impatience, mostly. The man laughed. He sounded old, really old, but his laugh was so jolly that Andrea was smiling now, and the idea of sleep so appealing as to... Diana shook her, and she was forced to open her eyes again to see a panicked servant helping her to her feet. Andrea allowed herself to be lifted, despite the temptation to just lie there and allow herself to ride out whatever was happening to her. "It's not like I can do anything about it anyway," she thought, as Diana slowly moved towards the door. And despite how she felt, there was something uplifting about realizing this. This whole experience had shown Andrea nothing but how far out of her element she was. She could not stop someone from making her a victim using a stupid fog. She could not stop an ugly redneck from kidnapping and almost killing her. Her incompetence and uselessness led her to Mother having to sell her soul and... What am I doing? She frowned, complaining like it fucking matters. Andrea slowly sighed and looked towards Diana to ask a question, but she had not even come close to the door she so sought to open, and Andrea could not, for the life of her, work out why Diana would even bother. It's not like she could do anything about this either. She's fucking invisible. The thought almost made her laugh, and would have, had it not come out in slow motion somehow. "Forgive my impatience," the stranger said. "I wish to see you immediately, my friend." Andrea did not believe that Julian could actually laugh, but today, this week, really, was full of surprises. "You? Impatient? Your sense of humor has been missed, James. Come, I was just about to have the table set for your arrival." The voices, once clear and powerful, carried as whispers until finally being silenced behind a closing door, and the force on Andrea was lifted enough to clear her head somewhat to notice that Diana was still not at the door. "Fuck this," she snapped, taking a step towards the door and immediately finding her hand wrapped around the doorknob, confusion on how she traversed the 6 feet within 1 step. And then the memories started flooding back, 2 whole seconds that had occurred and she was apparently witness to. Like a crumpled-up $10 note, her brain was trying to deposit it, but her consciousness would not accept it. She forced herself to turn the doorknob slowly. "I will just have to ask Julian about this later," and exited the room to find Mr. Pennyworth waving her to the open front door, her luggage bag in his hand. Andrea nodded and stumbled into the front seat of Julian's Cadillac, her stomach churning as she swallowed a scream. She leaned forward and groaned, her head buried in her hands as the memories lagged behind once more. "Mr. Pennyworth!" she spat as the butler entered the front seat and turned the car on to quickly escape the estate. "Mr. Pennyworth! What the fuck was that, bruh?" The butler thrust a thumb over his shoulder, and that made her growl at him. "Yes, Pennyworth." "I know it was Julian, but what the hell did he do to me?" Mr. Pennyworth wagged his fingers and placed his gloved index finger where his imaginary lips were, and if Andrea could, she would have punched him in the face. "Really? Even now? You're not going to tell me because it's a secret?" He nodded his head as they sped down the hill, and even now, from where they were, Andrea could still feel the effects of whatever the hell was happening. She took a deep breath, and then another, before she exhaled one more time to nod her head at the butler. "Well, damn, I'm sorry, Mr. Pennyworth. That wasn't very ladylike, huh?" He fixed his monocle and gave her an imaginary smile that she well appreciated. "Who was that man? Can you tell me at least that much? His juju seemed as off as Julian's." The butler hesitated as he turned down a road that was unfamiliar to her, before pointing at the eye far off into the distance. Andrea frowned, and for the first time since coming across Mr. Pennyworth, had no idea what the hell he was getting at. The evil eye? What does that have to do with the stranger? Mr. Pennyworth's hesitation returned with a force before shaking his head vehemently, and so Andrea let him get away with it as they continued towards her accommodations. "Okay, fine." She eyed him suspiciously before shrugging and letting it go. "At least let me know how I can contact you without making you my bellboy, Mr. Pennyworth." "Bells ain't my style." That earned no such hesitation, and the butler pulled out something from his pocket, and Andrea was very amused to note that the invisible butler had a phone. Her grin fell away and was quickly replaced by a frown as she noted that it was far superior to her own. "Latest one, huh? Damn, Julian must be paying better than I thought." He chuckled, she decided, and handed it to her to put her number in. "Please do message me," Andrea said, and realized that this way she could actually communicate with him instead of acting out her best schizophrenic impression when assigning his mannerisms meaning. Mr. Pennyworth did the A-OK sign before they continued their drive in silence, Andrea taking the opportunity to once more take in the vibe of the town that would be her home for the foreseeable future. They were back in the part of town that had fraternity and sorority buildings and flags, and she was thankful that he instead parked outside a 5-story all building that lacked any identifying markers. Her heart started to pound in her ears as the engine was cut off and Mr. Pennyworth's seatbelt was removed and his door opened. Andrea finally worked up the courage to open her own door when she heard the trunk come back down, and so she stood outside the building that was supposedly her new home. Mr. Pennyworth wrapped his hand around the handle on her luggage back and made for the entrance. "Mr. Pennyworth," she muttered, and Andrea hated how much like a little lost kid she sounded like. He turned back to look at it and quickly realized the problem. He returned to place a firm hand on her shoulder and once more showed the A-OK sign before pointing at her. He then elegantly pulled out his phone and typed something, and very soon after she heard her phone beep and pulled it out to show an A-OK emoji. That made her laugh and gave him a quick hug before picking up her luggage and heading for the entrance. "Is this where you see me off, Mr. Pennyworth?" He nodded, and this time she felt sure enough not to succumb to the fear. "Then I'll see you when I see you." Andrea turned and did not look back, for fear of running back into the car and locking it as she entered her new residence. There, behind a glass pane, sat at a desk watching from a laptop screen, was a tall and pale boy, a few years her senior, with orange frizzy hair and freckles. "Welcome to the Wheaton," a tired voice said. "How may I help you?" "Imposter syndrome." "Hi," Andrea said as she tried to put on her best smile. "I am Andrea Boeing Salem." God, Andrea cringed. "Why did you make me into such a dork?" The boy did not seem to notice and simply gave her a sheepish smile. "Hi, Andrea Boeing." "Ah, you can just call me Andrea," she said, trying not to look for the nearest window to jump out of. "Say less," he said, as he began to click at his laptop. "You're not from around here." Andrea realized just how useless she was as a conversationalist when she almost asked him how he knew, before she noted that he was speaking to her in a British accent. "Yes, sir." She tried to regain her footing with another smile. "No bottle o' woa for me." "That seals it. I'm killing myself today." He was good enough to laugh at that, and so Andrea decided to stop being an idiot and instead only ask questions. "So, you know my name. What is yours?" "Walter," he said, as he turned the laptop around for her to see the screen. "Walter Fletcher." "This is you, right?" She scanned the screen slowly, ensuring that she would leave this conversation with having spoken as little as possible when it was all said and done. Andrea saw that she was put down as 16, true. Part of a non-magician family from Tennessee, false, a female, sure, set to become a first year, okay, and was enrolled in 9 modules for the year. She was only sure of her age and gender, and that's all I'm going to need anyway. "Yep," Andrea lied, "that's me." Walter whistled before pointing at the screen. "You have Professor Milton for Source Deity Studies." "Yeah? Is he someone I should be worried about?" she asked, and Walter chuckled. "No, the exact opposite." "The man is a delight, I'd say. You're pretty lucky to have gotten him off the bat." She raised an eyebrow at that. "Oh, and why is that? Is he funny or something?" He thought about his answer for a moment before smiling once more. "Guess you could say that, yeah. But more like that, he knows his stuff. He'll have you enthralled. He is definitely the stingiest professor when it comes to holding your attention. I can tell you that much." She was thankful to hear that. Andrea was worried about how much her human background would hinder her when matched up against peers who had grown up alongside magic, and so a part of her yearned to find something, anything, to help her close the gap between her and them, especially because she would be riding in on the coattails of a man she loathed, all thanks to his relationship to her mother. An enthusiastic professor was exactly what the doctor ordered, and if Andrea played her cards right, she could rely more on this Professor Milton and less on the stoic asshole her mother had sold her off to. This need for at least a foundation of some kind was why number 1 on her to-do list was finding books to try and get an idea of what this world was like. But before her lay a question, as with all complex topics that a novice must needs face. Where to begin? "You know him from when you were in first year?" Walter shook his head. "A close friend's review, I am afraid. No primary sources here." He finished typing something before standing up and exiting his little box to stand before her. He was tall and thin, made in a way that brought Timothée Chalamet to her mind, and had a childlike innocence in the way he stood before her. "The system says that you won't be here long, just long enough for your assessment." Andrea raised an eyebrow. "Deadass?" He laughed and handed her a key. "Yes, deadass, I'm afraid. We'll put up with you for now, but don't be a stranger once you've moved on and left us here in lowly Whyton to wallow with the rest of the rejects." She wanted to groan as she held out her hand. "Thank you, Walter." Andrea said, her tummy tightening like an infant's hand around a finger. The look of Julian's disappointment flashed through her mind, and that made her anxiety worse. She hated how public her status was, and hated even more how this status thrust some sort of expectation upon her. Julian doesn't even think I'm going to live up to 100. She awkwardly waved before picking up her luggage bag and frowning at how much heavier it seemed to be getting. Andrea looked down at the key and saw 312 on it. Please don't tell me that there's something wrong with the elevator. Walter shrugged. Depends on what you mean by something wrong. She looked at him like he had two heads before he burst out into laughter. I'm just fucking with you, yeah? Don't worry about it. It'll get you to where you need to go. Probably. This time she scowled at him and continued scowling until his smile could no longer resist breaking through. Again, I'm just fucking with you. Nice to meet you, Andrea. She moved towards the elevator. Goodbye, Walter. And thanks again. A part of her was worried that the elevator would need some magic to make operate, and that she'd be left standing there like an idiot whilst Walter watched, wondering how a girl like her could have ever gotten by the entrance exam. But it was just your average, everyday elevator, and even Andrea could not fuck this up. It dropped her off on the 3rd floor, and she walked towards the end of the hallway. She was about to insert the key when she heard music come from the room, and it made her heart start beating 1,000 miles a minute. A roommate? Honestly, she had always wanted a roommate. The sitcoms her and her mom would watch always made it seem like having a roommate was a ticket to hijinks and hilarity. But now, she wanted nothing more than to have this apartment room to herself, so that no one could see her drowning in her imposter syndrome. Stop it, she snapped. You're not going to be here long anywho. Fake it till you make it. She's probably just as inept as you are. For all you know, she could be someone who actually isn't from a magical family. Andrea swallowed the syndrome and straightened herself, inserting the key and opening the door to her temporary abode, walking in to see a small apartment with a living room that blended into a kitchenette. With the sort of music coming from down the hallway, she would have expected a place more dark and grungy. But the floorboards were tan wood, the white couches were arranged in an L shape on top of a carpet, spotted so black and white that you'd think that Cruella de Vil herself would break in just to swipe it. On the couch were a couple of blankets between the pillows, and that made her happy to see. The sort of person to have blankets out was a considerate one, she told herself. Her roommate was the kindest person alive. There was no other way to look at it. Andrea continued into the apartment after locking the door, fantasizing about the sort of adventures they were going to get into as she moved past the kitchenette. The floors were tiled and spotless, and the walls were a match, with an island of black and gray marble serving as 3/4 of a barrier between the living room and the kitchen. On the fridge were a couple of pictures of 2 girls posing at a concert, and Andrea could not help but leave her bag behind to get a closer look. The girl on the right had her left arm draped across her friend's shoulders. Her right was holding the camera as she smiled. Her hair and eyes matched her attire, dark black, and she was as pale as ghost, but still she came off as the sunniest person. The girl on the left had her arms folded and looked away, seemingly annoyed, but looked as if on the edge of cracking a smile had the girl on the right waited a couple more seconds. She was blonde and peachy in complexion, with green emerald eyes. Andrea hoped that she was not the girl locked away in the room booming music that, in her opinion, belonged in a trash can that was mistakenly thrown into a dumpster that should have, instead, been thrown into space. She took one last look before putting the picture back on the fridge beneath its strawberry magnet, before Andrea moved down the hallway that had a wall running parallel to the longest stretch of the couch. At the end of the hallway was a door with some rock bands poster on it, and Andrea cringed. She couldn't stand a Stan, except maybe a Kendrick one, or a Cole one. Okay, maybe she could stand a Stan, so long as it was someone she could see herself stanning. Andrea knocked once and waited for the fine gentleman, currently obliterating her ears, to stop his wailing before she knocked again. This time, the knocking led to her ears being saved as the music was turned off. The sounds of footsteps heading towards the door hit her harder than the wailing about death and despair had. "Please don't be blonde, please don't be blonde, please." Ah, fuck. The door was pulled open, and standing in front of her was a tall girl with peachy skin and blonde hair, now cut short. She looked at Andrea with those emerald eyes before raising a dark eyebrow. "Yes? Can I help you?" Andrea never felt so American than now, when she failed miserably to place the accent. Her geographical skills were limited to movies and the sorts of filters they threw up on their scene-establishing shots, and her accent-detecting skills were limited to whether they could have played a villain in cheesy America Rocks action flick from the 80s, Russian, 90s, Italian, or early noughties. I'm not saying. "Hi," she smiled. "I am Andrea, your new roommate." The girl eyed her up and down, and her glare was giving threatening vibes, as if she was prepared to squabble. Andrea and her were about the same height, but she maybe had a couple kilograms on her. But Andrea was lean and athletic from running. Her clothes, black jeans and a black crop top with a black choker, were more intimidating than she was. She did one more look over before her eyes softened slightly, and she sighed whilst holding out her hand. "Hi, Andrea. I am Helena." This is a 40s villain, she thought, as she accepted her hand. "I'm glad to meet you." Helena gave her the smallest, tinniest smile. "I would offer you a tour, but as you can see, there is no need. And so instead, allow us to go over some ground rules, yeah?" "Yeah," Andrea said before internally cringing. Yeah, sorry." Helena frowned at her as she stepped into the hallway, her door closing behind her. "Sorry? Sorry for what? You just agreed with me." She sheepishly began to rub the back of her neck. "Oh, for saying yeah like that, I didn't mean to be rude. It just slipped out, I guess." Helena's frown deepened. "Yeah or ja, what does it matter?" "I understand both, and either means we are in alignment, no?" She cocked her head before continuing. "I had heard your accent and thought that you were American. But you're overly polite, like an Englishman. How strange." Andrea said nothing as Helena took a couple of steps and opened a door adjacent to her room. "Anyway, here's the bathroom. The water pressure is bad and the geyser inefficient, so please be thoughtful when showering." Andrea nodded her head obediently. "Say less." Helena pondered what Andrea had just said for a moment, her eyebrows furrowed. "I think the number of words I just used were adequate. Although I agree that there was no need to point out that this is the bathroom, so perhaps you're right." She laughed, but stopped immediately when she saw that Helena was not at all joking. "Right. Any other bathroom rules?" Helena pointed to the sink. "More toilet paper is kept there should you need to refill. The left drawer is where I keep my things, so you may have the right. We clean the bathroom at least twice a week, Wednesday and Saturday. Schedules notwithstanding, you're probably going to spend weekends out with your friends, and so I will take the Saturday slot." Andrea smiled and shrugged. "I'm new here, so I don't really have any friends to be spending weekends with. But I can take Wednesdays, no biggie." Helena cocked her head. "New? How new?" She did not like the scrutiny that was dripping off of Helena's glare. "Oh, I dropped in yesterday on an invisible carriage. Can you believe that shit?" "Yeah," Helena said, and it was another reminder that this world was new, and new to her alone. "So you were not at the entrance exam then?" "Fuck." "Nope," she conceded, trying to worm her way out of it with a smile. "Lucky for me, huh?" There was a flash of something in Helena's eyes that made Andrea feel uneasy, and so she instead took a step back and pointed beyond her shoulder. "So, want to continue the tour or go over the ground rules?" Helena said nothing for a while before shrugging. "The rules are simple from here on out. What is mine, and what is yours. Do not touch my things. Do not go into my room. And if you need anything from me, don't ask. She made it a point to bump Andrea's shoulder as she exited the bathroom. Get help from whoever helped you get into Camelot. The rest of what she said was said in German before she closed the door and put the music back on, louder than last time. What the fuck is her problem, she wondered, leaving the hallway to retrieve luggage before walking towards her door. Her room was down a hallway in the same direction as the door, and she opened it to find a room that was completely empty. The ways were the same creamy color as the walls of the rest of the non-kitchenette apartment. Her bed, less a bed, and more a mattress on top of a base with a bed frame to go along with it, was tucked away in the corner to her left like an afterthought. In front of her was a white wardrobe built into the wall, and a few paces left of the wardrobe was a window that had a study desk bolted underneath it. This is what going to college must feel like. She smiled, despite the ache in the back of her mind telling her that she did not deserve to be here. Andrea put her luggage bag down on the bed before opening it up and pulling out her clothes and toiletry bag, allocating them into clothing type before separating them into piles to take to the wardrobe. It was on her return to place the third pile that she noticed a box in the bottom right corner, and so she knelt down to investigate it, opening it up to see some clothes and a few more pictures. It was a picture of a little blonde girl in a red checkered sundress smiling, her front teeth missing and her left arm covered in melting ice cream, wrapped up in an ice cream cone in her hand. Andrea's head snapped back as she felt herself being dragged by her hair by a firm and terrifyingly strong hand. She was lifted up into the air by an invisible force and struggled to look down to see emerald eyes of hate looking up at her. American, I will ask this once, and only once, what the fuck are you doing? The situation is the situation. The gaps of power. Andrea had never been in a fight before. Her mother had given her advice here and there, often doing certain things to try and fill in the gap left by Andrea lacking a male role model. Her uncle had died before she was even born. Her father was absent before even that. And the only other Bordeaux she knew outside of her mother was her grandma. It was why she loved basketball, had a passing knowledge of baseball, and hated the Cowboys. One of those things she felt Andrea would have known had she had a man around was fighting for some reason, and that did not last long. It was the only time her mother had ever laid a hand on her, when she tried to teach Andrea how to throw a kick. In truth, Andrea wanted to learn how to punch some more, but her mother had emphasized the importance of being able to land a kick once she got a jab and hook down pat. If a man comes for you, Andrea, grab the nearest object and hit him with it. If you can't find nothing, a punch from you won't do nothing. Kicking his damn head off will, though. Andrea, as teenagers were known to do, was being difficult, arguing that a punch was easier and therefore she should be focusing more on them. I want to punch someone's head off, Andrea said. What are the chances I land a kick versus a punch, Mama? Mama sighed. I'm not saying that, Andrea. I am saying focus on jabbing for now, but incorporate more kicks. You have long legs like me, strong ones too, so use them. Kick low when they coming in, jab to get distance and get out of danger, and a head kick as a... Her mother stopped when she spotted Andrea's eyebrows furrowed and raised an eyebrow of her own. What you gawking at now? Where'd you learn all this? Her mother pondered the question a moment before shrugging. I grew up with a brother and a dad. Now hush up. Don't worry about where I learnt that from, and worry about learning it from me. Andrea was still skeptical, and her mother noted it. Antonina Bordeaux cocked her head and looked at Andrea for a long moment, before taking a few steps back and waving Andrea forward. Come on, then. Andrea frowned and moved out of the fighting stance that her mother had put her in. What? Her mother shrugged. You're hard-headed like your mother. There was a flash in Antonina's eyes and a small smirk stretched onto her pretty face. Oh? I see, you're scared? Andrea's mom was tall, like her, but had maybe an inch on her at that age. She was of a fuller figure as opposed to Andrea, who ran in track meets for her school and was good enough for it to be her plan B for college if her academics did not pan out. Her mother had strong arms and a strong back, from where she had no idea, and long legs like hers. But Andrea was young, and youth is a drug. She grinned and returned to the fighting stance. Fine, but don't go crying when, Her mother came in and faked a jab that she overreacted to, and so Andrea never saw the kick coming that sent her forward swinging across her body and leading to her falling onto her ass. She winced and looked up at her mother, who just stood there and looked at her with not an ounce of emotion in her eyes. Andrea gritted her teeth and got back up, moving to press her mother this time, launching a poor jab that her mother moved her head to the left, her eyes focused on Andrea as she moved towards her. Andrea tried to follow up the jab by throwing a right hook, but her stabilizing foot had barely touched the ground when she felt the sting of a kick send her tumbling again. But this time, Andrea never got to touch the ground. Instead, a hand powered by a hydraulic press had wrapped itself around her neck, and she barely registered that she was being choked when she felt her wrist being wrapped up by a python and her body was being thrown around like a hoodie in a washing machine. She was thrown over her mother's shoulder and slammed into the grass in their backyard. Andrea barely had enough time to gather her bearings when she felt herself being dragged by her ankle and pulled close enough so that her mother had her shoulders pinned beneath her weight. Even though she was now crying and thrashing around, trying to free herself, Andrea would never forget the look her mother had given her. Her eyes were colder than a homeless man's winter, and her expression was blank, as if hurting her was as meaningless as an umbrella with a hole. "You know that I am bigger than you," her mother said plainly. "So why were you going on the offensive, Andrea? Why would you get close to me of your own?" Like a fog being lifted, her sobs finally got through to her, and her mother's eyes softened. The rest of that day was filled with apologies and cuddling and love-bombing, the likes of which could only come from an adulterer's heart. Andrea had grown up wrestling and playing with most of the boys of her neighborhood, and every summer they started to go easier and easier on her until her teasing got to them enough to make them try. So she had an idea, at least somewhat, of an idea how it felt like to be manhandled. But what her mother was able to do, while seeming to barely be trying, seemed, at the time at least, supernatural. Given what she knew now, Andrea could not help but laugh, even though she was currently hovering 3 feet off the ground, held up by an invisible source that was in the employ of her bitch of a roommate. "What is so funny?" Helena asked, glaring up at her. "Go and fuck yourself." Andrea growled, and instead of it making Helena angry, all that seemed to do was make her frown. "Are you mocking me?" "The fuck is she talking about? Obviously, you dumb bi—" "You cannot stop this," Helena seemed to realize, her head cocking at an odd angle. "Can you?" Andrea could not or did not want to answer that, and instead, Helena brought her closer towards her, cursing her out, probably in German as she brought them eye to eye. "Why are you here?" "No. How are you here?" The choking led up, enough for Andrea to shrug. "Why are any of us here, really? What is the meaning of life? And—" "Andrea," Helena said calmly, "I will kill you. I am not speaking figuratively either. Continue to annoy me, and I will throw you out that window and kill you." A shiver went down her spine as it dawned on her how serious Helena was being, and it caused her to gulp. Okay, put me down, please, and I'll tell you." Helena used her Terminator eyes to scan her for any lies, before sighing and allowing Andrea to touch the ground for the first time in a minute. "Answer me. How are you here?" She could have told her quite the tale, a tale involving a hick magician trafficker, a bloodline selling itself to an African god, Julian doing Julian things. Quite the story, and she had considered it, for she wanted nothing more than to have someone to unload this onto. But there was something in Helena's tone that hurt, The judgment, the wondering of how a girl like Andrea could ever coexist with her and Walter and fucking Julian. And so, instead, Andrea said, when a man loves a woman very much. Helena flicked her hand out, and Andrea bounced off the wall, thankfully reacting fast enough to shield her head as she fell onto her mattress. Worth it. She exploded off the mattress, having seen the attack coming, and surprised Helena when she threw her luggage bag at her. The luggage bag was easily dispatched using her powers. But Andrea had been fast enough to kick her leg from out under her and slam her down onto the ground in the worst mockery of the judo throw her mother had shown her. Helena, however, had not been discombobulated enough, and so Andrea was back to being thrown around like a rag doll. This time, Helena was not in a forgiving mood, and so she spent the next minute bouncing Andrea around like a pinball machine, somehow forced into a washing machine. Andrea's head slumped as a panting Helena brought them back face to face, looking at her with an expression of such disgust that you would have sworn that Andrea had thrown up everywhere. "I need you to listen to me, you dumb American." She felt her head being lifted so that she was forced to look Helena back in the eye. Andrea had tried to hide the fact that she was crying now, but Helena did not seem to care. "You're going to die if you stay here." She had considered that many times and thought of packing it all up and going back home to be with people she loved. But each time, an image would flash through her mind of Riggs, grinning at her as he made her invisible to the world. "I am going to die if I don't." And there it was, the look that she hated more than the expression of disgust. The reason why she had tried to hide the tears. Pity, Andrea thought. I fucking hate pity. Her feet touched the ground again, and that made it even harder to keep the sobs away. "You are shit out of luck," Helena said as she walked toward the door. The year before, only the bottom 5% of the first years were sacrificed to the source. Andrea's heart sank. What? Her emerald eyes looked back at her one last time. This year, they raised it to 10%. There are 400 students in their first year. I couldn't find 6 magicians weaker than you, never mind 36. If I were you, I would leave. She wanted to charge after her and slam her head into the ground, but Andrea was not in the mood to be reminded just how out of her depth she was. Andrea held herself back, gathering her composure enough to not break down. Why didn't Julian tell me, she wondered. Why would he bring me here if I'm just going to be sacrificed anyway? She had to open the window to stop herself from hyperventilating, allowing fresh magic air to enter her lungs enough to hold her back from collapsing onto the ground. 16 years of life. All that just for this? She wondered as she looked out at the city she was fated to die in. This, an unfamiliar place filled with Gothic architecture, anachronisms, beauty, wonder. Andrea pinched herself. Self-pity, she muttered, remembering Briar's expression and the fake ick it gave her. I have a whole year to catch up. There isn't a thing she could not do if she put her mind to it. I'm going to find a library, read up on what I must do, go and force Julian to teach me magic. Bing, bang, boom. I'll be safe from sacrifice. No Game 7 needed. Andrea's future husband should be thankful she is not toxic, because if she could gaslight herself like this, oh boy, he would be in trouble. But she was not going to question her grasp on reality right now. What she needed to do was push forward despite her current situation. She put on a hoodie in case there were any bruises and tied up her sneakers to go out and explore the city and find the library, set on not giving the likes of Julian and Helena the ability to be right. Andrea wondered momentarily where she got this optimism from before smiling, I'm hard-headed, like my mama, an eye at Abba's. Andrea closed her door behind her and looked at Helena's door with hesitation, wondering whether she should even bother or if she should reach out with an olive branch and knock. What would Pastor Carmichael say? Something about turning the other cheek? She muttered and decided to bring her something back. Maybe a muffin. Wait, do they even like muffins in Germany? She rolled her eyes and made for the exit. Obviously they do. Where they come from, be damned. Who doesn't like a free muffin? She had counted her pennies and dimes and carried with her a massive $13.53. How much that could get her in a city like this was beyond her. Did they even accept the dollar? Did they even accept the euro? Was the city pro or anti-Brexit? These were the kinds of questions that would have been helpful to ask when she had Julian's attention. All she knew was that Julian was going to give her an allowance in pounds, so at least that was set in stone. What is the exchange rate anyway? Andrea hadn't missed the fact that she was talking to herself, but seeing as how her roommate wanted her gone, and Julian apparently fine with hiding the 10% sacrifice thing, her only other positive interactions were with invisible people. And Walter. That did not bode well for her come the start of the school year. She took the elevator down and approached the reception box to get a better lay of the land. But Walter had clocked out between her almost being thrown out a window and was replaced by a large, and she meant large, black man wearing a black beanie with a navy blue Adidas tracksuit and a white shirt putting in a shift to contain his mass. Andrea could admit that when it came to geography, she was going toe-to-toe with an Appalachia inbred. But even she knew what sat before her, in its infinite size, was a gentleman of the pathway, a male of the track, a squire of the pavement, a roadman. Andrea had never had the fortune of seeing one in the wild, but she had to take the opportunity to hammer home not to use the lingo, no matter how tempting it was. Helena had been forgiving. Well, not really, but her act of violence was not because of Andrea's linguistic slip-up. She honestly did not know what the reason was, but at least she knew that was not the reason. For all she knew, one misplaced in it, and he would have her flying through the void with the flick of a wrist. She knocked on the glass and waved, and he nodded his head at her, pulling out an earphone. "What can I do for you?" "Hi. So far, so good. My name is Andrea, and I'm new here. So, I was kinda hoping you could point me to the direction I need and maybe answer a couple questions I have." He nodded his head. "All right, ask away then." "Thanks. Okay, so first of all, what currency do y'all accept here in Calridia?" He shrugged. "Anything goes. Yeah, euro, sterling, dollar, whatever." Andrea thanked God 1,000,001 times before asking another question. "Thank you. Good to know. Okay, so if I wanted to get something to eat, say a muffin, where would you suggest I go?" He tapped a finger off his chin before snapping his finger. "Okay. If you want something cheap, yeah, go to Abba's down the road. Just go right, yeah, carry on and you can't miss it. But if you want variety, Molly's is where you'd need to go. Molly's is the exact opposite way, you get me?" She nodded her head and concluded that what had occurred was a conversation in English. "Thank you." "I'm sorry, but I never got your name." "Teddy," he said, trying to put his earphones back, "but my friends call me Ted Bundy." Andrea hid her frown well, thanks, Teddy. I'll be seeing you." She exited the Wheaton and without hesitation took a right and never looked back. The streets were cobbled even here, and the buildings were a little less gothic and dramatic, for a more red brick type of look. But even still, the magic could still be felt. The trees that sprouted from out the pavement were all equally distanced from each other, with the branches and leaves swaying, as would happen if there were a strong breeze. But there wasn't a lick of wind, and she noted that the trees were dancing somewhat, which she found amazing. Andrea even spent 5 minutes just standing in front of a tree that was particularly moving. Well, as much as a tree could. The citizens were a display of magic all in a league of their own. Some people would walk alongside each other, their grocery bags floating behind them. A girl wearing the most basic outfit of jeans, sneakers, and a hoodie laughed as she surfed through the air on top of an actual surfboard. In the park across from the Wheaton, she saw a group of boys and girls a few years younger than her playing hacky sack, kicking the sack farther than she could throw it, and using teleportation or super speed, dependent on the person, to retrieve what should not have been retrievable. And it was not just the people who radiated magic like a heater, But the environment was magical too. The green grass was greener, the flowers were more flowery, the lake's water bluer. Even the sound was more soundy. Andrea was many things, but a poet was certainly not one of them. Andrea could have spent the rest of her day just sitting back and watching humanity do what it did best, but this time, with the addition of magic. Unfortunately, she could not for fear of coming off as a creep, and also because she wanted something to eat. She continued down the pavement nearest to the park, waving at a kid who had just fallen from 15 feet in the air and landed like a feather on a pillow. Soon enough, a serial killer's prophecy came true as she came to a stop at the corner shop named Azaz. She entered to find your run-of-the-mill corner store and was happy about it. For all the magical whimsy the city had shown her in the little time Andrea had spent in it, it did ding its image some when she knew that 40 16-year-olds were about to be sacrificed to keep it all going. Andrea walked through the small aisles as she would have done at her own corner store back home, picking out 2 large bags of chips and a can of Coke before approaching the small bakery in the corner that gave her the English muffin that she was looking for. "How you doing?" Andrea asked once she reached the till. The elderly Indian man behind the till was short and burly, smiled at her, his magnificent mustache twitching and moving with his lips. "American? I am doing fine. How are you?" She smiled and shrugged. "I am, for better or worse." He chuckled as he worked to give her back her change. "Only an American would think so. Live anywhere else that isn't Europe, and it will be more better than worse, I assure you." Andrea accepted the bag and her change and had to concede with a sheepish smile. "That's a fair point, mister. I'll keep that in mind. Thank you and have a nice day." She was out on her way. She bounced off what could have been a truck for all she knew. Andrea was thankful that her legs did not fail her this time around. "I am so sorry," a man said, his outstretched hands helping her right herself. Andrea did not respond immediately. Her tongue had lost a wrestling match with an imaginary cat as she looked up at what could only be described as an Adonis. His brown skin was flawless. His height meant she would need a pogo stick to headbutt him, and his build was straight out of a surfing video game. His nose was plucked off some statue, and if you had told her that his lineup had been done by NASA with a laser, she would not have heard you because she was too enamored by his eyes. His eyes were big, brown, round, fenced in by eyelashes so immaculate that she was legitimately jealous. But what won her heart was the genuine look of concern that filled those eyes. I'm fine, Thank you," she said, taking a step back before ironing herself out with her hands. "I look like trash," Andrea thought, "on this day of all days. Why God?" "That's good," he said. His hand glided through his hair as he spoke. "Forgive me, love. I was in my head somewhat. It's been a long day. He is going to be in my head all day long now, too. No worries. I should have been looking where I was going anyways." He snorted and shook his head. "Please, you just came out of Abba's store. You shouldn't have been expecting me." He then raised an eyebrow and his smile grew. "American?" "Apparently," she said, matching his smile. Andrea met his outstretched hand with one of her own. "My name is Nathaniel, but you can call me Nate." She laughed. "Are you sure? Not John Wayne Gracie or something?" He was, rightfully, confused by that, and Andrea tried not to cringe. "Sorry, I met a guy earlier by the name of Teddy, but he said his friends call him Ted Bundy, and so I thought, never mind, my name is Andrea Salem." Nate laughed. "Oh? Well, sorry to disappoint, but I am no serial killer. Not yet, anyway." She tried not to focus on staring at his eyes and kept her gaze focused on his full lips instead. Golly, when did I become such a lame? "I'm not sure Camelot would appreciate a student going all psycho." He shrugged. "I am not so sure that a school like Camelot can judge much, seeing as how it sacrifices its own students." "Touché. Speaking of which," he said, looking her up and down, You're a first year, correct? Andrea frowned. Bruh, is it really that easy to tell? Nate smiled and shook his head. I mean, besides never seeing you before, you're also leaking. That's a dead giveaway. She was mortified as she tried to look behind her in the reflection of Abba's shop's huge window. I'm what? Nate seemed confused a moment before realization came a knocking and he burst out into heavy laughter. His laughter only added to her embarrassment, and she was about to turn and run home when she felt his warm hand wrap around her wrist to stop her. Wait, Nate said, trying to fight through his laughter. I don't mean it like that. Then like what? She snapped, and that got him to stop polluting her air with his laughter. He cleared his throat. Sorry. Man, I'm just made of apologies today. But I meant, magically, you're just leaking your magic around. Oh, Andrea said, still clueless. Is that a bad thing? Nate pondered on her question a moment before answering. Well, not necessarily. It is like, how do I explain it? It is like playing music out of your phone when walking in public. You're drawing attention to yourself whilst the rest of us have AirPods in. Damn, Andrea thought. I'm moving out here like a nuisance. And not for the first time did she silently curse Julian for having left her so ignorant. Man, would you believe me if I told you that I only found out about magic like 2 days ago? Yes, Nate said without hesitation before pointing at his phone. How about you take my details, yeah? I don't mind showing you around the place. That lifted her spirits, and she gladly did as instructed. You have no idea how much I appreciate this, Nate. I don't mind, so don't worry about it, he said, handing her back his phone. If you need help with anything, just let me know. I'm a third year, so I know a thing or two. Andrea waved to him as he turned to enter Abba's, and she opened her phone to see his profile picture, just checking it out. No lame activity here. She was disappointed to see that his profile picture was not of him, and it took her a moment to see that it was of the eye that both Julian and Mr. Pennyworth had warned her about. Andrea stopped and almost gulped as she turned to see Nate laughing with the kind man at the till, waving and winking at her when he caught her staring. She deleted his number and continued on her way, meeting Professor Mongold. Seeing as how Helena had not immediately thrown her into the wall, Andrea thought things were going well when her roommate took the muffin from her. What is this? An English muffin, Andrea said, or a peace offering if you like it. Her roommate looked at the muffin up and down as if the thing had been ticking the whole time. Yes, I see that. But why? Welp, there goes that. I think that you and I got off on the wrong foot, bruh. I don't want any beef. Her eyebrow raised before she nodded her head. Ah, beef, as in trivial conflict between the two of us. Look, Helena sighed, I do not want beef either. But I do not like you being here. And that's kind of you, Andrea agreed. But I genuinely... No, Helena interrupted. I do not mean it to be kind. I do not like you being here because it is not right and because it is not fair. You are weak, and the weak shouldn't be allowed to live in our world. And I have a sneaking suspicion that you got in because of connections to others. Andrea winced. Those words struck heavier than the telekinesis assault she had suffered earlier. That's not fair. No, Helena interrupted again. But nothing about your situation seems to be. And if it was fair, you would have died at the entrance exam. The intensity in her emerald eyes lowered a couple of octaves. I just hope you come to your senses soon enough. Thank you for the muffin, Andrea. Good night. She stood there, like an idiot, for a couple of minutes staring at Helena's door, before she finally turned and returned to her room. I should have kept the damned muffin, she thought, but in truth, Helena had shaken her, and that could only be if what Helena said was true. If her test was based on what her ceiling looked like, Andrea would have entered that hall with absolute confidence, seeing as how she had spent the entire night staring up at it, with the occasional break to toss, and in a shocking turn of events, turn too. Andrea did not know what to do. On her way back, she had hoped that Walter would be at the front to receive question after question from her. But it was the serial killer still clocked in. And although he had been very helpful and nice, she did not feel confident in advertising how little she knew. Her coming off as ignorant made her want to crawl up into a ball and be left alone. And her interaction with Helena reinforced that. What if everyone thinks that? Andrea wondered, remembering that her magic was leaking, and she did not even know how to stop it. She wanted to beat Julian's ass and then eat his heart, and then name every one of his invisible workers out of spite. He had left her so exposed that she was fucking leaking, and he did not even think to mention it or teach her. All he did was feed her and then send her out of her way after nearly aura farming her to death with her weird friend. The man hadn't even given her that allowance he promised, which was fine if she was not dirt broke. And when she did finally find someone who could help her, a nice, beautiful man, she could not even cash in on that because he was part of a death cult. Or at least what she thought was a death cult but was not sure of because Julian tells her nothing. When sleep finally gifted her with its presence, she had barely tasted it before she was pulled out of it by her alarm. Andrea checked her phone and saw the message from Mr. Pennyworth, which was an A-OK message because this invisible man apparently texts in emojis. It had been amusing somewhat when she reached out to him after being told off by Helena, but it was a little annoying because his answer when asked for a time was an 8. Not even the number, but the actual emoji of the number 8. She jumped into the shower, and because she was not up for pissing off a German by taking some of her coffee, she used a cold shower to try and rejuvenate herself before staring at the clothes laid out on her bed and frowning. It should be formal, right? She wondered, lifting a black dress up that Andrea thought was cute. But what if the assessment is a physical test? The alternative was running shoes, tights, and a black sweatshirt and pants combo with a white Nike tick in the middle. Andrea sighed before choosing the dress. If Julian is the headmaster, then I gotta dress like I have a stick up my ass. She decided to wear a black skirt with straps and a white buttoned-up shirt with black leggings and some boots. Her hair was a different matter. If she had the time to fight with it, she might have tried to do more than comb it out, deciding that Andrea would just have to corral it later. A black hairband is all she had to give. The attire could be considered passable, even by Mr. Nerva's standards, but her eyes had more baggage than an orphan from Gotham. Holy shit, Andrea thought, looking into the bathroom mirror. Andrea walked outside to find the Cadillac that belonged to the man she loathed, driven by the invisible person she kind of like, "Good morning, Mr. Pennyworth." He bowed his head before opening the door for her, making the A-OK gesture again when he got a decent look at her. Andrea curtsied before entering the Cadillac. "You're far too kind, Mr. Pennyworth. You and I both know that I look like swamp water, but thank you all the same." The butler was having none of it, waving away her words, his monocle shaking profusely, and Andrea would have married him there and then. He would have only needed to ask. "You're the sweetest man I know, invisible or not." He smiled at her, Andrea decided, as he closed the door and entered the car to drive her off to go and potentially die. Calm down, she told herself, trying to exhale the anxiety. Julian assured me that the potential sacrifices and killings were not going to occur. But he also didn't tell me about the end-of-year sacrifices, so jury's still out on whether he is full of shit or not. Andrea sat up terrified when the car parked by a sidewalk and was confused for a second before seeing Julian sat outside of a cafe, with a waiter arriving in time to deliver some pancakes and coffee. Her eyes locked onto him, and she opened her own door before poor Mr. Pennyworth had a chance to even touch the handle. Andrea stomped her way toward the table and was about to cuss him out when the waiter said, "Your pancakes, miss." She stopped and sat down instead of punching Julian in the face, if that even was possible. "Thank you." Andrea snapped, staring at the top of Julian's head, his eyes buried in the book that sat in his cross-legged lap. The waiter stood there, awkwardly, watching Andrea stare holes into a man who could not give a fuck about her, before clearing his voice and saying, "Anything else, sir?" Julian did not look up when he said, "No," and dismissed the waiter with his silence. Andrea closed her eyes. "God, thank you for the food, and please be with me today, as you always are." Andrea picked up her fork and knife. "You're never going to find a woman with an attitude like that," she said, stuffing a forkful of pancakes into her mouth. Julian raised an eyebrow before turning the page. "I am sorry about how abruptly things ended yesterday. An acquaintance believed himself a friend and thought it was okay to show up early and leave extremely late. I did not get the chance to brief you and give you your allowance." She almost choked, drinking from her coffee to help the pancake bite go down. This entire time she had thought that it was due to his lack of care, not circumstantial at all. She felt a tinge of guilt for fantasizing about beating him into the ground and opening his chest to salivate over his heart like she was some Aztec priest. Andrea was at a loss for words, not knowing whether to apologize, break down and cry, or play it cool as if everything between them had been ticking along smoothly, but was all she had in her. "Do not be shy," he said, finally putting his book down. "Eat up. You will need your strength." That got her heart beating 100 miles a minute. "Why? Is this about the test?" He raised an eyebrow. "Yes, but mostly because you look tired." "Fuck you. The assessment is like an IQ test, I told you. It is just to establish where you are in terms of your magic reserves and connection to the source, and we will walk you through forging your own grimoire." Her hand's grip tightened around the utensils. Okay. His eyebrow raised higher before he cocked his head. "Are you okay?" "You seem to be on the verge of passing out." She tried to smile away his mild, and she could not emphasize how mild it was, concern. "I will be fine. No passing out for me." "Good," he said. "That would be very embarrassing, so I would appreciate that you not." "Why did you not tell me about the end-of-year sacrifice for the bottom 40 students?" She blustered. "Did you not think that was something I should have known about?" He raised his eyebrow at her again before shrugging. "I did not think it was necessary. We do not know, for a fact anyway, how strong you are. And again, I didn't exactly get a chance to say my piece." She snorted. "You've made it very clear that I'm weak, Julian, and apparently I'm leaking." He frowned and focused a moment before his eyebrows furrowed even more. "It would seem so. I must not have been paying attention to it much." Julian was lucky that the pancakes tasted so divine, because otherwise she would have made the kind of scene that would make even him blush. Well, it was enough for some boy I ran into to notice. The sight of him returning to his book made her angry enough to slam her palm on the table. "Julian!" "Hush now," he said. "No theatrics. I am not in the mood. Your aura is low, Andrea. It's just enough for you to interact with the magical world, but nothing that can be noticed unless one pays attention. And so, I did not really notice. If someone calls me weak, one more motherfucking time. Yeah, you've said that already. That's just about the only thing you're willing to tell me over and over again. But not that I might be sacrificed, or that I'm leaking, or that I'm up shit's creek without a goddamned paddle. Nothing. I'm spiraling here, and you won't even help me." Julian looked at an Andrea that was shaking and on the verge of tears before he glanced toward Mr. Pennyworth. "Finish up," he said as he stood. "We're going to be late." Andrea did not believe her eyes as she watched him head toward the Cadillac and open the door, looking back to look at her. She took one more sip of coffee before getting up and climbing into the back seat. He slid in next to her. "Professor Mongold will be your assessor. He has a mastery over aura detection that is second to none. He will then help you form a grimoire. I can tell that you're a little distressed. Don't be. If you were incapable of doing this, Riggs would never have bothered to come after you, especially when he sensed that I was around. and I would not have brought you here, understand? Andrea's tears had fallen with such little fanfare that she only noticed that she had been crying when a tear hit the back of her hand. "Okay," she said, and they continued the car ride in silence until they arrived outside the main gate of the school. Its walls were at least 15 feet high and were covered with vines that had flowers sprouting out of the ends of them in colors that Andrea did not have the expertise to name. The guard stood behind a boom gate and immediately waved them in when he saw the Cadillac, waving them on like a complete dork. One said something to Mr. Pennyworth when he rolled down his window, and then something to Julian, and maybe even to Andrea herself, but she could not hear a thing at this point. Andrea's heartbeat was thumping away in her ears as they approached the front entrance of the school. An array of colors adorned the hedges and flower beds that stood like a guard of honor on either side of the cobblestone road. They drove past a massive statue of an infinity sign made of stone, and yet it hovered over the marble-carved base. And it was the umpteenth reminder that this was no ordinary assessment. Andrea was an otherwise ordinary girl, coming to see if this world of magic would make room for her. "Julian," she said after the Cadillac had come to a stop, I don't know if I can do this," she said, feeling a sting around her tired eyes. Andrea was far too frightened and exhausted to try and fight back the tears. "I'm scared." She looked up to her only source of comfort, and the tears flowed faster when she saw him sigh. "Andrea, for the last time, nothing bad will happen." "How do you know?" she snapped. "And so what, bruh? What if I'm so weak that it's up for me anyways? I'm gonna find out whether or not I'm doomed today, Julian. Do you not care?" He took a moment to process what she said before he slowly nodded his head. "That could be true, Andrea. But what will fear do for you now? You can go back home to New Orleans and try and live a normal life. But then what if another Jeremiah Riggs comes to kidnap you? Your mother only had one soul to give." She was sobbing now, but still tried to wipe away the tears. "You could protect us, can't you?" Andrea winced at Julian's expression of disgust. "To what end? When you move out, am I supposed to come to university with you? On your honeymoon, should I book a flight and hotel room as well, or will you do it for me? Will your husband let me stay in the house, or should I get a cottage in the backyard?" He snapped his fingers and Mr. Pennyworth opened her door. "We're here now and we can what-if ourselves forever and ever, but I could not imagine a bigger waste of time when we can just find out. Now get out of the car and stop crying." She was left so speechless by what he said that Andrea barely remembered getting out of the car and walking behind Julian as they entered the front entrance of the school. She imagined a grand entrance that required one to climb 100 steps before arriving outside something that looked like the Parthenon and a medieval castle had a baby. But with how out of it she was, Andrea could have totally imagined everything. They entered a hall with the cleanest cream marble floor she had ever seen, and walls of maroon that each had a doorway carved into the center of them. Waiting outside of the doorway to their right was a tall black gentleman dressed in a gray suit so form-fitting that he may as well have been born with it on. His tie was the most vibrant blue that went well with the visible socks he had tucked into his black dress shoes. He had the posture of a flagpole, and a white mustache that was so full and rich it might as well have gone by the name Al. His hairline was tragic, though. It looked like a child took a crayon in its fist and tried to draw a zigzag. However, it did not take away from the majesty of his aura. His eyes were hidden behind darkened sunglasses, much in the same way that Julian's were, and it made her wonder if that was a magician thing. He waited for them to approach before he marched off his mark like the epitome of a soldier, before extending his hand out for Julian to shake. "Headmaster Nerva," he said. He spoke with a British accent that was jarring next to Julian's heavy French one. "Professor Mongold, thank you for seeing us. I hope that we have not interfered too much with your schedule." The professor shook his head once. Never a wasted movement with this one, huh? Not at all, headmaster. We have been diligent, and so our schedule was well prepared ahead of time. Think nothing of it, he said, turning his attention to Andrea. Is this the young lady? Yes, Julian said, as he gently beckoned her forward. Introduce yourself, please. Andrea nodded her head and extended her hand. I'm Andrea Salem. It is nice to meet you. Professor Mongold smiled and accepted the hand with a gentle handshake. Well, Miss Salem, know that you are welcome here. Camelot is an illustrious magic school, the finest producers of herald-level magicians in the world. But not of god vessels, Julian said, and Professor Mongold huffed. It is unbecoming of you, headmaster. To be the leader of this college and yet still hold loyalty to the College of Anjou is a bad look. It cannot be helped, Siegfried. My father loathed the English, and his seed was strong. It is only natural that I inherit such things, no? The professor smiled, stronger in some more than others. And funny how I hate the French, eh? We are natural enemies then. No. Julian smiled. He actually smiled. So long as we both hate the Belgians, we will always have common ground. Professor Mongold laughed in a way that made her think of Santa, before he said something to Julian in a language that she did not understand. Julian clicked his tongue before responding and gesturing towards Andrea. The girl must be assessed. The school year will begin on Monday, and I would like her to miss not one day. Mongold nodded before bowing and gesturing towards the door behind him. Then we have no time to waste. Even with you around, headmaster. Come, Andrea. It will only take a moment. Grimoires and connections. Andrea looked back at Julian, who gave her a curt nod before heading towards the exit. She had wanted to call out to him, to get him to stay and support her, but she knew that was a fool's gambit. Even a slow learner eventually gets it after a while, she thought, watching the immense man leave the entrance hall and disappear to go about his life, a life that he obviously does not want me to. Miss Salem. Andrea turned and nodded her head. I'm sorry, Professor. I'm ready. I'm just a little scared is all. He gave her a reassuring smile that almost restored her faith in humanity. Professor Mongold approached her tentatively before placing a firm hand on her shoulder. Understandable, given the circumstances. But just know that I have done this hundreds of times before, and none have failed, for there is no failure here, Andrea. In life, we run our own race at our own speed. This process is just establishing where your starting line is. Had Helena not let her know about the end-of-year sacrifice thing, she might have smiled and allowed herself to be uplifted. This race ends badly if I don't run it fast enough. Andrea took a deep breath and exhaled, sending up a silent prayer before balling her fists. I'm ready when you are, Prof. Mongold's smile grew. Ah, there she is. After you. Andrea walked into the room and found it to be like any other office. For some reason, she had expected something more. But it was an office that fit the vibe of something you'd have found at St. Mary's, with green and olive green wallpaper and white laminated floorboards. Between the door and Professor's oakwood desk were two finely made chairs, and before that, a Persian rug depicting... Andrea frowned and cocked her head. Is someone being decapitated with a guillotine? The reign of terror, he said, a sickening smile crossing his face. Almost 30,000 Frenchmen were killed, either by guillotine or in prison, and all without trial. Whatever reassurance she got out of him earlier died immediately. Andrea gulped. Yeah, ended with a failed suicide attempt, I think. Good, he said, moving towards his desk. Maximilien Robespierre. A great man. Andrea raised an eyebrow. The name brought back facts and memories from her time in history class. The man who led the reign of terror, something that killed almost 30,000 people, most of whom were probably innocent, was a great man. He sat down and crossed his legs, gesturing for Andrea to join him. Probably. How do we know that they were innocent, Ms. Salem? How do we know they were guilty? She asked. He shrugged. For their crimes of being against the revolution? Only God knows. But for their crimes of being French? Coupable. This entire city is filled with wackos, she thought, moving to sit down in front of Mongold. Yeah, well, it'd be like that. Ended slavery, too. Would have thought that would have been your first go-to, she said. Mongold shrugged. He did, in a manner of speaking. But also, not really. Had he made a little Italian artillery officer number 30,001, then I might have given him such an accolade. But it is good to see that you know your stuff. You seem to be a good student, Ms. Salem. Andrea mulled over taking the compliment or showing some humility. Not particularly, Professor. It is more like I am a good listener, rather than just a good student. Your grades would suggest otherwise, he said. But I like the distinction. One should know their strengths. Are you ready? She nodded her head. Her hands balled into fists again. Come what may, God won't let me down. Professor Mongold removed his shades and revealed eyes without irises. Andrea pulled off, not showing her shock or revulsion. Close your eyes, Andrea. I will walk you through the creation of your grimoire. Through the creation of your grimoire, your connection to the source will be fully realized, and your abilities to manifest your powers will be granted to you. She exhaled any last reservation she had, now fully committed to being a part of this world, even if it kills me. Andrea's eyes shut closed. I'm ready when you are. Imagine yourself floating in the ocean, surrounded by the sea and only the sea. There was something about his voice that forced her to focus on it and nothing else, and it snagged a hold of her imagination. Andrea imagined herself on her back, floating through the ocean, staring up at the night sky. There were stars, millions of them, and a silver moon that looked like it was smiling at her. She had gotten so little sleep that had Mongold stopped talking, Andrea would have drifted away. Good. Now imagine that there are 3 tethers holding you in place. They connect to your mind, they connect to your body, and they connect to your soul. Each has its own color. Each has a hold onto you that is different. Andrea could picture it as if she really were there, rolling onto her stomach to allow the tethers to connect to the carabiners that sprouted from her body. One in the middle of her forehead, another went to where her heart was, and a third where her belly button was positioned. The tethers locked on and slowly began to pull her down. She almost lost her nerve, but Professor Mongold's hand found itself on her shoulder. Do not fight it, Andrea. You are safe. You are home. You cannot be killed by the thing that feeds you. Allow it to take you. Andrea nodded her head and allowed her body to go numb, to be pulled deep into the ocean head first, diving ever further. Good, Andrea. Well done. You are safe. You are home. Open your eyes now. She had expected herself to be in the office again, sat in the exact same chair she had been lounging in when they began this experience. Where the hell am I? She asked, looking around to find herself in the ocean she had thought was only a part of her imagination. Somewhere safe, Mongold said, swimming next to her. He did not look anything remotely close to himself. Instead, he appeared as a mix of 3 colors, a good mix of red and yellow, but they were dominated by indigo. Andrea smiled. And somewhere that feels like home? A good listener indeed, Mongold said, slowly swimming towards her. He held out his hands. Pay attention now, Andrea, for this is the important part. Do as I do, understand? Andrea nodded, battling to keep herself upright. Is my head supposed to feel so heavy? Andrea, sorry. Andrea held out her hands like Mongold was doing. Focus on your 3 tethers. Imagine them disconnecting themselves from your body and instead funneling themselves into your hands. She did as instructed, imagining the clicking sound of each tether freeing themselves from the carabiners in her head, heart, and belly. The tethers successfully disconnected and floated in front of her, and Andrea focused hard on guiding them into her hands. But something was keeping them from fully obeying her. She frowned before closing her eyes and straining hard to force them into her palm. "You're going to have to try a little harder than that, Andy baby." Andrea opened her eyes and looked around for the source of the voice, but saw nothing but the ocean and a confused Mongold looking at her. "Miss Salem?" "Sorry, Professor," she thought, closing her eyes again and this time successfully willing her tethers into her hands. She could see them now, and they came in the same colors Mongold had covered himself in. The red and indigo were faint, very faint, but the yellow was bright enough to illuminate her hands somewhat. "Focus on the colors, Andrea. Focus on molding and melding them into your grimoire, your book. Let them come together to represent you and your magic." Andrea closed her eyes and thought of her diary then, not of the diary when she was a little girl writing away about her track meets or boys, but of when she had used it to write down everything she knew of magic and rigs and the source. Slowly, the warm tethers in her hands began to form into something familiar, and Andrea opened her eyes to see a book now lay in them. It was not particularly thick, but it had a hardcover of deep purple with a black fleur-de-lis plastered on the middle. She smiled and held up her grimoire proudly to show Professor Mongold. "Look at what I got here, Professor!" Mongold smiled and snapped her fingers, and Andrea found herself back in her chair in the professor's office. "Well done," he said, "but make it a point not to show your grimoire to anyone, unless you truly trust them. And I would suggest, not even then. We sorcerers are no different from those fake magicians you'd see pulling a rabbit out of a hat on your television set, Miss Salem. We are liars and con artists. First, foremost, always." Andrea nodded her head. "Don't believe a word a magician says. Not even you. Got it." The professor smiled. "Oh, Miss Salem, especially me. You young sorcerers are so open and honest. Perhaps it is growing up in this social media age that has you acting so brash and free. We older sorcerers, though." Something wicked flashed between those clear white eyes. "We are the masters of deception." She took that to heart. "Okay, so I should never tell the truth, ever. Not even once. Got it." He chuckled and sat back. "The headmaster had warned me that you thought of yourself as someone who is funny. Glad to see you are behaving more yourself." Andrea did feel more herself and even felt rejuvenated. The town sucking a bit of her soul did not hit the same now, and the assessment being more spiritual awakening than an actual examination helped make her feel less impostery. "I'm glad too, Professor. I can't put into words how appreciative I am by the fact that you've been so kind to me," Andrea said, the emotions from her earlier bout with Julian slowly coming back. "It's kind of hard to feel welcome when no one is actually welcoming, you know?" Professor Mongold stood and slowly approached her, leaning against the desk in front of her. He then said, "I hope you know just how much I appreciate that, Andrea. I became a professor to try and change lives, to make an impact with the next generation. I myself would not be here had someone not come along to make me feel more welcome." His kindness ebbed away some as he leaned in closer. "But girl, I would not be doing my duty to you as a professor if I did not warn you. You are in a world that hates the weak, that hates that the weak and strong alike must eat from the same plate. I do not mean to be rude or scare you, but I am certain that you yourself are aware that you are not particularly powerful." She grit her teeth, hearing this for the umpteenth time. "Yeah, I know." "No," he said, "you do not, but you will. Your physical and spiritual sources of power are frail, the spiritual more than the physical. You will never unlock an animus, and you will not have the magical reserves to become a powerful spellcaster. Andrea felt like she was being pummeled from all sides. Helena, Nate, Julian, all of them think that I am weak, that I am going to die. But she felt Mongold's finger tap her chin upwards. Your mind's connection is average, we'll say. That means your aptitude towards precision and grasping of spells may just yet save you. Do not give in and do not give up Andrea Salem. We may just make a magician of you yet. She stood up and hugged him. It was awkwardly received, but that did not stop her. Thank you, Andrea said, releasing him. You have no idea how much I needed to. If you believe in me, Professor, I promise, I swear, I won't let you down. He smiled as he put his shades back on. That is more like it. There was a knock at the door, and Professor Mongold nodded his head and moved to open it. That is your tour guide. She is a fellow first year that is from a sorcerer family, so she knows her way around both the college and town. I know you will get along swimmingly. Andrea smiled and turned, letting Mongold go to answer the door while she tried to focus on the feeling of a grimoire in her hand. It took some effort, and she felt like she had just run a fast-paced lap, but the book appeared the same as before. Andrea marveled at it. The pages a lot fewer than Riggs and empty, but they were hers. Wait, what the fuck? She saw on the final page a drawing of a spider's web. A Nancy. Andrea. She turned to face Mongold and felt her grimoire disappear with her focus gone. Are you ready? She thought about telling him about the spider web, but remembered what he had told her. And worse still, she felt a cramp come and go at the thought. Yep, born ready. Sead mille failte. Andrea did not know what to make of Aisling Ryan off-rip, but she was leaning towards liking her. Aisling was of average height, with deep blue eyes and freckles around a cute pug nose. Her face was heart-shaped and her eyebrows bushy, with ears that were sharp like an elf's. But her most distinctive feature was her auburn hair, which flowed long and beautiful down her back. It was as if someone had captured autumn itself and weaved it into her scalp. Aisling's second most distinctive feature was her smile. She was as giving with her smile as a pastor is with their words. Even though her teeth were a little crooked in place, Andrea had decided that she liked to see it. And here is where we'll be lining up for assembly in the morning, she said, her voice chipper and bubbly in a way that Andrea knew she would want her dead in the morning. They had met outside of Professor Mongold's office, and Andrea had not exactly been sure of what to expect. On the one hand, every magician she had ever met in some way, shape, or form had told her that she was trash and weak and that she was going to die. On the other hand, they all seemed pretty cool and powerful, so there was that. Aisling was different, though. She gave off the impression of someone Andrea would meet at a different school during a track meet. Someone tasked with showing students and parents around to ensure everyone knew where to go. She even dressed in the college's uniform, wearing a black skirt with a white jersey worn underneath a black blazer that had its cuffs and sleeves lined in gold and silver. Her greeting, warm and bubbly as it was such a contrast to what Andrea had experienced in this goddamn city that she actually did not know how to respond at first. But soon, Andrea was reminded of what it was like to speak to an actual human being. "You're a first year too, huh?" Andrea asked, and Aisling nodded her head, her auburn curls bouncing as she did so. "Finally! I'm the last of my siblings to arrive, so I've been waiting years to finally say, I am a first year." Aisling looked her up and down in a way that was quick enough to be considered polite. "What about you, huh? You got any siblings that have been through the gates of Camelot?" Andrea had put in some thought to her backstory, but Julian, being a garbage waste of space, made it difficult getting her story straight with the only other person who knew that she was lying. Well, outside of Professor Boniface. "Nope," Andrea said, as the two walked down one of the two hallways on the first-year assembly foyer. "Just me." The first-year foyer was pretty big, with the heart of the foyer being a massive statue of Boy reaching down to wrap his hands around the hilt of a sword stuck in stone. There were 2 towers in the foyer, both in the center of the northern and southern walls. Each tower had a doorway built into it that led to spiral stairways that led to the upper levels of the foyer. Between the 2 towers, beside the massive statue, was a football field in length and width. Each hallway ran along the eastern and western walls and an upper and lower level, each with several classrooms numbered and lettered. The massive statue of King Arthur, well, at least I think it's Arthur, was where the governor of their year stood during announcements. "A wild sorcerer, then," Aisling giggled. "You're the first I've ever met." Andrea cocked her head. "By wild sorcerer, you mean someone not from a magician family, right?" "I'm the first? I'm sure there were a couple at the entrance exam, no?" She shrugged as they turned left to the hallway that joined to the northern wall, heading down towards an exit. "I didn't go to the entrance exam. I came on in through a recommendation. Leaves me a bit scarlet to say, but it's true. Helena would hate you." They exited the first-year section to continue down the hallway. The walls were made of glass that kept the water out as they moved through an aquarium. "Whoa!" Andrea gasped. "Way to go, Andy, showing how easily impressed you are. She probably thinks you're—" "I know, right," Aisling exclaimed. "It's savage to look at." Took my breath away the first time I ever laid eyes on it. She smiled and raised an eyebrow. "For real? Bruh, you'd think someone growing up with magic wouldn't be shook by something like an aquarium." Aisling laughed and shrugged. "If magic can kill the wonder of the world in your heart, then you don't damn well deserve it, I say." That seals it, Andrea thought. I like her. The aquarium came and went as they entered the cafeteria, which was a hall with floorboards and 4 long tables with benches, each arranged in their own corner. In the middle was a massive round table that Andrea reckoned would be filled with food during lunch. The furthest wall from them had 3 doors each, which led to the fields outside. "For when the sun's out," Aisling said, beckoning her to follow, "though that scarce happens in this damn city." Even Andrea had noticed it, that even during midday, when the sun should have been at the peak of its powers, it still looked and felt like late afternoon. "Yeah, I wondered about that. The day doesn't seem as bright, the night don't seem as dark. It's like this city is always hovering in between." "Wow," Aisling gasped. "You sound like a poet." Andrea laughed as they continued their tour, exiting the hall to walk along its outside pathway towards a bell tower. She would steal glances towards Aisling as she went off on another endearing, yapping spree, wondering if Aisling was just like Helena and Julian. Does she hate weakness too? Andrea wondered, but she felt silly for even considering it. The Irish girl hopping around her, bursting with energy, seemed like the furthest thing from a sorcerer supremacist. Fuck it, Andrea thought, as she turned to her tour guide. "Aisling." Andrea pulled off a monumental feat, not cringing at the way she sounded, like some little kid asking for a glass of milk before bed. "You seem like good people, so I want to know, am I weak?" Aisling frowned and cocked her head. "From what I can tell? Very. Jesus Christ." "But so what?" she said, surprising her by wrapping her arm around Andrea's. "Isn't that the point of coming to this school? If you were some all-powerful herald, doubt you'd need to come all the way here from America." She melted her heart with a goofy-ass smile, and Andrea shrugged. "Yeah, you got me. I don't know shit about shit, but lucky for me, I know a pretty Irish girl who's gonna let me copy off her homework." Aisling gasped. "You know another Irish girl?" Andrea laughed. "I meant you, leprechaun." She let go of Andrea and shook her head. "First of all, Andrea, that is racist. Secondly, why would I let you go and do that?" She shrugged. "My undying friendship and access to my world-renowned humor." Aisling pondered her proposition for a moment before shaking her head. "I'll take the undying friendship. And what about the humor?" "What about it?" Andrea gasped, and the two of them burst out into laughter. They carried on the tour as they ascended the bell tower. "What kind of family you got?" Andrea asked, curious about what a magician family was like. In truth, she had been wondering this ever since she found out that she came from a sorcerer family. What was life growing up like for her mother, who apparently was in primary school whilst the Second World War was going on? She reckoned that it could not have been easy, being a black woman in mid-1940s America attending school down south. But then again, for all she knew, her mother actually grew up in a city or town like this, with magic and sorcerers and giant evil eyes staring at you from far off in the distance. Andrea doubted it, though. Her mother's love for her community was too real not to have been a place she lived in for a while. And besides, the story of her grandfather helping out people from the community with their court cases said as much. "Same as any Irish family," Aisling said, shrugging her shoulders. "Got a mam, all fella still with her, several brothers, a sister, and more cousins than I know what to do with. An uncle who comes by some, attend worship on Sundays, hang about the fields with some childhood friends when I'm back that side. A slow life it is, but easier than slow. What about you?" "Just me and my mom," she said sadly. Andrea had always been envious of those with big families. "Oh? And where is she?" "Bedridden because she sold her soul to a spider." "Oh, back home in America." They reached the top of the bell tower and looked out at the rest of the college. It was massive, bigger than any school she'd ever been to, and maybe as big as a high school in Texas. "I hope you don't mind me asking," Aisling said, pulling Andrea out of her own mind as they stared out at the next 3 years of their lives. "But why are you leaking?" "I got a hole in me," Andrea grinned. "Can't board it up fast enough." "I was right to take the undying friendship," Aisling teased. "But seriously, you don't know how to keep your aura in check?" Andrea shook her head, and her tour guide, and now friend, frowned. "Oh? Well, it would do you some good hiding your aura. Magic folk aren't as nice as I am. You leaking is how I could tell that you're not very strong. Otherwise, I'd have thought you were just especially talented at keeping yourself in check." She'd been called weak for 2 days straight now by everyone and their mother, but from Aisling, it sounded like a genuine warning. She remembered what Professor Mongold warned her about, and so was not going to go so far as show her the grimoire. But Andrea did trust her enough to let her guard down and ask, "Can you show me how?" Aisling seemed surprised for a moment before smiling. "Haven't told me a good joke, but already you're asking me for help." This time, Andrea did not laugh. "I know, and I'm sorry, but you're the only person I trust." This time, the surprise stayed. "Stop acting the maggot, Andrea. You only just met me. For all you know, I could be a spooky cultist luring you in with my charming accent." "Could be. Yeah, well, my gut feeling tells me that you're good people. And my gut is always right, half the time anyway. And if I'm walking around leaking and magicians are up to no good, then I'll be taken by a spooky cultist before long anyhow." Aisling snorted after a long silence. "That's true. Alrighty then. It's simple. Controlling your aura comes from the mind. Professor Mongold would have shown you the tethers, yeah?" Andrea nodded her head. "Yeah, I remember." "Okay," she said, closing her eyes and focusing on her forehead where the carabiner had been. "Good. Your aura comes directly from the body. But I thought you said—" "Shh," Aisling said. "None of your complaining. I said that the mind controls your aura. Think of it like a tap, yeah. The water is the connection to the source, your soul. The faucet is your body, and the taps are your mind. Right now, your taps are all the way opened." Andrea could see the sink in her home kitchen, overflowing with water. She imagined a younger version of her walking up to the sink to turn the handles. "Now we're sucking diesel," she heard Aisling say, finally closing the tap shut to the point that it was only dripping water now. Andrea opened her eyes and smiled. She could feel it now, The lessening effect her acquiring the grimoire had on the city, sapping her energy, was even more diminished now, and she even felt physically stronger. She had to focus on it still, like trying to hold a conversation whilst trying to remember an instruction she was given. But Andrea felt so much better that it was worth it in her mind. "Now," Aisling said, a large grin on her pretty heart-shaped face, "tell me a joke. Show us that world-renowned humor of yours." Andrea laughed before tapping the bottom of her chin, whilst pondering before snapping her fingers. "I got it. This one is for you and me, bruh. Okay, so did you hear about the marriage between the girl from Dublin and the boy from New Orleans?" "I did not hear about the marriage between the girl from Dublin and the boy from New Orleans," Aisling beamed. "Well, it was quite the occasion." Aisling's gleeful smile slowly fell away before she sighed. "Well, here's hoping that you're a very good friend. Everyone's a critic. Maddie and the shipyard." Hull was not supposed to be here. He was never supposed to get involved with this. He was supposed to have grown up, gotten a job in the shipyard, and lived a good 30 years wed to a woman who cooked and cleaned for him, and their 7 children as well. Yes, losing one of them in infancy, and probably losing another during their childhood, would have sucked. But at least he would have been moderately happy. Hull had been on the way to go and get a job at the River Mersey, like his brother had. His mother had sent him out in his Sunday best, and he remembered feeling like the world's finest then, praying to God that he would have the fortune of running into Maddie Smith from down the road. If he had only run into her that day, then maybe his life would have turned out differently. But he did not run into Madeline that day. Hull had run into a sorcerer hunter named Matthias de Groot, a tall and gaunt man who wore a suit with the grace of a mountain goat scaling a mountainside. Majestic, sure, but at the end of the day, it was still a dumb goat. Hull had taken just about every turn imaginable, trying to shake the man. But each turn only confirmed one thing. He was being followed. He had eventually given up seeming calm and cool under pressure, and immediately bolted for the baker. But each step he took, each call for help, each frantic prayer, was all for naught. Hull learnt about the fog and its power about a fortnight after that day. But in the moment, that was the first time he had ever experienced magic. And it had terrified him. "What do you want with me?" He remembered his younger self asking. His accent, much like his teeth, had been atrocious back then. Matthias had responded in Dutch, as he often did back then. He'd only sully his tongue with another language if he found the person worth conversing with, and that had not been the case back then. Even after years of knowing Dutch, Hull could not be arsed to ask him what he was saying back then. Not once in his 100 years of knowing the man. And now I'll never fucking get the bloody chance. Although whether this was because Matthias was dead or because he was about to be, Hull could not tell. He had seen Matthias tear a tank turret off and hit a man over the head with it, caving in his skull. Hull had seen him obliterate a football with a kick and watched Matthias scorch entire platoons of men with lightning bolts with the flick of the wrist. Even as his salt and pepper hair turned to silver and his pale skin took on the texture of leather, the man's gnarled hands could administer blasphemous levels of violence. So Hull could not believe his bloodshot eyes when he saw Matthias, in his righteous Dutch fury, drop an entire lightning bolt on their opponent and saw that he had missed. No, not missed, Hull remembered as he jumped over a wall. Dodged. The man fucking swerved it. Matthias, usually the calmest and coolest man in any room, lost his nerve and began to curse at the large black man, unleashing profanities that not even Hull would use. It was one of those reminders that Matthias was just that old, having been the grandson of a Dutch East India soldier, and it definitely showed whenever he had to interact with a black person, or an Indian person. And even Hull had to restrain Matthias whenever he was in the company of a Chinese person. Strangely enough, Matthias's second wife had been an Indonesian woman, And even now, he showered his grandson with gifts under the guise of donations. They would never know Matthias, for better or for worse. His less than stellar behavior towards black people came back to bite him in the arse, though, when the man who should have been turned into a charred corpse reappeared between them. Hull tried to move, but he had been far too slow, and instead got a shattered orbital bone from the man's backhand. Before his vision in his right eye had been impaired, he had gotten a proper glimpse at him. The lad was big, a couple inches shorter than Matthias, but twice as wide, with the sort of frame Matthias's grandfather would have fetched a pretty penny for. If the disrespect from the backhand was not enough of an indication that this man was not taking them seriously, his showing up in a charcoal-colored suit to deal with them should have been the indication. The backhand had rocked him badly and sent him bouncing back into the hard concrete of the shipping dock before he slammed into and crumpled the metal of a shipping container. Matthias had taught him the art of healing, but that was a costly magic. It drained its user very quickly if their precision was not up to snuff, and even Matthias, an old man of 200 years, struggled with it. So Hull used enough of the magic to fix his broken ribs and look up in time to see Matthias being beaten down, every strike of his never coming close to landing. 2 attacks are all it took. The first was faster than Hull could see, and he only knew what it was from the impact as Matthias' entire body was hunched over and lifted off the ground from a hit that could only have landed in his gut. The second attack came in the form of the Negro catching a still airborne Matthias by the back of his neck and ankle and bringing him down on his knee. The crack Hull heard shattered his resolve, and the fear gave him the needed adrenaline to try and stand up. He fell back down and resolved himself to crawl away instead. But that meant that he got the full view of Matthias being choked in the giant Negro's hand, cursing him the whole way through. The man said something in French and was given the reply of spit, although the wad stopped in the air, never coming close to the black man's face. "So be it," he said, this time in English. He grabbed Matthias's outstretched right arm by the wrist, and Hull would never forget the screams coming from Matthias as slowly his body began to be pulled apart. Hull watched his longtime mentor, and perhaps his only friend in the world, have his shoulder pop out, and then tear through the skin, and then have that tear expand downwards to his ribs, cracking and breaking. They either popped out of his muscle and skin or broke inwards and stabbed through his now exposed lungs. His heart and lungs tumbled out of the separating ribcage, and still Matthias was screaming as Hull could now see the cold expression of their killer between Matthias's 2 halves. Matthias's body continued to give way like wrapping paper as his spinal column moved one way and his ribcage, lungs, and intestines went another, before his life finally came to an end as everything inside him fell victim to gravity and landed with a loud thud. Fuck this! Hull used his magic to fully heal himself, and it exhausted him badly. But he had no choice. This was his only chance to not... The man's hand wrapped around his neck, and Hull's heart froze as he was lifted off his feet. He could have sworn that he had been running for the last 35 seconds, trying his best to get away from this monster, but as he looked around, he realized that he was right back at the crumpled shipping container. "No, please," he wailed, certain that he was about to go out the same way Matthias had. The man cursed him in French. His voice was calm, low, and deep. "You are English," he said, and Hull cussed. "He's fucking French." "Yay, mate, I am," Hull responded, finding it futile to try and fight his way out of this one. His body instead went limp. The Negro sighed before putting him back down on his feet. "It seems like this will be a day filled with misfortune." "You can say that again." Hull slowly turned around and found that he was damn near a head shorter than the man, and down a couple of stones too. His nose was crooked somewhat, and he had white sideburns but an otherwise black nest of curly hair. His cheekbones were very regal-like, and his eyes were hidden behind shades. "Listen, mate, I just need to get this one out the way. You're not going to kill me, yeah?" He shrugged. "That depends on you." "Are you going to cooperate?" The man then pointed beyond his shoulder to the pile formerly known as Matthias de Groot. "Or are you going to refer to me as a monkey, like your friend did?" Hull gulped. "Never dream of it, mate. I was 'gainst the Empire and "I do not care," the man said. "Answer my questions and I'll let you leave here alive." The man took a glance back at where Matthias's lightning bolt had scorched the ground. "As much as I really want to. If you are like your friend over there, I will not hesitate to find a reason to kill you. And believe me, I am looking for one. But for now, play it straight and true and you'll be safe. But if I feel as if you are trying to lie to me..." "That's all you had to say, mate." "It'll be like I'm talking to my bishop. Anything information-wise you need, yeah? If I can provide it, it's..." "Are you with the Church of the Seven Futures?" "Fucking hell." Hull sighed and lifted up his shirt, showing him the tattoo he had willingly imprinted onto his skin. The man sighed. "Secrecy bindings. Of course, I should have known that this would be the case. Mr. Bain's intelligence is half-baked." Hull's eyes went wide. "Hold on a minute. You know Mr. Baines?" The man's lips curled into a wry smile. "And there is my reason. I am sorry, but I cannot let you live with that crucial bit of information." Hull took a step back. "Listen, mate, I won't tell a soul, yay. Not even me own mother could make me say..." He had known it was futile to argue, and instead tried to sneak in a blast of heat from his eyes, using his mastered form intended for the man's heart, but his beams stopped mid-air. No, not stopped. Something's wrong here. Something don't make no sense. The man stepped aside and the heat burned into concrete ground. Hull tried to turn his head and have his lasers tear through the man, as they had 100 men before. But he was not there, once more showing his speed as he... The punch easily broke through Hull's weakened shroud and instead tore a hole through his body, from his back and out through his stomach. His final moments were spent in confusion and desperation. Confusion because his body was spinning through the air and he could not get a sense of north and south, and desperation because he tried to use what little magic he had to heal. His reserves were never his strong suit, nor was his body. What had saved Hull from being sacrificed that day was his mind. He was already blacking out by the time his body hit the water, and the connection of his head onto the cold water's surface at the speed he was flying knocked him unconscious. Hull sank to the bottom of the ocean. Julian sighed and pulled out his phone to call Baines, but it went immediately to voicemail. He had come all the way out here to get at least a hint of clue as to what was going on. Julian had a feeling that the zealous parts of the magical community had been congregating again. First it had begun as whispers and rumors, and then sightings and pictures, to full-blown meetings and joint worshipping circles. These acts went against the provisions of the treaty, and it made him uneasy to see the growing brazenness in which they were operating. That unease went into full-blown shock and panic when Mr. Baines showed up at his front door one day, waving at him like an old friend when something like him should not be walking the earth again. And Julian knew firsthand the contagion of religious sickness spread like wildfire in times of confusion and despair, and these were very confusing times. He looked back at the pile of waste that had been Matthias de Groot, a magician supremacist who wished to bring about a world where the fog was a thing of the past and humans were to be their chattel. Julian did not care about the humans, in truth, but the current social order being upended was not in his plans. Once he got the opera, the world could burn for all he cared, but not until then. Julian sighed a third time before heading back home. "What do you mean, necromancer?" Andrea stood uncomfortably towards the bank of the foyer, scratching at the irritation caused by the collar of her school uniform. When she had come back from her tour of the school, Andrea found her uniform on her bed, a black blazer, white buttoned-up shirt, and a black skirt. She had worried for a second that the uniform would not fit, but like magic, the uniform fit like a glove. Andrea found a note next to the blazer and read it. Each individual's connection to the source is unique. And so, self-expression is not only allowed, but also encouraged, accessorized to your heart's content. His handwriting is very pretty, Andrea thought, and did not like the fact that she hated that even his handwriting was beautiful. Wait, am I a hater? Andrea shelved the thought for later, when she had enough time to gaslight herself into believing that she was, in fact, not a hater. She had put on the uniform and admired herself in the mirror. Her afro sat in the same peacock's tail as her mother's, and complimented her heart-shaped face well. Her big brown eyes did not look so bad now that they were no longer bloodshot. Fuck, I look good. And she still did, in her most humble opinion, but the collar was eating at her, enough to make her unbutton the top button as Governor Benedict Haleman went on and on about the college's history, and what an honor attending the college was, and blah, blah, blah. Benedict was a short, stout, and frumpy man who was holding onto his hair by the skin of his buck teeth. He had a prominent nose and lips thinner than Julian's patience. He wore a suit that looked tailor-made for him and his rotundness, with a tie that was either made short or significantly shortened by the girth of his neck. His cheeks were rosy and the rest of him pale, but even Andrea could admit that he had a lovely voice. She'd only wished that it had not worn out its welcome with the long speech about a school that was, according to the betting odds, going to kill her. Had Andrea been using her real surname, she might have been standing towards the front, but Salem won her a standing position towards the back, slap dab in the middle of a giant black kid with an afro that would have never been allowed to live at St. Martha's, and a Caucasian kid with a buzz cut and the solemn demeanor of an Eastern European coal miner. The distance was not the only thing that made focusing on Haleman difficult. Andrea had spent what remained of her afternoon yesterday focusing on stopping the leak. It had gotten better, sort of, but it still required her concentration enough a chuckle here or a yawn there threatens to undo her hard work. She was especially focused right now, trying her best not to let her classmates in on the fact that she might be trash, but standing here for the last 30 minutes was starting to tax her focus. Now, allow us to go forth into this year, focused. Focused on prosperity, focused on achievement, focused on strength. If you would please give a hearty round of applause for Professor Hoffman. Andrea slowly clapped her hands as a man who looked born to be a teacher stepped forward. He wore a beige jersey over a plain white buttoned-up shirt and gray slacks over his brown pointed shoes. He was as pale as Haleman, but had a crooked aquiline nose instead of the potato that sat in the middle of the governor's face. He moved aside a strand of sandy blonde hair, and his blue-gray eyes, poorly hidden behind glasses with the prescription strength of an offensive lineman, looked down at a speech he had prepared. He cleared his voice before saying, "Good morning to you all, privileged students of Camelot. We welcome you to the beginning of a long journey, a journey that will make you into the best possible magician and sorcerer that you could ever have envisioned." Andrea groaned as she watched the next 5 minutes of her life wasted on some retreaded ground that had been stepped on by Haleman in his long-ass speech. But thankfully, Hoffman did not seem to love the sound of his voice as much, and got to the point quickly thereafter. I will now arrange you into different classes. If you look to your left and right, you will find 15 professors waiting for you. Please go to the class you are assigned to. Andrea almost groaned again when she thought that over the next however minutes it would take, they were going to be called up one by one to their assigned class. But a face flashed in her mind, and she turned to see the same Goofy who had been waving in her mind, waving now. She was going band for band with Hoffman in the "of course they are a teacher, just look at them" department. She looked like such a teacher that seeing her in a store aisle at a Walmart would break Andrea's mind. Teachers were not supposed to be free to roam the wild like the rest of us, she thought, hesitantly moving towards her. Andrea felt an arm slide through her own and looked down to see Aisling's silly smile beam up towards her. What luck! Andrea had never been so relieved in her life and even tightened her grip on Aisling's arm. "Not for you, bruh. I'm about to ride your coattails to slightly below average." Aisling snorted. "Go way out of that, Andrea. Anyone copying my homework should, at the very least, score top 150. She almost something witty before something dawned on her just then. I'm always so concerned about coming off pathetic that I never really focus on anyone else. For all she knew, Aisling could very well be in the same boat as her. "Good morning, everyone," their professor beamed, dressed in floral patterned dress over her own khaki-colored slacks. Her stringy, short, dirty blonde hair and her poor chin was closer to the middle of her throat than it was to her bottom lip. Her eyes were beady and brown, and her cheekbones were sharp and high. Come in, and we will begin introductions. I am so very excited to meet all of you." "Are there any American professors in this school?" Andrea whispered, and Aisling frowned. "Andrea, in England?" She snorted. "Okay, point made." Can't blame a girl for asking. They entered the classroom and Andrea frowned, quickly taking a step out to look at the classroom from the windows before stepping back inside. "Bruh, what the fuck is going on?" Aisling giggled. "You're aware that we're in a magic school, right?" She nodded her head slowly. "Seems like it'll take a while to grasp that." "Sit wherever you wish," the professor said, gesturing towards the massive classroom that, from the outside, looked half this size. At the back was a door to what she presumed was the storeroom, and running alongside the same wall were lockers enough for the 30 of them, arranged from 1 to 30. Along the sides of the classroom were 2 rows of 2 blue desks smashed together. Each row had 6 pairs of tables. In the middle were 6 rows of 3 desks, smashed in much the same way as the other 2 rows were. In the front was a carpet between the front 7 tables and the chalkboard, and directly across from the door was the teacher's desk, which was covered in the usual papers, books, and pens, as well as the unusual skull and bad juju accessories. Maybe she's like a biology professor or something, Andrea wondered. Aisling pulled her out of her mind by pointing to the front 2 desks closest to the teacher, and Andrea snorted. "Never. Not even if you paid me, bruh." Aisling pouted. "Where do you suggest, then?" She was going to point towards the back, but those rows were filling up fast, and so she moved quickly to place her school bag on the pair of tables that were third from the front, nearest to the door. Aisling rolled her blue eyes before moving to join her. "Winter is going to harm us." "Then we'll learn a spell for it," Andrea said. Their professor waited for everyone to be seated before clapping her hands together, and it was only then that Andrea noticed her dirty and long. Her yellow fingernails were, "What the—" "For introductions, I think it only fair that I be the one to start. I am Professor Smith, Adeline Smith, from the Smith family of Lancaster." Aisling gasped, along with half the class, and Andrea gasped a second after, because FOMO was a hell of a drug. Aisling was not buying, though, and leaned in to whisper what Andrea apparently should have known. "The Smith family are old, like served the Normans old. Last I heard, they currently have a herald, maybe even 2, and the last god vessel of greed came from them. The man must have been as tight as a duck's asshole to achieve that." She sat back and frowned. "Bruh, you speaking in English?" "I don't know half the shit you said, and I'm pretty sure I misheard the other half." "Now," Professor Smith said, "allow us to go from left to right. My left, that is, and may each student stand up and introduce themselves." Andrea gulped and looked at Aisling. Her already huge eyes must have seemed buggy right now. "Aisling!" "Aisling, I cannot speak," she snorted. "You acting the maggot? What are you doing right now, then?" Andrea almost let the control of her aura slip, taking a deep breath to try and stop leaking all over the place. "I mean, I cannot speak in front of people. I will throw up." "Aim for the window, then," Aisling said, giving her a wry smile. "Relax, Andy. Penny down that everyone here is just as nervous, yeah? I know a couple of these people, and my stomach is in knots. You'll have to follow my mess up, so don't worry." That actually made her relax, and hearing the kid in front of her stumble over his words made her feel even better. Oh my God, I am a hater. Professor Smith clapped her hands together once he was done. "Lovely to meet you, Thomas. And Aisling, if you could introduce yourself." Andrea raised an eyebrow and looked at her friend with boombox volume levels of auburn hair. Stand and wave. "Hi, everyone. I am Aisling Ryan of the Ryan clan of Ireland. I am from a small village far off in Munster, but spent a lot of time in the magic city of Dunbar, right in the middle of Dublin. I enjoy all sorts of magic, but especially the kind that contains color. And yeah, that's about it. Boring, I know, but I hope to meet and connect with the lot of you. Thanks." Andrea gasped in horror as her bubbly friend sat back down, having eaten, no consumed, no devoured, a simple introduction that she no doubt was going to butcher. "A pleasure as always, Ms. Ryan," Smith said, looking towards Andrea. "And who might you be, ma'am?" Andrea almost spoke before realizing she had not stood up yet. "Oh, I'm Andrea Salem. Hello, I am American, obviously. Oh, but I'm from Tennessee, not just America. Well, I mean, Tennessee is in America, so same thing, really. I like running in track meets, I mean. I don't just run. That would be weird, huh? Could you imagine? Just leaving your home and gunning it. Well, I mean, people do actually do that, like going for jogs and stuff, so maybe it's not that crazy." She heard laughter that she hoped was with her and not at her. "And I'm new to magic. No magic family for me, despite what the surname says, huh? Okay, thanks." Smith somehow kept her smile as she nodded her head. "Always a pleasure meeting our rebellious cousins from across the pond." "Welcome, Andrea." "Thanks." Andrea refused to meet Aisling's glare, focusing instead on the back of Thomas's head. "Wow, when you said you couldn't speak, I did not think you meant it like that." Introductions went by quickly after that, and soon Professor moved to stand by the chalkboard, chalk in hand as she explained the curriculum to her students. "Okay, well, I hope you all feel comfortable enough now to become a closely knit group. I love have a classroom that is filled with camaraderie and friendship. My own first-year class, oh my, how long ago that was. We're very close. We still keep in touch. Well, those of us strong enough to still be alive." On that joyful note, she turned to write on the board, "Supply and demand," before clapping her hands free of any dust. "I am certain that I do not have to alert any of you to the consequences of failure," she said, her smile and eyes bouncing from student to student as she spoke. "But to reiterate for those of you who may not be up to date on things. The bottom 10%, so about 40 of the 400 students we have, will be sacrificed to the source. Now, I do not need to tell you that some might wonder why this is necessary. I mean, surely failing students can just reapply to repeat the year, as would be the consequence of failure in any other school. Do any of you know why it is that we must do this?" No hands were raised, and Professor Smith frowned. "Oh, come now. I am certain some of you from magician families have heard something that might give you an idea as to why." A hand tentatively came up, and Smith pointed towards a boy whose face was a battleground of freckles and acne, a ginger-haired child with brown eyes and crooked white teeth. "Yes, Frederick." "Is it because we do not want to associate with the weak?" Andrea gulped as Professor Smith pondered the answer for a moment before shaking her head. "Not quite. But you are on the right track. Is it because of population control? Another voice asked, and Professor Smith shook her head again. No, but you are getting warmer. Thank you, Penelope. A boy who was sat in the back raised his long arm. He had the build of a swimmer mixed with the looks of a supermodel. His sharp jawline met in the middle of a cleft chin, and his lips were full. His eyes were the same color of his complexion, a light brown. His black hair had been cut short with a taper, and his uniform was a plain white shirt worn underneath his black blazer. His black jeans ran down onto black combat boots. His one ear was pierced on the lobe and the other on the top. Yes, Edison. Thank you, Professor, he said, in an accent indicating that he came from somewhere in Latin America. It is because of the supply of the source being spread too thin. Too many people on Earth at once, I think. Professor Smith snapped her fingers and smiled. Exactly. You will expand upon this in your other lectures, especially arcane history. But essentially, the source is, as far as we know and believe, finite. And so, the more magicians and sorcerers in the world, the less of the source there is to go around for the rest of us. She turned to write, where there is supply and demand, there will always be the rich and the poor, the haves and have-nots. Before turning back to her students, the intricate details of this all will be expanded upon in your other lectures. I, as your register class professor, just wish to explain to you what is at stake should you come up short and fail. Professor Smith's smile returned, but this time it was as stomach-churning as the introduction phase had been for Andrea. We cannot stomach the weak, for their existence steals from us. It takes from us the worthy and makes us weaker for it, and that, my students, will not do. And so we must cull you. I am certain that none in my class will embarrass me by suffering such a fate. Andrea gulped once more. But should it come to it, do not take it personally. It is no personal affront or insult. It is just nature, running her course as she had once done, and honestly, should do now. There was an awkward silence as Professor Smith, her lifeless and terrifying smile still stitched onto her face, looked out at each and every one of her students. And Andrea may have imagined it, but her eyes seemed to settle on her a microsecond longer than anyone else. The bell ringing saved them from what had been the worst first period of her life, and it seemed to snap Smith out of her deranged staring. Oh, and there goes our first morning period. Remember, do not fail me, but should you do so? Smith laughed. Well, know that there is a safety net of sorts. I will take your soulless corpses and add them to my collection. Andrea frowned as she left the classroom, walking alongside an Iceling who seemed far too chipper for what was just said. Bruh, what the fuck did she mean by collection? Iceling looked at her as if she were born yesterday. Andrea, she is a smith. As in the family famous for being necromancers? Raising the dead is literally their familial magic. Her stomach fell as Iceling laughed, entirely oblivious to Andrea's mind shutting down. They say that Baron Smith was so greedy that he resurrected peasants who died early. Even in death they will serve. Iceling put on a passable British accent before she laughed. This time Andrea did not laugh with her. FOMO be damned. Dynamite really does come in small packages. Professor Sarah Goldman was a tiny wisp of a woman, maybe an inch away from 5 feet and $1.15 if you dumped a gallon of water on her. Her hair, which would have been a normal curly brown ponytail on any other woman, touched the small of her back. Her arms were defined. Andrea could see that even from her spot in the back of the gym, but were not at all big. All of this made the idea of her tearing a hole through a brick wall with a punch laughable. But yet, here they were, watching a petite action figure of a woman do exactly that. Andrea could tell who was from a magic family by how big their eyes got watching this scene. And even though she knew that Iceling came from a sorcerer family, watching her wear the same old smile on her face that she would have whenever having a mundane conversation with Andrea was a little disconcerting. Professor Goldman turned to face the class, her expression stern and cold. Whereas her body and power were at odds, her face fit to a T. Her eyebrows were thick and angled downwards at all times. Her petite nose was always scrunched, and her thin lips were a straight line that never once threatened to smile. That, Goldman said, her voice cold and smooth, was reinforcement. Show of hands. How many of you understand the concept of reinforcement? Out of a class of 28, maybe only 7 hands went up, one of them belonging to an excited Aisling. Miss Ryan, Goldman said, and Aisling grinned. Yay! Hi, Professor. Okay, so reinforcement is shrouding your body in your magic and aura. The professor snapped her fingers. Exactly. Thank you, Miss Ryan. Yes, what I just did was cover my body in magic, and that allowed me to demolish a wall that would otherwise have broken my hand. Andrea had spent the entire morning trying not to let her aura flow out, but it was just her luck that the first lecture was about releasing her magic and showing everyone how weak she was. Now, those of you who are from non-magician families may be impressed by that, but those like Ms. Ryan know that there is another level to this. Andrea was not sure what she was looking at, but Professor Goldman's fist seemed to be shimmering, kind of. Whereas my first example was just shrouding my body equally in my magical aura, there is another level to it. Any takers as to what this is? Again, the same 7 hands went up, but this time the professor shook her head. Yes, you lot are clever boys and girls, but perhaps someone who didn't have the privilege of growing up in the world of magic. The hands fell, and what was left were 21 students looking anywhere but the intense eyes of a woman who looked like Andrea could put in her pocket. You, she said, pointing at Zoya, a girl who was the only daughter of a Pakistani family that had immigrated to England a few years ago. Zoya looked like she had been struck by lightning and would have stuttered a lot longer were it not for Goldman's interruption. Better to be wrong than hesitant. The professor said, "So come on, girl, say something stupid." Jesus Christ, you put a lot more of your magic into your fist than anywhere else, a boy named Anthony said. He was from a magician family, Andrea thought, but apparently not a prominent one, as the recognition for it was not there like for Aisling's or Arthur's. Anthony was boyishly handsome with a cheeky smile, cleft chin and big blue eyes beneath a curly chestnut nest of hair. It was the first time she'd ever seen Goldman smile, and Andrea prayed that she never saw it again. "Oh, a hero," she laughed. "Introduce yourself to me, hero." Anthony Masters, he said. And it was the first time Andrea noticed hesitation in him. Damn, he said something dumb and hesitated. Professor Goldman nodded her head, her smile now gone. "Good save, Mr. Masters." "Yes, I have concentrated my magic into a fist. This," she said, turning to throw a punch towards the class that blew Andrea's head back, despite standing towards the back, and sent several students in the front who had been caught off guard tumbling. She gave them a moment to regain their composure before looking towards Anthony. "Mr. Hero, do you know the 3 spheres of magic?" He had regained his composure too, and his confidence returned. Mind, soul, and body. "Correct," she nodded, before finally returning her attention back to the rest of them. "And all 3 spheres have their perfectum. That sphere of magic being realized to its full potential and perfected by the individual. The mind has the sicut respiratio, the soul has the animus, and the body has the una unda, the one wave. Mr. Baldwin, tell us what the one wave hit is." Arthur stepped forward. He was a lanky boy, with honey blonde hair neatly cut into a taper, and hazel eyes that stared forward and only forward. His face was a little gaunt and hollow, but he seemed nice from the little that she had observed of him. "The one-wave hit is where every ounce of one's magic is filtered into a fist just as a punch lands." Goldman nodded, now walking through the students, observing each and every one of them. "Good. Yes, the one-wave hit, or just the one wave, is the perfection of the physical form of magical combat. Observe. Andrea took a step back as Goldman's presence became suffocating. Even Aisling grew uncomfortable being around Goldman, taking a big step back with her. A cow was brought in as Goldman spoke, thrashing around the closer it got to their professor. "I will try and show you this form of magic." Andrea thought it impossible to hit the cow from where Goldman stood, but within a blink of an eye, Goldman stood in front of a destroyed wall that was covered in blood, bone, and viscera. The sound hit her a second before the visual, and Andrea felt like, for a moment, she was in the middle of a tornado. This time, there were no straight faces. Basic bitches and uppity magic kids both were shook by what they just saw. "I have been alive for 97 years, Goldman said as she turned to face them again, and spent 84 of those years training to strengthen my body and perfect my craft. I know that a foe that sees me will underestimate me, and so my first attack must be my best. That is why I have trained almost every single day to be able to land a one-wave hit." She flexed her hand in front of them, her eyebrows furrowed and her eyes sad. "And yet, I've only ever landed a one-wave hit once in my entire life. In all 97 years lived, in all 84 years of training, I have only achieved that perfection once." Andrea's eyes went wide. "What the fuck? So that punch wasn't even it?" She put her hand away and her coldness returned as she looked back towards the class. That is the price of pursuing perfection. True magical perfection. There are thousands of magicians who have mastered a form of magic to have it qualify as a sicut respiratio. There are hundreds of sorcerers with an animus. But there are maybe a dozen people alive who have landed the one wave, an attack in which human physicality must meet magical aura in exactly the same moment, all of it witnessed by the source. She looked at them with an intensity that seemed inhuman to generate. That is the cost of mastering this magic. But those are the benefits of physical combat. Can anyone tell me the weaknesses? It took a while for hands to go up before Goldman nodded at a girl Andrea did not know. "Miss Jomi, explain yourself." "Yes, Professor," Maisie said, her voice sounding like a bell. "Concentrating magic means you have less magic to defend yourself." Goldman nodded her head. "Good." "Exactly. There are advantages to concentrating punches and disadvantages to them as well. Shrouding your body in magic makes your strikes weaker, yes, but it leaves your body protected should your enemy counter you. It also telegraphs your attacks less, since the magic is dispersed evenly." The professor showed them her shimmering fist again, and it drains less energy as well. Concentrating punches makes you more of an offensive threat, but more vulnerable to returns. It is no different to power punching in boxing, but with wagering. Their professor noted her raised eyebrow, and Andrea gulped. "You there," she said, and Andrea stepped forward. "Professor?" "You seem confused." Andrea tried not to wilt at the sounds of giggles coming from her classmates. Yeah, but only a little." Goldman waited for her to expand on that point. "I mean, the whole wagering thing." The professor rolled her eyes and stepped closer towards the crowd, and Andrea took a step back. "What do you know of the source?" She quickly searched through her memories with Julian, which was not her idea of a good time, before returning to the carriage with Mr. Nothing. "The source connects to all life. It gives us life when we are born and starts to take it back when people stop growing and start aging, right?" Andrea was surprised to see Professor Goldman nod her head instead of reprimanding her for delivering the barest of bare minimum. "Okay, expand upon this." "Fuck. Okay, the source is like the ocean, I guess, like how waves slam on the turf and the tide returns the water to the sea." Her professor's expression was less positive this time, and so Andrea scrambled. "I mean, like, the source is the wave, and we are the turf." It gives, but eventually takes back. And in this exchange, when it takes back, it takes not only our lives, but our personality, dreams, and being. By giving to humans, it entirely becomes human. A clunky metaphor that is overly poetic, Goldman said, eyeing her for a moment, but a sound enough explanation. Good. What is your name? Andrea, she answered at once. Andrea Salem. One of her bushy eyebrows was raised. A magician with the surname of Salem? Yes, ma'am. She shrugged and walked back to the front of the class. For those of you who do not know, Miss Salem's answer was correct. The source, after thousands and thousands of years being forced to intake human emotions and personality, has one of its own. What that is never consistent, but it is there. And like most humans, the source appreciates the concept of give and take. Aisling nudged her shoulder encouragingly, and Andrea could not help but smile back. In essence, the more you risk, the more you are rewarded. So a concentrated strike that is you going all in may just be twice as effective as one is capable of, but that will be for later lectures. Pair up. Andrea did not have to wonder once who her partner was, and so she stood even closer to Aisling as their professor scanned the group before smirking. Anthony, our local Boy Scout, be a dear and come here. Anthony was right to hesitate, pointing at himself before moving to the front of the class. Now, class, pay attention. Goldman stood facing Anthony. Most fighters resort only to shrouding, with concentrated strikes serving as either a finishing move or a means of last resort. Today, I wish for you to master shrouding. She smirked up at Anthony, whose chest was level with Goldman's scalp. And I will show you the importance of this on Mr. Masters here, and at the same time, teach him an even more important lesson. Anthony looked terrified. What? Zoya, the professor said, turning towards the pretty girl in the hijab. You have a choice to make. Shall I demonstrate the exercise on you or Mr. Masters over here? Zoya's big and light brown eyes darted to Anthony, and then to Professor Goldman, and then to Anthony. Then, fine then, allow me to choose for you. I pick. Anthony, Zoya said, burying her face in her hands. I'm so sorry, Anthony. He glared at her before turning to face Professor Goldman. Keep your sorry, you... Goldman was on him before he could finish his sentence, and Andrea was certain that she was about to flatten him when her fist connected on his forearms, and it barely made an impact. Good, the professor said, just like that. This exercise is about learning to shroud yourself enough to defend yourself. I do not want anyone going crazy and harming anyone else. Understand? Goldman then turned and looked at Anthony, that evil smirk of hers back on her face. Remember, Mr. Hero. At the end of the year, at least 2 of you in this class are going to fail and die. At least that's what the statistics say. Magic is a selfish art, and this college promotes a selfish curriculum. Worry about yourself because when the time comes, and it really matters, no one else will. Damn. She, the professor who seemed hard as nails and as cold as ice, mystified Andrea. Do you think that she is right? Andrea asked, and Aisling furrowed her eyebrows before she realized what Andrea was talking about. Aisling's smile fell away for a moment as she thought about her response. Goldman is right, kinda. Magic is selfish. We take from a source that is meant for everyone and use it for ourselves to make us stronger, more powerful, and longer living. And we do it making damn sure that we exclude as many people as possible. She cocked her head and said nothing, taking in this new side of her friend who seemed so serious and mature. Is this really my Aisling? It was another reminder that Andrea did not know her. Not really, anyways. It's only been a day and some change, if that, she thought, and we're from entirely different worlds. How can I say... I'll go first, Aisling grinned. Which one do you want? A punch or a kick? Andrea frowned. First of all, bruh, Who said you're going first? And secondly, punch it is! Aisling smiled and Andrea yelped, barely getting her guard up in time. Day one of many. Hopefully. Andrea landed on her back and groaned, her eyes closed as if wishing for the day to be over. That was a long-ass day. After her forearms were bruised from being Aisling's punching bag, they had to dress up to attend classes and act like they hadn't just spent the last 15 minutes hitting one another. Andrea had hoped that their next professor was not a psychopath in a 14-year-old's body, and her prayers had been answered for now. Their professor was a portly man with arms and legs thicker than a bowl of oatmeal. Valerie, some girl from northern England who apparently also spoke English, tapped Aisling's shoulder and referred to Professor Nathaniel as a chode. Andrea did not like Valerie, and it was not just because the girl would always look at her with an expression of disgust that earned her ire, but also because she was always trying to stick to Aisling like a lovesick puppy. Now, Andrea did find the chode thing funny, but she was never going to let Valerie know that. When she had laid eyes upon the professor, what had come to mind were those dwarves from that one Hobbit movie that was so long that she took a nap and woke up in the middle of the finale. Her mother had dragged her to watch it because apparently she had been a fan of the book. At the time, Andrea thought her mom liking a book from the late 30s was weird, but looking back at things now, turns out she liked the book because it had been the in thing during her childhood. It would take her a while to get used to that. Professor Nathaniel Gywend was short in stature and built like a church, with bushy gray eyebrows and gray hair that looked like a lightning bolt, had just got done with him. He had heavy eyelids and a bulbous nose that hovered above a thick mustache, and thick lips always pulled upwards into a lazy and wry smile. "Welcome to Magic Society 1A students," he said in a voice that sounded as gruff and grounded as he looked. "And today, we will just be covering the basics of how magic came to be in our world." It was the first, if not one of the very few, lectures she had to take down notes instead of being made to look a fool by having her mouth agape the whole time. She hated to admit it, but this was one of the few instances in which Julian had left her adequately prepared. His foundation helped her answer questions when asked, which was thankfully only 2 times, and keep up with the other students from magical families. Aisling even noticed and seemed very surprised by her performance. For the first time, Andrea did not feel like a fish in a tree, but of course, it was only day 1. Andrea had no doubt that once they left behind the basics, she was going to be just as lost and doomed as with the other lectures. But the lecture had taught her that if she was going to keep up, being ahead of the work was her path to victory. She spent the lunch break searching for the library instead of sitting on the lawn with Aisling. The Irish girl, bless her heart, genuinely seemed hurt that Andrea would rather chill in a library than hang with her. But she understood once Andrea explained it to her. Aisling pointed her in the direction she needed to go before leaving to go and hang out with Valerie and another girl who allegedly spoke English from a terrible place called York. Andrea found the library down a hallway she would never have explored otherwise. The walls, like any other part of the castle that was dark and dingy, were lit by sconces that had green and orange flames hovering above their surface. "Relax, Andy," she had to tell herself. "They probably have some magic to make sure that they can see every part of this creepy-ass place. Probably." At the end of the hallway were 2 doors from out of her nightmares, with the sort of hoop handles that one had to slam down in order to knock. The rings were linked onto a skull, and the sight of it almost had Andrea bailing were it not for the doors opening. "Out the way!" some boy said, his hair gelled into a mohawk and his neck surrounded by a spiked dog collar. He was a tall and lean youth who wore the same school uniform as Andrea, but with shorts and gray socks and actual black school shoes. Andrea had very little regard for his style, which was undeniably trash, but the boy was very handsome. She could give him that. His jawline was chiseled, and his messy blonde hair hovered above the most piercing blue eyes this side of Sweden. The striking aspect of his eyes carried an even heavier punch thanks to his long, golden eyelashes and devilish dark eyebrows. His lips were full and pink with a piercing on the lower one and another on his right eyebrow. "Sorry," she said as she stepped out of his way. His eyes glanced towards her, and she felt her heart begin to quicken as they did a quick up and down glance. "What the fuck?" Andrea had to concentrate to stop herself from staring as he continued past her, never once even bothering to speak. Her heart only stopped betraying her once he was out of sight, and she continued into the library. The library was a nice change from the gothic and archaic stonework that dotted the school landscape. Instead, covered in dark floorboards and walls with cream wallpaper with black vines flowing from where the floor and ceiling met the wall. The book-filled shelves seemed endless, and it took her a moment to realize that this was another instance of space distortion magic that Aisling had told her about. The reception area was adjacent to the entrance and separated from the wooden floorboards and shelves by black carpet that had a section of couches and tables on top of it. Andrea continued to the front and rang the bell after a moment of hesitation. "Give me a moment, and I will be with you," said a voice came from the office door behind the reception desk. "No worries," Andrea responded, and she checked her phone to make sure she still had a good amount of time before the bell rang. The office door opened, and out walked a tall woman who was built like a telephone pole. She had a beak nose that left the room a few seconds before she did, and thin, dark lips. Her black hair was thick and had more split ends than healthy strands, and was peppered with gray and white strands. Bags that begged for sleep surrounded her brown eyes, and her pale, honey-colored skin was in desperate need of some sunlight too. And yet still, there was something very noble and respectable in the way the woman carried herself, in spite of the lack of self-care. "Good day," she said in a tired but kind tone, her dark lips curling upwards. "How may I help you?" Andrea smiled and pulled out the paper she had kept in her pocket. "Good day, ma'am." "I'm Andrea Salem, a first-year student, and I was hoping that you'd help me with some recommendations." She took the paper and gazed upon it a moment. "Forgive my asking, but you do not seem the sort of person to come from a magical family. Is that indeed the case?" Andrea nodded. "It is," she said, putting on her smile but wary of how this conversation was going to go. She had been in this school long enough to know just how annoying magicians got with whether or not someone was from a family or not. "Good," the librarian smiled. "We're about due for a new wave of blood in this school, I'd say. Half these magical families are inbred and the other half are, somehow, even worse." Andrea's smile turned into a grin. "Tell me about it." "The moment I say my surname and it's not one that they recognize, they immediately lose interest in me." The librarian chuckled. "It is the way of things in this world, child. Between you and me, I think that it is a show of insecurity." She raised an eyebrow as the librarian moved towards her from beyond the reception's desk. "You really think that's what it is?" The librarian nodded her head. "Indeed. It is because we are here of our own accord. No familial connections brought us to look them eye to eye, and they hate us for it." "Oh, yeah, about that." Andrea had gotten so used to the disgust she'd get sent her way whenever she said the name Salem that she actually forgot it was not her real surname, that she was, in truth, one of them. "Welp, I must be part of the worst, seeing as how I'm not inbred. At least, I hope not." "Now come," the librarian said, beckoning her to follow. "We new money types should stick together." She did as she was told, and the two began with the Magic Society section, which contained a lot of philosophical accounts penned by men and women who were born in the times of great kings and woeful emperors. "I am Ms. Zeynep Demir, Miss Salem. It is not often that I get the pleasure of running into an American. Anything that has people on my ass, yes, ma'am. Proudly, too, though it isn't getting easier to be." The librarian laughed before stretching out a hand, and an invisible force pulled a book out from the top shelf. It was only then that Andrea noticed that the other sleeve moved without an arm. I too know that feeling. One's heart swells with pride and joy whilst the mind is made heavy with regret and doubt. It is my life's biggest regret that I listened to the one and not the other. Andrea followed after her in silence, her hands outstretched to receive the 3 books that Ms. Demir had pulled out. Those will explain to you the makeup of our societies better than most, Ms. Demir said. Josephine Rosalie Eugenie was heavily inspired by Montesquieu, and so it focuses heavily on ensuring the power of magical communities and societies are not invested too heavily in one place. Another book landed on top of Josephine's 2nd volume, and Heinrich Ernst Schmidt was a Jefferson fanboy. His pen did much to remove the influence of the zealots from our leadership. Too bad he died before he saw the consequences of such writings. Andrea noted how heavy the books were and worried that she would not be able to finish them all in time. "Ma'am, I hope you don't mind my asking, but how long before I have to return the books?" Miss Demir turned to raise an eyebrow at her. "Return?" "Oh, yes. I forgot that you might not be aware of such things. There is no need to concern yourself with such things. The books return to their place on the shelves after 3 weeks in which I cast a return spell upon them." She smiled. "That's cool. So I don't have to worry, huh?" They continued into the physical magic section when Andrea felt brave enough to ask, "Forgive me, Miss Demir, but which one did you end up choosing?" The librarian looked at her with a raised eyebrow before sighing. Another book plopped onto Andrea's growing pile. It was 1917. We had just lost our African territories to the Italians and British, and much of the Balkans to the rebels too. A magician, Ahmet Gri Sakal, had personally taken me in to be my mentor. Such used to be the way of things then, you know. Colleges were usually reserved for magicians from families, and strays such as myself had to be lucky enough to be found by a mentor willing to train you. Andrea regretted asking the question, not because it wasn't interesting, but because it seemed to make Ms. Demir sad. Ahmet was born in the Macedonian provinces and had grown bitter over time with the Christian interference. That bitterness poisoned me in turn, and we became the worst versions of ourselves. "It's okay," Andrea said. "You do not have to tell me." I shouldn't have asked, to be honest. Another book landed on her growing pile as Miss Demir laughed, with all the sweetness of a Brazilian coffee bean. "Kind of you, girl. But do not fault yourself for being curious. There would be some hypocrisy there, for a lover of books and knowledge to be angry at a young mind for being curious." Zeynep Demir raised the sleeveless part of her blouse. "Suffice to say, I got what I deserved." They continued on in silence before the bell rang, and Andrea thanked her for the books. "No worries, my dear," she said, giving her a wink, "and remember not to leave anything in the book. You do not want to lose a marker or a pen." She continued on her day, remaining in a perpetual state of confusion during her remaining 3 lectures. The 2 lectures were mathematics and English literature, so Andrea's confusion there was not magic-related, only her usual type of dumbness. Professor Anderson was the only American among her lecturers, but any hope of camaraderie with her fellow American died when she discovered from the whispers of a couple of classmates that he had fought against the Union. Anderson did not look like a Confederate in Andrea's opinion, as the man's jaw was as clean-shaven as a sheep in spring. His beady eyes were a dark brown, and his hair was arranged in a bowl cut, a hairstyle that Andrea believed warranted being placed on an FBI watch list. Slap it down right next to having a manifesto and a search history asking Google how to make a homemade bomb. Andrea had considered giving him a chance, that perhaps he was like Ms. Demir in having lived the sort of life that he now regretted, and then he mentioned that the first book they would be covering was The Adventures of Huckleberry Finn, and her spidey senses started tingling. But otherwise, the man knew his stuff. Professor Shevchenko was their mathematics lecturer, and Andrea did not care for mathematics in the slightest. She was a very pretty woman, though. with long golden hair and deep green eyes, and lips that were full and shapely. Her accent was a nice change of pace, too, from the uppity Downton Abbey marathon she had to subject herself to. The final lesson of the day was from Professor Kyle Milton, and Andrea had been gifted high expectations of the man from Walter, and he did live up to them. He was the walking definition of mild-mannered, with glasses that brought to mind the goofiness of Clark Kent. But when he got done with the introduction and providing the prelude of the subject, he turned into Superman before their very eyes. His dark brown eyes sparkled with the sort of passion that Andrea could only dream of experiencing one day. His smile, once shy and mild, grew to a genuine admiration for the topic at hand. He was a tall man and lean man, but he seemed otherworldly as he walked among them preaching about gods of Sumeria and those that followed during the golden age of bronze. Andrea, a girl from New Orleans who only ever knew a handful of gods and only ever held to one, was now lying on her side looking at the pictures of gods like An, Enlil, and Enki. These were potentially the first selection of deities to ever have temples built to house them, and priests made to apply structure to their veneration. This newfound love for old gods did not really sit well with her mother when Andrea called her, as she had done at the end of every day since she had left, whenever time allowed for it, but for her, it gave her a pathway to getting to know more about Anansi. Good news was that when she had first had the idea, sat next to Aisling towards the front of the class, she did not feel any cramps acting up. The bad news was that when she had first had the idea, when sat next to Aisling towards the front of the class, she did not feel any cramps acting up. This meant that Anansi was okay with Andrea asking Professor Milton about him and his connection to his family, a random professor at a school that everyone and their mother was brainwashed into believing in might makes right. But he was not okay about Julian answering her questions, a man sworn to protect her. Andrea sighed as she closed the book and went to put it back into her backpack, wondering if she should say goodbye to Helena or not. She did not know why she felt such a compulsion to try to make peace with the girl, again, but she did. She knows that I'm a fraud, Andrea thought sadly. She closed her bag and snorted. When did I become such a lame? She looked at the closed door of her estranged roommate, her luggage bag in her hands, before she nodded and exited the apartment. Andrea took the elevator down and was happy to see that she would be handing the key back to the boy who had given them to her. "Leaving us already?" Walter asked, and his genuine sadness, despite how minimal it seemed, made her happy to see. "Yeah," she smiled, "unfortunately. This is where I leave ya. Hopefully you miss me some, huh?" He grinned and shrugged as she slid the key towards him. "Can't say that we won't, yeah." She was waved to him goodbye before she went outside to find Mr. Pennyworth waiting for her to take her to the dorms, where she would be staying for the remainder of her time at Camelot College, a detour to Africa. Mado had spent the last 5 years of his life preparing for this moment, spending every moment since he was 10 dreaming of it. But then why? Why am I so scared, he wondered, looking down at his trembling hands. Hands that were larger than most his age had any right to be, hands that seemed to belong to someone else whenever they were clean. He looked up toward the hilltop where his master had parted ways with him to allow him to take this final test alone. But Mado knew, despite not seeing them, that they were there waiting to see if I'm a failure. He took a deep breath before looking forward to the house of Madman Ilunga, whose home was located several kilometers out from the heart of his village. Mado had remembered a time when having to walk to knock on the door of the decrepit house, a small hut in truth, had been the scariest thing he had ever done. But now, Mado could not think of any reason why the memory would make the top 20. He had a slight urge to see if the old man was still there, but Mado could not sense him and so kept on moving. He had probably just gone into the forest. Mado had become good at lying to himself as to why. Well, no one knows the reasons of madmen. That is what makes them madmen, he said, for the sake of hearing his own voice. He had not spoken French in so long that it was jarring. His master had no patience for anything other than Javanese, his mother tongue. But the two had settled on Russian as a common ground between them. Mado hated it. It was the only other option. It amazed him that his master knew it. His master was a terrible man. Not even at his most delirious would Mado have thought otherwise. But that is what made him such a mystery. Mado had grown up watching the man go from murdering a roomful of people, for daring to laugh as he lost $500 in dominoes, to watching the man sit on the edge of a mountain to paint the sunrise with the tranquil sounds of a waterfall in the distance. He had always wondered why God would allow such a man to enter his already terrible life. But despite the broken orbital bones and tooth loss, from backhands to the most minor of offenses, Mado had been thankful for the man's inclusion. It was not to say that he did not hate his master, because he did. With every bit of his heart he did. But the man had given him a purpose outside of dying in a mine. Through his master, Mado had deepened his relationship with the only thing he had left, his rage. He'd always been an angry kid. That much could not be helped living where he lived. But he had always been warned against giving in to that anger. That had happened to his father. It had led to his death and Joseph being punished in his stead. Joseph, in turn, had given in to his anger after the humiliation of his wife being pulled out of their home by their mercenaries, and that had led to him dying in a shootout, dressed as one of the rebels. Mado had given in to the temptation when they dropped Joseph's lifeless body in front of their door, and it had led to his first black eye. Thankfully for himself, he was only an 8-year-old boy, and so the vengeful outburst that was the culmination of every terrible thing he had ever experienced in his life was only a child whose tears were amusing to his. Mado looked at the wall of the house he had just destroyed, thankful that the madman was indeed not there. But that just confirmed what he had been too worried to admit. The madman is dead. They had kept him around because he had been amusing too, but eventually they had gotten bored of the mad ramblings of the man and decided to kill him. They would have gotten bored of me too. But his master had come along before that could have ever happened. His mother had cried when the large Javanese man appeared to pull him out of the door as he wailed. He gave his mother a powerful backhand that looked like he was swatting a fly. Huh? Mado looked around to see himself in the village, wondering how he got here from the madman's house to the single road they used to ship out the diamonds and lumber out the village from the mines. He could feel eyes on him from everyone who had been going about their day, when a random black man dressed in a red Nike shirt and Levi jeans walked into the heart of their village. Of course they do not remember me, he almost laughed. He had been a 10-year-old boy when last they saw him, and probably chalked up his disappearance to another boy who had run off to join the rebels or had spoken out too loudly about his grievances. Mado could not fault them there at all because half his childhood friends had met either one of those fates. He turned to see them sitting around a truck, counting the diamonds collected from the mines that month. One of the men, dressed in his full and black military attire, turned to say something to him in Russian, but Mado could not hear him, not because he could not understand, but because his heart started beating as he stood there, the memories bombarding his mind. Mado looked down at his hands, which had once been shaking but were now still, balled into fists, and drenched in the warmth of a substance he had become well accustomed to. The first time he had ever seen blood, outside of the odd cut and bruise from playing in the sand with his friends, had been the third night he had spent with his captor. He had been thrown into a room with a man tied down in a chair and a cricket bat in the corner. His master simply pointed to the man, who had been gagged and smelled of shit, and said something to him in his native tongue. He then left a crying Mado in that room for an entire day before coming in the next day. He'd appeared the next day to remove the gag of the tied-up man to force-feed him food that looked terrible but smelt like heaven. Mado had tried to beg, but he received a slap to the face for his weakness. The next day, Maddo had become desperate enough to try to snatch the tray from his master's hand, but the man laughed as he held up the tray and threw him across the room. Maddo got up and screamed with everything his little lungs had left, and that only deepened his master's laughter. But he did get a sausage thrown at him after being slapped again. His master pointed at the cricket bat, then to the crying Russian, before leaving again. He did not need to speak Indonesian to know what the man had wanted from him, but despite his anger at hearing the Russian speak, he did not have it in him to follow through. The third day, Maddo had been so weak that he barely had the strength to get up and pick up the picture that had been slipped under the door. It was his mother, her corpse lying on the ground as several men dressed in the black military attire he had come to hate stood around it. That had been enough for Maddo, who stood in a room drenched in blood from the mangled corpse on the ground. He was sobbing when his master came into the room and dropped the Russian's black jacket onto the corpse, a golden star he had come to hate more than anything sewn into the back. His sobs turned to laughter then, and his master laughed with him. Maddo looked down at the corpse he had torn in half, and the warmth filled his heart with joy. The fear they had in their eyes as they pointed their guns at him brought back that laughter, and Maddo's fear was a distant memory. This, he thought, as he walked through their bullets. Not a single one had a chance of tearing through his shroud. This, gods, thank you for this. He remembered his father as he took one man by the neck and squeezed his hand hard enough for the man's head to pop off his body. He thought of Joseph's wife, who his brother had beat to death when she had returned to him sobbing in her torn dress. Maddo picked up the truck to scatter diamonds onto the dusty ground as he swung it hard enough to send two corpses flying through the air and exploded when he launched it over the horizon. Maddo could not tell anyone what he did as he thought of his mother, but his mind was occupied with her wrapping her arms around him as she told him stories, and the two shared a meal for Christmas. For the first time in a long time, his jaw ached as he relaxed and lived in a memory that was surely a hallucination. But he did not care for why this was happening. No one could discern the reason for why he felt this way in the midst of him butchering these men from a cold land. But reasons were for the sane. By the time the memory ended, he was sat on the stoop he and his mother had sat upon when they celebrated his favorite Christmas. The entire village had been destroyed somehow, and there were corpses everywhere he looked, but Maddo did not mind. He was happy, and that's all that mattered. He only realized he had been covered in blood when the wind came in. He felt colder than he otherwise should have. I usually wash the blood off before it stops feeling warm. His master snorted. I always wondered why you bothered with such nonsense. Look at your hands. Maddo did as instructed, and they were crimson from fingertip to the edge of his wrist. Yeah. Whether you wash them or not, they will always be like this. Those men are dead, and those hands dealt the blows. Why wash them if that will never change? Maddo's hands had always felt dirty, but the image of them covered in dirt and dust from the mines came to mind. But this... Maddo liked this image, and feeling more... He looked up at the man who he hated more than anything in the world, Russians excluded, and said, Why now? Hartono shrugged, taking a seat next to him on the family stoop. Maddo wanted to punch him and then continue bludgeoning him until his hands were warm again. His master put a cigarette in his mouth before snapping his finger and igniting a flame that hovered over his index finger, bringing it to the cigarette between his lips. He took a long drag, and just before Maddo was about to attack him, said, Because you needed two things before you were ready. The first being closure, second being justice, and know that true justice can only be administered in kind. An eye for an eye, a life for a life. Maddo frowned up at the man who just blew some smoke in the air as if he had just said something that made sense. Okay, but ready for what? Hartono of Java stood up and lightly rubbed his head, which had been sheared bald before he came here. School. Now go and wash up. But you said—" "I know what I said." His master blew a puff of smoke in his face. Where he would normally have struck him, he said, "But I can't have you like that in England." Maddow frowned again, but this time kept his questions to himself. Why the fuck do I care about England? Magical sparring ain't as easy as it looks. Please God, don't let him pick me. "I choose Andrea," Raj said amidst a chorus of snickers. Fuck. Professor Goldman looked her way and nodded. "You heard your name being called by Mr. Sharma, Miss Salem. Step up into the arena." Andrea groaned and felt a steady hand on her shoulder. "Cop on. Just remember what you practiced, Andy," she added. "Keep your body shrouded at all times and wait for him to get frustrated and slip up." When they heard that the next bodily magic lecture would be a sparring session, Fight Club style, Andrea had immediately pulled her new roommate and friend Aisling to the side to help her train. Well, Aisling in truth was one of 9 other girls who Andrea shared the room with. Valerie and Zoya were the only other girls in their class. The rest were from other homeroom classes who seemed to have a passing knowledge of Aisling, and none knew Valerie. This made her hating ass happy. Valerie was her opposite in many ways, short and stocky, with a strong back and arms, short brown hair, and dough-shaped brown eyes. She had an accent that came courtesy of being born and raised in Manchester. They hardly talked, and when they did, it was usually to snap at one another. Aisling, who slept between the two of them in her own little cot, would often be forced to play peacekeeper. Zoya proved to be pretty cool. She was friendly and honestly very sweet. Andrea took a deep breath and tried her best to avoid Valerie's smile as she ascended the stairs to the platform. The arena was usually reserved for serious challenges between students, Andrea had found out. It was also used for end-of-year tournaments between the second years. Professor Goldman, however, had used her weight to get them a few sessions since the first years who had failed to avoid the bottom 40 would be squabbling amongst themselves for points to pass. The rule was apparently a new one, straight from the headmaster. "No hard feelings, Andrea," Rajesh Sharma said. He was a chubby Indian kid from an old magician family who could trace their lineage back to the 15th century. His black hair was cut short and well trimmed. His eyes were a kind brown, which contrasted heavily with the devilish shape of his eyebrows, and Andrea hated that he had the cutest little nose, too. "I'm gonna punch it." "Going to be tough not having any hard feelings when you picked me," she said, falling into the stance her mom had taught her. No one laughed, despite her embarrassment, so that meant she was off to a good start. The arena had an elevated wooden platform that was padded like a wrestling ring with no ropes, and situated in the middle of a large hall that had bleachers pushed against all 4 walls and beneath a large glass dome. The students currently occupied the bleachers as Professor Goldman left her place to stand between the two of them. "You have 3 minutes to win this bout. Knockout, ring out, or submission are all viable paths to victory. At the end of the 3 minutes, if there is no clear winner, then your classmates will vote on who they think won." Professor Goldman pointed at Andrea. "Fighter ready?" She gulped but nodded her head, focusing on shrouding her body. The professor then pointed at Raj. "Fighter ready?" Rajesh did not nod. Instead, he grinned and winked at Andrea, and that was good enough for Goldman. "Fight!" As expected, Rajesh immediately moved towards her. He landed a right hook on her forearms that nearly bit through her shrouding, like a gator would a chihuahua. She decided to jump back and try to read the flow of his magic, a trick Aisling had tried to teach her a week ago, but it was borderline impossible with the way the fight was progressing. Raj was relentless, trying to knock her on her ass with every punch, but Andrea managed to block or dodge the first 3 that came her way. The 4th was a quick one that fooled her completely. Her eyes fell for the feint he made with the jab, but her magic radar would have told her to follow the buildup of magic in his left foot. She barely got her shroud up in time to stop his kick from shattering her ribs, but it was not enough to stop the wind from being knocked out of her. She felt his hands wrap around her wrists, and before she knew it, Andrea was being slammed onto the mat. She waited to be thrown off the platform, but she heard laughter as Raj took a couple of steps back and gestured for her to stand back up. "No can do, Andrea," Raj said. His grin matched his eyebrows way more than his eyes. "We still have 2.5 minutes left." That pissed her off, and Andrea got up to her feet. "You don't want to finish this early, huh?" He shrugged. "Not right now, no." "Funny," she grinned back. "You look like the type who often does." He was on her again, but this time she was prepared to go on the offense, leaning back from a jab to try to deliver one of her own. However, his shroud made it feel like she was punching underwater. "Fuck, I'm going to need to—" He was moving faster now, and Andrea could barely keep up enough to note the concentration in the fist that blasted an uppercut into her midsection. She coughed up spit and nearly blacked out. She was conscious enough to know that she bounced twice before sliding off the platform and onto the ground below. She heard someone call her name in a funny accent, and it was the smell of her shampoo that told Andrea that it had been Aisling. "What happened to keeping our distance, you fucking twat?" Andrea was on her forearms and knees as she tried to suck in some air. "Sorry, I really wanted to punch him in the nose." She felt Aisling's hands leave her and heard her say, "My turn. Professor Goldman, I challenge Rajesh." "What?" Raj protested. "But I just—" "New challenger," Professor Goldman said. "Miss Ryan." She was able to pull herself back onto her feet, but it still hurt to breathe. Andrea's hands refused to leave her knees. "Oh, stop your whining, Mr. Sharma. On a battlefield, many a sorcerer met their end at the hands of an enemy who had just watched them fight off a foe. Life is not fair, nor is magic." "Fine." Andrea moved her way to the bleachers to watch as Aisling stood across from Raj. "Fighters ready?" "Ready," the two of them said in unison. "Then fight!" If Rajesh was fast, then Aisling was an Olympian track star in comparison. The girl moved so fast that she looked like a red blur, throwing a punch that Rajesh barely dodged. They traded blows, but it did not take long for Raj to overextend and Aisling to kick a foot out from under him. Before Raj could register that he was now down on one knee, Aisling had already been spinning into a back kick that hit Rajesh in the throat and sent him sliding across the mat. He was coughing as badly as Andrea had been when Aisling launched herself 10 feet into the air and landed where Rajesh had just been coughing. The boy had barely been able to roll away. He threw a punch from his knees that Aisling easily parried and returned with a knee to the chin that had Rajesh levitating. Her punch into the gut fulfilled 2 of the 3 victory conditions as an out-cold Rajesh landed on the wooden floor of the hall. Professor Goldman grinned and raised Aisling's hand. "Winner!" "Well fought, Miss Ryan. Would anybody like to spar with Aisling?" The professor's grin turned into laughter when she saw no hands. "You Ryans never disappoint. Go then, Miss Hero, tend to your friend, but know you're wasting your energy and time there. No amount of kindness will save her come the end of the year." Andrea could not meet Goldman's eyes, but knew that she was glaring at her. They watched a dozen matchups, most ending quickly whenever a family kid came up against a student whose parents were normal. The real fun was in watching Jacques de Villiers and Kendra Thompson squabble up. If Andrea had little in common with Valerie in the looks department, the two of them had none. Jacques was sun-kissed, with freckles that dotted him all over, whereas Kendra was paler than the moon's reflection off creek water. Kendra looked like a stick stuck in the ground, whilst Jacques was the biggest 16-year-old that Andrea had ever seen. One was blonde with green eyes, Jacques, and the other had raven-colored hair and eyes just as dark, Kendra. Jacques barely had any eyebrows, whereas Kendra had the thickest eyebrows and longest eyelashes that Andrea had ever seen. The two fought exactly how they were made. Jacques' punches blowing back the hair of anyone on the lowest rung of the bleachers, and Kendra always made it a point to effortlessly wove past them. Jacques was no fool, though. Even Andrea, with her shitty magic radar, could see that he was cutting off the platform with each punch and kick, cornering Kendra more and more. The girl took a big leap back from a jab, and just when it seemed like she was about to be forced into a phone booth, Kendra exploded from where she landed and drove her elbow into Jacques' neck. The attack sent him stumbling backwards as Kendra landed 2 quick blows into his abdomen, and was set to land a third had she not had to jump out of the way of a wild swipe. This time, before she could land, Jacques' other hand wrapped itself around her ankle, and he slammed her down into the mat like he was swinging down a sledgehammer. Kendra's body bounced off the mat, and Jacques sent it back down with a hammer fist. Andrea was sure that Kendra was dead, but the girl spun her legs around to kick Jacques' leg out from under him. His fist came down, barely missing Kendra's head, as she moved in to wrap her long legs around his thick neck. Kendra wrapped her own hands around Jacques' outstretched arm and gritted her teeth as she tried to choke him out. But the boy instead moved to power bomb her through the mat. Kendra released her hold as soon as Jacques moved to raise her up, and she vaulted off his shoulders into the air to spin twice before landing. She exploded off the ground, and Andrea marveled at what she saw. Just for a split second, Kendra used momentum to channel her magic into her feet as she landed, exploding toward Jacques. This time, however, he saw it coming, and he himself exploded to meet her elbow with one of his own. The collision sounded like thunder and even impressed Goldman, who had watched each and every preceding fight with waning seriousness. Jacques got the better of the exchange, and Kendra, who stumbled backward, allowing for him to lunge towards her. Kendra maneuvered through the air like she was born to it, leaning back to ensure that she fell on her shoulders and brought her knees to her chin as Jacques' dive sent him hurling over her. Kendra concentrated all her magic between her hands and feet to act like a super-powered spring, and kicked Jacques in the gut with enough force to send him flying back first into an unoccupied section of the bleachers. His giant body crashed through the wood and disappeared amidst dust and splinters. "Winner, Kendra Thompson!" Goldman exclaimed as she raised her hand amidst a cheering chorus. Weirdly enough, after getting dressed, Andrea saw Jacques waiting for Kendra. He waved at her before walking with her to their next class. "You'd think that a guy like that would have been pissed he got his ass beat by a girl," Andrea said, and Aisling laughed. "Not Jacques, he is a sweetheart. And I also think he is into women who can do him in." "Ms. Salem," Andrea heard Goldman call her last name, and froze. "Before you leave, I'd like to see you for a moment." Valerie smirked at her as she went to answer her summons, probably going to suggest you deregister and go and open up a shop somewhere. Andrea did not have it in her to go at it with Valerie, and so just showed her the finger before walking towards Goldman. Andrea towered over the woman, and in any other version of the world that she once knew, anyone seeing them would think that Andrea could beat her ass no problem. But this was not any other version of the world. This one was a version of magic. "I usually do not involve myself in the relationship of students, Miss Salem," Goldman began, "but I could not help but notice over the last week how much you lean on Ms. Ryan for everything." Andrea bit her lip. "She has been a ton of help, I won't lie." "But I am trying to catch up." "I know," Goldman said. "The librarian made mention of how you came to see her on your first day. It is for that reason alone that I did not punish Ms. Ryan for playing hero, as I had done to Mr. Masters." Her eyes focused on Goldman's sneakers and nowhere else. "It eats at me. Believe me, it does. I don't want to have to rely on any—" "Want is irrelevant," the professor snapped. "Reality does not seem to care about your wants. What is happening is that you're going to hold Miss Ryan back." Her cheeks began to warm up, and Andrea sent up silent hopes that she was not about to cry, especially in front of a woman who was just as liable to laugh at her tears as to want to drink them. "Yeah, I know," was all she could say. Goldman sighed. Look, I'm not a complete witch, despite what you might think. I do actually care about your well-being as a student, to an extent. Golly, how lucky am I? Never trust a magician, Andrea, she said, making Andrea raise her eyebrows. That usually leads to a quick death. Now, what did you notice during the fight between Mr. de Villiers and Miss Thompson? Andrea took a moment to replay the battle and hesitated before sighing. Kendra was graceful and quick. Jacques was strong and powerful. Goldman rolled her eyes. Indeed. Do you know why? Andrea had never felt so defeated. Her ribs were ruined, her classmates knew she was trash, and her professor was glaring at her like she was an idiot. I don't know. Kendra fought like that because she is built for it. Same for Jacques. Good, Goldman nodded. And I wish for you to take that to heart. Magic in physical combat builds on what is already there. There are two ways to improve in physical combat. Either you improve your magic reserves, which I do not see you doing any time soon, or you improve your physical attributes. Is she putting me on a fucking diet? Andrea slowly nodded her head. It was blunt, but she appreciated that Goldman cared enough to give her this tip, one that she was going to take to heart immediately. Does this goddamn city even have a Planet Fitness? Finessing fireballs. Andy, Aisling moaned. It's our first Friday night together. Can't we go out and read all this shite another day? Andrea did not look up from the giant dusty book between her hands. Again, bruh. If you want to leave, I won't hold it against you if you take up Valerie on her offer. She raised her red-haired head from her hands and rolled her eyes. Don't act the maggot, you beautiful Cajun twat you. You'd hate me going out with Valerie, so I'd only do it with you present. This time she did look up from the pages. Oh, I'd hate it with all my heart, sweetie. But like the good lil Christian that I am, I won't hold it against you. Aisling snorted at that. Turning the other cheek, eh? Her phone buzzed, and Aisling picked it up to look at it. Andrea sighed and closed the book to reach out to take her hand. Get going. I appreciate you chilling with me, I really do, but I'm going to use this time to catch up to y'all. This time, she heeded the protest and got up from her chair to stretch. Well, if you say it's grand, then I'll take your word for it. Want me to tell you if they talk shit about you? Andrea was tempted but waved the suggestion away. No, she said. It won't do me any good to hear all that crap anyhow. Now go and pass a good time, I'll be here, probably. She waved goodbye as she left Andrea to it, cracking her easy Arcana for Fools book back open to continue her note-taking. Professor Barden Robertson was as strange a fellow as his name suggested. He was long-limbed and hunchbacked, with black hair that were in a miserable state hanging over his pale face. His eyes were an emerald green and set too far apart on his otherwise long face. His nose was a good match since it was just as long and thin and sharp. His lips protruded from his face in a pouting gesture, even when he was lecturing in his bell-like voice. He did not speak loudly, Andrea had noted, but despite his meek demeanor, he spoke with passion, and it was infectious enough to capture everybody's attention. I had thought to myself before entering here, how best to proceed with this lecture, he said, speaking as if he were alone. Shall I ease the students in and lecture for them the basics, as my colleague, Professor Gwend, would have done? Or should I take the route of Professor Goldman and attempt to show you the height of this craft? His smile tore into his face like a Cheshire cat's. Emphasis on the word attempt. There were small chuckles around the room as he moved beyond the podium he preached from. His classroom was like any other in their section of the college, save that the front of his classroom had a podium and he used a projector to pull up slides as opposed to writing on a board. And so, in your first lecture with me, I was Professor Gewend. Today, I will play the role of Professor Goldman and show you the height of this subject. For how can my students strive for perfection without knowing what form that perfection takes? His green eyes scanned the room before smiling. Yes, Miss Capel. Juliet Capel was, quite easily, the most popular girl in their class. When the hate was strong within her, Andrea wished to chalk it up to her being the most beautiful girl in their year, hands down. She had long and beautiful dark brown hair that had ringlets towards the end, a cute aquiline nose, rosy and sharp cheeks, a heart-shaped face, and legs that might have been even longer than Andrea's. But Andrea, at her wisest, knew that it was because she was a supermodel from a powerful magician family from Dedham. She was, apparently, the aunt of the current Earl of Essex, and so some ass-kissers called her by her courtesy title of Viscountess. Andrea had wondered how magicians could come from aristocratic families because of their unusually long lifespans. But Aisling, as in many things, alleviated her of her curiosity. Magician noble families had proxy lines, as in those of their number who would forego manifesting their grimoires and continue to play the role of family head in public, whilst the actual familial head would continue to operate in the shadows, which was apparently the fate of the current Earl of Essex, who was over 80 years old but was still somehow the nephew of beloved Juliet. Her big blue eyes sparkled with confusion as she bit her lip, a habit that apparently made the boys go wild. Professor, forgive me, but I was told that it was a very dangerous thing for a magician to reveal their art, especially their mastered spell. Professor Robertson chuckled. I am glad that you pointed this out, Miss Capel. I would hate for my sacrifice to go unnoticed. Even Andrea laughed at that. But no, Miss Capel. I have no fear of showing off my mastered spell. Well, this one, at least. The class murmured before Miss Capel continued. I mean to say, Professor, are we to reveal our mastered spells to you in order to pass this class? The Cheshire Cat smile reappeared. Perhaps. Part of me wishes to reassure you that no professor would ever use that against you, but I cannot make any guarantees for future me, for that man is a stranger to everyone, including myself. This time, the laughs were a lot more uneasy. But instead, I would suggest acquiring as many mastered spells as possible to avoid anyone taking advantage of you. The fuck is a mastered spell? Andrea wondered, but there was no way she was going to ask that question in front of everyone. I act the fool enough as is. I am sure that there are many who believe that I am making no sense, and so I will direct you to the first slide. The projector came to life, and on the pulled-down screen was a scale with images of the fire emoji below each of the 3 notches, each emoji growing in size from left to right. Here, ladies and gentlemen, we have the scale and slide that you will live by for the remainder of your time at Camelot College. And dare I say, for the rest of your, hopefully, long and blissful lives. Andrea noted that above the notches were percentages ranging from 1, 100, and 200. As discussed in the last lecture, magical spells require incantations, words spoken in order to bring your connection with the source to life, in the manner that you intend it. Like so, above his index finger, a flame the size of a watermelon came to life. This is, surprisingly, known as fire magic, one of the 4 base forms of elemental magic that we know of, and quite possibly the first. Andrea had read about elemental magic from one of the books Miss Demir had given her, and according to the author, fire magic was the easiest to do. Most magicians with a mastered spell have those spells fall under fire, or one of the other elemental forms, so much so that there is discord on whether the use of these elemental forms should even be considered as sic et respiratio. Most elitists are against it, and most progressives are for it. Grow ever brighter. The flame grew and grew until it illuminated the entire room and burned as large as a truck's wheel. My beloved students. Who here can explain what it is that I have done? Many hands went up. Many of them came from the usual suspects. Now that she knew that they were talking about sic et respiratio, Andrea felt confident that should she be asked, she would be able to answer. But she was not so confident as to be one of the 15 who had put their hands up. As luck would have it, though, the professor would not choose any of them. Ms. Salem, please come to the rescue of the ignorant who are too foolish to ask. Here's hoping that you didn't waste my time, Ms. Demir. An incantation would have been needed to ignite the flame. But because this is a sicket respiratio of yours, you could ignite the flame without saying a word. Professor Robertson nodded. You have addressed half the question, Ms. Salem, but you have addressed that half well. His green eyes drifted to her left to stare at her table-mate. Ms. Ryan, I hear you and Andrea are joined at the hip. Why don't you assist your other half and give that answer on her behalf? Aisling nodded. Well, Professor, what you did was increase the power of the flame by saying the incantation anyway. The professor snapped his fingers. Well done, the both of you. Look towards the 1% flame emoji, he said, pointing to the slide behind him. Those who forgo the incantation whilst having no true mastery over the spell will only output between 1 and 10% of spell's power. But because the fireball is a mastered spell for me, my mastery over it is unquestioned. I get 100% of the output without saying any incantation, and about 120% from reciting few words. The flame's illumination turned the professor's Cheshire smile from something mischievous and uncomfortable to something outright evil, before he extinguished it with the snap of a finger. And so, what would happen if someone such as myself, with complete mastery over this spell, were to say aloud the full incantation? He scanned the classroom once more before finally a hand was raised. Ah, a first-timer. Please state your name for me and know that I shall never forget it. Edison Campos, said the dreamy Peruvian who usually sat at the back of the classroom, and it would lead to an output of 200%, doing double the damage. Mr. Campos, you are exactly correct. Were I in the gym or arena right now, or a younger man, I would give you all an example. Rajesh, that bitch, raised a hand before laughing. Come on, Professor. You don't have to blow up anything. Just a quick example would be appreciated. There were murmurs of agreement that grew to encouraging cheers, which were silenced by a laughing Robertson. Okay, it will be my head should this get out of hand, but, oh, what the heck? You cannot reach a goal without seeing it after all. The class clapped, but this time, when he silenced them, he did it with a stern expression. Move towards the back of the classroom, students, and shroud yourselves as much as you can. Andrea and Aisling scurried to where Edison sat with the rest of the class. The professor raised his arm out and pointed his index finger towards the ceiling. Spark of life, ignite this light. Grow ever brighter until we conquer night. A fireball appeared, hovering over his index finger again, but this time the fireball was the size of a very small car. Andrea had shrouded herself with every bit of magic that her, apparently, meager reserves could spare and stood amongst a crowd of almost 30 children about 45 feet away. And yet, she felt as if she was being pushed headfirst into a campfire. The hairs on the arms she was using to cover her face and eyes felt like they were being singed off, and she felt sweat beginning to form around her hairline. Went and fucked up my hair, Andrea complained as she turned another page. The lecture had been the last of a long week, but her hair was still fighting for its life even hours later. Getting hit by that thing would have me fighting for my life in the literal sense, though. Who am I kidding? She snorted. That thing would have killed me dead. She had spent the last 2 hours sitting in the study hall trying to find out more about spells that were more suited to her. The professor had outlined the first term's criteria being based on their successful use of the 4 elements. There were others, of course, but water, earth, fire, and air were the foundational magic that the colleges pushed. Andrea did not know if they were the most used because the colleges pushed them or whether the colleges pushed them and thus they were the most used. I did not think people voluntarily read books these days. a voice said from above her shoulder. Andrea was shocked by how composed she was able to remain as she turned to face the intruder. Guess that was just me being ignorant. The girl was black, with braided hair that dangled over Andrea's forehead, weighed down with beads of several colors. She had a gap-toothed grin on her face and almond-shaped brown eyes that looked down at her, waiting for a response. Believe me, if my life didn't depend on it, this wouldn't be happening. And definitely not voluntarily, she said, deciding to play nice despite the intrusion. I'll save all my beefing for Valerie. The girl took a seat next to her to pick up the book and skim through it. I hate learning magic this way, she said in an accent that Andrea just could not place. She's no villain from any action movie I've watched. How do you prefer it? Andrea asked. The girl shut the book and her grin grew. Good question. I like it more in the practical sense, she said, leaning back to show Andrea her index finger. Spark of life, ignite. And a fireball did appear over her index finger, as with the professor's, although much smaller. I had a mentor, she said, extinguishing the flame with the snap of her finger as she got up from her chair. She taught me everything I know. She taught you well, she said, having tried several times and achieving nothing more than sparks. I'm Andrea Salem, she said, holding out her hand to shake. The girl grabbed her forearm instead, and Andrea awkwardly followed suit. My name is complicated, but you can call me Cherry. I will see you around. Andrea watched her walk away before extending her index finger. Spark of light, ignite. She sighed and threw the book back on the table. I should have gone out with Aisling. I wonder if they're talking shit about me after all. She pulled out her phone to ask. First Sunday. You shroud like pure shite, Valerie said for the 100th time today. Honestly, stop wasting your time with this. Andrea got up from taking a knee and rolled her eyes. Bruh, you don't have to be here. Valerie was lying on her back, looking up at the sky with her phone in hand, sitting next to Zoya. Sure, but then I'd have missed out on you getting done in. Zoya waved away Valerie's words and gave Andrea a thumbs up. Don't mind her, Andrea. Valerie is just being moody today. Today? Aisling clapped her hands twice to draw their attention. Zia's right. Don't worry about her, Andy. Worry about me. You've yet to land a hit. Fuck that. The kid's yet to take a hit, Valerie laughed. Andrea was tempted to ask Aisling to tag out. I don't think Valerie would go as easy on me as Aisling is. It was Sunday off, and the four of them had decided to come to the field to train in the corner near the netball courts. Other girls in their year, like Kendra and Aska, had come down to shoot some hoops. Was that the correct terminology anyway? Whilst Andrea got her ass kicked. I've taken hits, Andrea protested. If you weren't busy on your phone and were actually trying to help me, you'd have noticed. Valerie sat up with a raised eyebrow on her face before she broke out into laughter. I'm sorry, Salem. I forget that you couldn't tell the difference between your arse and your face, similar as they are. She rolled her eyes. Do your mama and them know how much of an asshole they raised, or would it be a surprise if somebody told them? Valerie went back to lying down. Oh, they know. They made damn sure of it. Zoya sighed and got up. Ryan, let me help out Andrea a little bit, yeah? Be my guest, Aisling said as she went to join Valerie on the grass. She felt her heartbeat begin to quicken as Zoya approached her, unsure of just how dangerous she was. Let me think of a way to explain it. You've been using books to try and explain this stuff to you, yeah? Andrea nodded, and her ears began to burn when she heard Valerie laugh. At the very least, Aisling had been good enough to silence her with a punch to the shoulder. Reading is fine, Zoya said with a shrug, but in your case, you'd have to get to the advanced stuff early to get anything out of it. Andrea frowned. The advanced stuff? Bruh, I barely get the basics. The basics assume that you have ordinary magic reserves, Zoya said, sheepishly rubbing the back of her neck, which you don't. So that stuff won't really apply all that well for you. She thought over what she was being told before sighing. Okay, I think I hear what you're saying. So then, what should I do instead? You need to concentrate magic instead of pure shrouding, Zoya said. Think of it like that American football of yours. Her frown deepened as the image of Drew Brees floated through her mind. The fuck does football have to do with it? Shrouding is like all those pads you guys put on, Aisling said before laughing. Fair play, Z, that's a grand way of explaining it. Andrea was still just as confused, but had decided to shut it and let Zoya expand on her point further. You hit the nail on the head there, Ryan. Yeah, think of it that way. And think of defensive concentrating like catching the attack with those baseball gloves you guys use. She took a moment to think over her words before snorting. So, instead of putting on a suit of armor or whatever, I have to learn how to use a shield? Valerie whistled. Boss girl. And here's thinking you'd be a lost cause. Zoya and Aisling's praise was a lot more genuine. That's a grand way of looking at it, Andy, Aisling said, getting back up onto her feet. But that sort of fighting has its own problems. Valerie sat up and grinned. Don't tell her. Just go for it and have her find out the hard way. Aisling frowned and shook her head. Not a chance. And you better start playing nice with Andrea, or we can't be friends anymore, Val. She rolled her eyes and lay back down instead of answering. I will give it a go, Zoya said, falling into a boxing stance. The thing with using a shield is that you have to have either fast reflexes or good tracking of your enemy's magical aura, Aisling said. Bang on, Zoya agreed. Are you ready, Andrea? She took a deep breath before falling into her own stance, trying to focus her eyes on Zoya's magical aura. She could sort of see it, but it looked like the sort of shimmering someone would see staring down a road on a really hot summer's day. Andrea had to strain herself to see a very faint outline of red. I'm ready. Zoya's magical aura had gathered into her right hand, and Andrea had gathered her magic into her stomach, the intended target, but not before the punch had landed and she had to take a knee again. Valerie had to suppress a laugh as Aisling snapped, What the hell, Z? Sorry, Z said, going down on one knee to put her hands on Andrea's shoulders. I mean it, Andrea. I did not mean to hit you that hard. I thought if I concentrated more magic into my fist, the easier it would be for you to see it. She smiled despite the pain. No worries now, Z, she said as she got back up onto her feet. Let's get at it again. Zoya hesitated, but eventually gave in when she saw that Aisling was not going to tap herself back in. Okay, but there is only so much I can hold back, yeah? Andrea did not respond. Instead, she got back into her fighting stance and focused. Follow the flow, Andrea. If you can't see it, then dodge it. It took 2 jabs to the chest and stomach, but Andrea finally blocked a strike, and by concentrating a lot more of her magic into the area, she was able to take enough off the blow to not have it sting. She failed to stop a few more before finally getting the hang of it enough to string along 5 consecutive blows, taken without her getting down on one knee. About time you stopped falling to one knee, Valerie said. You about proposed to Aisling 100 times today. And a dozen more to me, Zoya added with a laugh. Aisling tut-tutted as she shook her head. Truly shameless behavior, but I should have expected it. My mom told me about you Protestant women and your wanton ways. They laughed, and Andrea felt like she could run a mile with how good she was feeling. At this rate, I'll be able to beat Rajesh's ass and get my lick back by the end of this term. The laughter slowed before Valerie sighed. Andrea, no you won't. She frowned. Shut your bitch ass up, bruh. Everyone and their mama knows that you're just hating. She's not wrong, Andrea, Zoya said. And now Andrea was well and truly deflated. Look, by year's end, you might be able to beat a couple of the weaker kids. But someone from a magician family like Raj would easily eat you alive. She turned to Aisling for help, but she could see it in the Irish girl's blue eyes that it was hopeless. And why the hell is that the case? Valerie sighed and got up, walking towards Andrea. Relax, Aisling, I won't hurt your precious little American. Yeah, just want to show her something is all. Valerie stood well outside the reach of her stubby little man arms as she jabbed at Andrea. You can follow the magic when it's basic, all right? But how about now? Andrea only clocked that it was stored in Valerie's left hand after the 5th jab and frowned. You were not throwing jabs with any magic? Valerie shook her head and stopped throwing jabs. No, I was, the whole time. But I changed the flow after the first jab so that by the time my fist would have connected, it was all welled up in my left hand. She was not entirely sure what that meant until Aisling interjected. She means to say, Andy, that you're not following the magic fast enough to prevent feints from hurting you. You're still too focused on the physical body for a tell, and for you, where your style comes down to a game of seconds, well, you'd see why that is a bad habit. Andrea threw her arms out in exasperation. Fuck me! So all of this was just a waste of time. No, Valerie sighed and shrugged. You're still shite, but are at least sound enough to leg it should the worst come to pass. Or at least contend with some of the worse kids. You're no longer dead last, is what I'm saying. Andrea rolled her eyes and turned to leave before putting out a hand to stop Aisling in her tracks. No, I need to be alone for a minute. Thanks for the help, you too, Zoya, but... She did not even finish her sentence as she put up her hoodie and walked back toward the giant pavilion in the distance. I'm gonna die here, Andrea thought, and it was not the first time that sort of sentiment had crept its way into her mind. But all signs pointed toward it being true. She could not create a fireball and only ever seemed to create smoke, even when saying the full incantation, and her physical combat skills were improving enough to take her from utter garbage to complete trash. She entered the castle that was apparently passing for a school and found a spiral stairwell secluded enough for her to pull out her phone. Andrea stared at the number long and hard before she sighed and gave in. It only rang twice before her mother answered. Andy, baby. Is something wrong? Yep, I'm going to get sacrificed to the source by Thanksgiving. She cleared her throat and instead said, No, Mama, I just wanted to hear your voice is all. She could hear her mother breathe a sigh of relief. That's good, baby. Glad you're doing okay. How's your first weekend over there? Andrea could have told her of her inability to shroud herself or create fire, or that some of her classmates' favorite pastimes involved leaving notes telling her that she should kill herself because she was going to die anyway. But she decided to keep all that stuff to herself and instead said, Good, Mama. No church this side, though, so looks like you're going to have to attend for both of us and get me into heaven as a +1. Her mother's laughter did her heart a world of good despite the stinging she felt around her eyes. Now you know that ain't how it works, baby. You gotta earn your keep up there yourself. How is school? You holding up okay? Nope. Too soon to tell, but this magic schooling thing is easy. Is that so? Yeah, I'm killing English Lit and mathematics. Her mother snorted. Funny how we had to send you halfway across the world to hear that. But what about the actual magic, baby? She hesitated and knew that the jig was up from there. It isn't easy, Mama. Everyone and their mother been a magician for the longest time over here. And here I come, greener than spring grass. I wish you'd have taught me at least something. She had tried to not resent her mother too much. For all her mother had known, Andrea would have been like the Earl of Essex and continued her life being human without worry of being sacrificed. But there were times when she saw her peers, her real peers from magician families, raise their hand and recite information that Andrea herself should have known. You're right to be mad at me, Andrea. I made some decisions that I've spent the last fortnight regretting, but, well, shoot. Can't worry ourselves too much about roads not taken. Easy for you to say. This road we're on is going to get me killed. Yeah, I guess so. There was some dead air between the two of them before her mother spoke up again. Well, where's Julian? Has he been of any help to you? Andrea would have laughed had the name not made her angry. That man's been as helpful as an umbrella with a damn hole in it. Haven't seen him damn near since I got here. Apparently, he ain't even in. Some people are talking about him being away handling some business. Andrea could tell that made her mother as mad as she felt. Well, that just won't do. I will have a word with him. Believe me that I will. She sighed and shook her head. No, Mama, I appreciate you considering that, but I don't think it'll do me any good. Andrea hesitated to continue when she saw Valerie standing down the hallway and making her way toward her. Anywho, I'll be seeing you, Mama. I gotta go. I love you. I love you too, Andy, baby. Andrea slid her phone into the pockets of her yoga pants and prepared herself to confront her biggest hater. What now? You come to talk more shit? Valerie glared at her a moment before sighing. No, I've come to say sorry and to tell you that we're about to take a cabbage down to market if you want to come along with us. Andrea raised an eyebrow before smirking. Aisling threatened you, didn't she? Valerie snorted. Told me she'd pull my intestines out my mouth if I didn't come here. They both laughed at the absurdity of it before Valerie stood up and extended a hand out to help her up. I don't know why, but she wants to take care of you. And I know Aisling long enough to know she won't change her mind, so fuck it, I'll help her where I can too. She looked at the hand a moment before taking it. This mean we best friends? Valerie laughed. Not even if you paid me. The weak are unworthy. I can't believe you went and got hit by that. Olivia Baker smirked as she watched her twin brother have to resort to healing himself. You're getting sloppy. Liam was not going to give her the satisfaction of a response. Instead, he sighed and regenerated his right hand. He's got away with elemental magic. I'll give him that much. Shoot, Olivia sighed. I'd thought he'd have gone down easy like his lil puppy had. They had both thought that the man in question was going to be an easy target, especially after Olivia tore a hole through the little girl that he had been trying to protect. You and me both, Liam said. I'm going to kill you for that, the man bellowed. His lack of height was partially why they had thought that this was going to be an easy lick, but to the man's credit, he was well built. With thick arms and a barrel chest, Liam had expected him to hit hard but not move with such swiftness. And that neck, golly. You ain't gonna kill shit, Beaner, Olivia taunted, blowing raspberries at the man. Had the man she was taunting not just used electricity to blow his forearm off, Liam might have found it funny. She looked comical taunting the man, who was a head taller than she was and twice as wide. Although, to her credit, his sister was stout and strongly built, a build he did not share despite being her twin. For Liam, the only thing that told of his youth on the farm was his tanned skin and a scar on his back he had gotten fooling around on the tractor. The Mexican man growled and charged at them. Liam didn't have it in his magical reserves to block another burst of electricity that came out of his fingers. Spark of light! Especially if he's going to put some mustard behind it. Olivia, whose reserves always were just a little deeper than his to start with, took the hit head-on and launched a punch. The man parried and pulled her in for a counter that would have rocked her jaw had she not leaned her head back at the last second. She dodged another swing and went low, striking him in the gut twice before taking a concentrated backhand that sent her bouncing off the concrete floor of the parking garage. Liam was not about to pass up that opening. Eternal night. The fist of darkness struck where his shrouding was weak, and Liam smiled at the sound of ribs cracking as the man slammed through a pillar of the abandoned building. Olivia, goddammit, don't go getting him any more worked up than he already is, he said, still pissed off that he had been hit by a spell charged up to almost full output. That was sloppy of me, and now I gotta pay the price. She got up and wiped the small stream of blood dripping down her nose, glaring back at him with their dough-shaped brown eyes. Hush up! I sacrificed myself to give your ugly mug an in, and you used it to do... The bolt was thrown with such force that it took her off her feet and sent her crashing out of the building. It took a while to hear the crash of her body, which was then quickly followed by a car alarm going off. Before Liam was certain his sister was back on the ground. He was sure that she was okay, since he didn't hear any incantations spat their way. "God damn it!" he cussed before turning to face their enemy, now grabbing at his ribs as he limped toward him. "Still got some fight left in me for you, racist hicks." Liam sighed. "Now I know we're twins, man, but she's the racist. I'm actually a pretty nice guy once you get to know me." The Mexican eyed the decapitated body of his former pupil in the corner, and even Liam had to admit it was a pretty bad look. "Okay, fair." He growled, and the two began to exchange punches. Liam was surprised that he was put on the defensive by electricity-infused punches. He was a counterpuncher anyway, so this suited him just fine. But for all his aggressive, the man's long black hair and square face were dripping in crimson, and a rib was protruding against his skin. No doubt he had a punctured lung. Like his sister, he didn't seem able to heal. Either that, or he is saving up for something nasty. A punch to the shoulder almost tore through Liam's shrouding, but he grinned and sent 2 heavy punches down the middle in return. The first was a concentrated jab that stopped him in his tracks, followed by a heavy straight that broke the Mexican's already crooked nose. The Mexican did what all big men do when rocked. He tried to grab Liam, but Liam wasn't about to allow that. "Knight!" he shouted. A wave of dark energy erupted from his palm that made his opponent stumble. Liam concentrated most of his magic into the sole of his boot and kicked the man's chest, sending him into another pillar. Liam held out both palms and said, "Away any light!" A wave of dark magic hit the target, sending him through the pillar and smashing him into the wall. His screams told Liam the output had been good enough. One never knew how many words of the incantation to risk against an enemy like this. When his attack ceased, Liam smiled at the simmering mess of a man now on his knees, he himself huffing and puffing. He had been wearing a black shirt and a pair of jeans that would have fit better on a younger man at the start of this fight. But now he was worse than naked. His skin had been peeled off and his bones broken from the concussive force of Liam's wave. The veins around his now exposed flesh pulsed with purple light. "Give it up, buddy," Liam said, though he was not in the best of shape himself. He had learned healing behind Olivia's back for kicks, but rushing to outdo her had left it underprepared. He would be shocked if he had even a third of his reserves left after this farce. "Just die gracefully, and we can all go home happy." His opponent looked up at him, his eyes sparking with electricity. "Not a chance, Puda." Now that was just rude. Liam had expected another blast and so jumped back to get some space, but the man instead raised his palms to the sky. "Spark of light!" Liam cursed and moved to kill him. But the man unleashed his entire aura, forming a barrier that Liam had to grit his teeth to tear through as he charged. "I'm fucking low!" Such a gambit would have been easy to counter if his reserves weren't critical. But now, the move had bought the Mexican the seconds he needed to get the attack off. "To the sky I call upon thee." Mother Nature's fury rained down upon me. Liam did not have the energy or time to waste missing a punch, and so he aimed for the body. He reached the Mexican and punched with all his might, tearing a hole through his chest and out his back. But that didn't turn out the lights from his enemy's eyes. Blood gushed out the Mexican's mouth, but that did not stop the smile as his eyes sparked with lightning. He laughed as he spat in Liam's face, and Liam knew that he was done for. He felt the weight of Olivia's body on top of his. "Leave, dash, dash! Lightning bolt!" There was a flash of light and then a scream. Liam felt the floor beneath him give way as it was eviscerated alongside the rest of the top 3 levels of the abandoned parking garage. Olivia's strong arms wrapped around him, and he felt her feet land with superhuman force, forming a cobweb on the cracked concrete below. He had expected the debris of the building to crush them, but everything bounced off their master's force field. "Ah, shit." "He's gonna kill us," Olivia muttered. Liam knew that to be true when the force field pulled them from out the debris to hover in front of the finely dressed gentleman standing before them. "Now!" His gruff voice sounded like someone had thrown a whole pack of cigarettes into a dying tractor engine. "Why is it that I am continuously bailing you two out of messes?" The force field dropped them to the ground, and the two moved to quickly bend their knees and hang their heads in shame. Olivia had seen to it that the fog was meddled with and formed a barrier around the parking deck. "He was a lot stronger than we anticipated, mister," Olivia said. Liam usually hated her propensity to speak up for him, but on this occasion, he was more than ready to take the back seat. Their boss was a man of substantial size, standing almost 6'3" and with broad shoulders and huge gnarled hands. He had a small gut, but no man alive would confuse the rest of him for anything other than pure muscle. His skin was a dark brown that looked like he had been sewn from a leather jacket, and his face was a clean-shaven mess that could have been carved into the side of a mountain. His nose was long and powerful, and his almond-shaped brown eyes glared down at them before they looked up to survey the situation. He wore a suit, as he was wont to do nowadays, with a dark brown cowboy hat that had seen better days. Tiberius Nerva sighed and nodded for them to stand. "I suppose that must have been the case." He reached out to observe Liam's forearm. It had healed poorly. "I had to say an incantation to shield you, and good that I did, or else you two would have been off to meet your maker." "Should have done," Olivia huffed. "I want to ask him why he was so lazy when it came to making us." Tiberius raised a thick black eyebrow that was soon accompanied by a small smile. "That was funny," he said before the smile faded. "But humor will not wave away that performance. You two have been chosen for a special mission, and I had hoped that this little excursion would have been a good litmus test for whether or not you were ready." "We're ready," Olivia said. "He was strong, damn near a master magician, Mr. Nerva. But we had him beat." His eyebrow rose again, this time alone. "And how do you figure?" "He had to make a gambit." Liam intervened before his sister said something stupid. "His life for an extra bit of power, I reckon." Their leader's stern face told them that he was not buying it, and so, giving up, Liam sighed and said, "You're right." "Liam." "It was 2-on-1, Liam admitted. "We were weak, and are unworthy to walk by your side. Kill us." He stood before them in silence, a head taller than Liam, and a little more than that when compared to Olivia, before he moved to grab Liam's arm again. "You learned healing magic." Liam was embarrassed by the display. He had learned healing magic in the same way an infant taking a crayon to paper had learned to write. "I bumbled my way through it. Damn near wiped out half my reserves healing this forearm from nothing." Tiberius sighed. "I am not good with healing myself, so let me not be a hypocrite. From the source came life. From the source came the wounding. Heal the body and make us whole." Liam's forearm grew and healed in a way that made him realize that he had done a shoddy job on top of that to boot. "He is going to kill us." "He should kill us." Olivia gritted her teeth before exhaling her rage. She had come to the same conclusion as he had. "I can see that you wish to die," their leader said. "I agree that you should. It is becoming clearer by the day that the source is finite. Millions of animals, 7 billion humans, and quintillions of insects on top of that are spreading the source thin. And now we have fewer god-killers, fewer heralds and herald-killer magicians than ever before. The worthy are going thirsty because the pipe is leaking and leaking heavily, and we must rectify that." Liam closed his eyes and prepared for the blow to come. But instead, his acceptance was met with another tired and weary sigh. "Liam, you're a good boy, but seemingly unwise. Why would I have gone through the trouble to save you and then heal you if I was just going to kill you?" He frowned and could see Olivia smirk at him from his peripheral. "You're a bigger dummy than me, and that's saying something," she teased. "Indeed," Tiberius agreed. "But even more importantly than that, You two are still useful to me." They both dropped down to their knees and bowed their shaggy brown hair immediately. "We are yours to do with as you please," they said in unison. For the first time, Tiberius Nerva unleashed an unrestrained smile. "As stated, you have been chosen for a secret mission. You are to work alongside some who are more aligned with the Phoenician—" "But mister, Liam did not see him move, but he did hear the ground scream as the concrete cratered. He saw his sister's motionless body in the center, blood pooling around her unconscious head. "Steady now, Liam," he said, his voice calm as he wiped the blood off his fist with a piece of Liam's shirt. "When the hell did he—" "You will work with the zealots. You will infiltrate my brother's school," Tiberius Nerva growled, "and you will make them bleed. And if you die in the process—" Liam looked at his sister and closed his eyes. "Then we were unworthy. Gods don't do favors." "Ah, fuck me," Andrea complained as she found herself back in that hideous court of Anansi. "Why am I here, Anansi?" The old god sat on his throne, invisible figures waving giant fans to save him from an imaginary heat. His smile, that grotesque and ugly ass smile, grew as he looked down at her from his dais. "Is that the hello I get?" "Huh. After going out of my way to come and visit you," Anansi said before sucking his rotten, shark-like teeth. "Anansi is wounded, dear child." She rolled her eyes. Andrea was not up for the theatrics of her family's debtor, but a day of making smoke in place of fireballs and getting her ass beat again left her in little mood for his games. "Don't. Just don't. You're not about to come here and act like you're doing me a damn favor coming to fuck up my dreams the way you're doing." The god tut-tutted as he rested his misshapen head on a hand. "Such insolence. I used to make mothers sacrifice their daughters for less, Andrea Bordeaux." She folded her arms despite the threat. "Well, thank God I don't have a child, then." He laughed and waved his hand, making the fans disappear as he stood up and jumped down from the dais, landing on his 4 feet with a loud crash. "You insult and blaspheme in my presence," he said as he approached Andrea, towering over her. "And yet Anansi is here to bring you a warning." Andrea raised an eyebrow. "A warning?" He nodded his head, looking uncharacteristically serious. "Just so, girl." If the goofy known as Anansi was willing to set aside the clown shoes, then Andrea felt that she had no choice but to listen to him. A warning. His eyes, all 8 of them, gleamed with dark amusement as he nodded his head. His grin grew and split across his face like the consequences of an earthquake. The smell was just as bad as Andrea remembered. "Something is coming, Andy. Something awful." She waited for him to expand on his point and frowned when she realized that that was it. "Is that it?" Andrea asked, exasperated. "You fuck up my sleep to give me a warning that you don't want to properly explain." Anansi's grin fell away and his mouth morphed into a pout. "Come now. I had to go to great lengths to come and see you in your dreams." She snorted as she looked around his decrepit court. "If you say so." "This time around, I'd like to see my grandma if you wouldn't mind." He hissed and leaned over her. "You will never be permitted to see Nothing's home. Do you understand me?" She rolled her eyes this time and moved toward the exit when she felt his hand wrap around her wrist. "Andrea." Andrea pulled her arm, but it was like arm wrestling a freight train. "You better let go of me." He watched her feebly attempt to free herself before letting go. "I do not know exactly what it is that is coming, but something is, and I have a feeling that it will involve one of your friends." That won back her attention, and so she turned to face him and said, "Okay. Which of my friends?" "I do not know. Is it Aisling? Because she's the only person here I'd consider a friend." Anansi shrugged. "Perhaps. Is it happening any time soon?" He looked up to the ceiling as if God himself was speaking to him before he said, "Maybe." Andrea turned to leave, and would have had he not appeared in front of the double doors of his court, now in his godly appearance. "You're really starting to annoy me," Andrea said, holding out her hand. "Move out of the way, or I'll be forced to burn your ass." The beautiful man moved toward her slowly, holding up his hands as he approached. "I understand your suspicions of me, Andrea. But remember, we are on the same side, you and I." She snorted as she took a step back. "And why should I believe you? Aren't you the one who enslaved my entire bloodline and want my mama's soul?" He sighed and nodded his head. "I am. But I also am the very same one who needs more Bordeaux to continue being a god, and seeing as how you are the last one—" Andrea gritted her teeth before sighing and putting her hand down. "You got me there." "I wish that I knew more," he said, visibly frustrated. "I once existed in every home and hearth in Western Africa, but now I can barely see into the real world." She cocked her head. "And how is it that you are able to see into the real world?" He noted her suspicion and shrugged. "I can see through you, but only barely." Andrea thought of ways to how that could be true before gasping. "My grimoire!" Anansi gave her a sheepish smile that almost seemed cute. "Girl, this man just laid claim to your mother's soul the other day. Pull it the fuck together." "Yes," he admitted. "But it is no different than what I have done onto your mother, or any other Bordeaux who formed a grimoire before her." Barging past the man was tempting, but Andrea was here now, and she was not about to leave without getting as much information as possible. "So you can see the real world through me?" He folded his arms, his two muscular arms, and pondered on her question. "Well, yes and no. Yes, in the sense that you are my tether to the world. Think of it like a very far doorway. I can hear things on the other side of the door, but that is about the extent of my presence there." Andrea's eyebrows furrowed. "Okay. And the no part?" He grinned at her. "You're not strong enough for me to actually enter into the world through you." She vented her frustration with a punch sent into his abdomen. The man ate it like a flick to the forehead. "Even in my fucking dreams, y'all are coming for me. When are y'all gonna let me breathe?" He shrugged again. "I meant offense." Her frown deepened. "You mean you meant no offense?" "I said what I have said," Anansi grinned. "But that is partially the truth. I was able to enter the real world in the hospital on account of your mother and her faith in me." It was a statement so absurd that Andrea had to laugh in his face. "My mama is a good Christian woman, Anansi. She is enslaved by you, but you are not her god." Anansi folded his arms, his grin still firmly set into his handsome face. "Whoever your deity studies master is will have a lot of work cut out for him. You truly know nothing." She rolled her eyes again and turned to walk back toward his dais. "Uh-huh. Tell me more about knowing nothing whilst knowing exactly zero about this thing you're trying to warn me about." She did not see the expression on his face, but she was certain that it was priceless as she sat down on his throne. "Explain yourself better." Anansi surprised her with a smile. "A throne suits you," he said, before appearing right next to her. "I could make you one of your own beside mine." Andrea gagged. "I'd rather kill myself immediately, today. Now explain what you meant about my mother." He pouted before shrugging and clapping his hands. Andrea found herself at the bottom of the dais once more, and Anansi back in his throne. "Your mother is a Christian woman. Good is another matter entirely." "Speak English, bruh," Andrea snapped. "I'm not about to waste my time playing with you, insect." "Arachnid," Anansi said. "But fine. She worships your Christian god, that is true. But she believes in me as a god as well. A god who holds power over her family and holds sway over her. This especially became the case after her use of the court." Her hands began to ball up into fists. "And so?" He laughed. "This upsets you? Does it offend your Christian sensibilities, eh?" She cooled herself by trying to exhale her rage. Do not give him the satisfaction. So, forcing her to give up her soul, let you waltz in through that door? Anansi tapped his many fingers on the armrest of his seat. A good enough explanation. Yes, but her belief in me is what truly took it to the next level. Andrea could reconcile with that. Her mother was not throwing away her faith in the only religion Andrea had ever been taught to believe in, but rather, her believing in Anansi was a factual thing, more secular than religious. She believes in him in the same way as she believes in the cowboys, Andrea thought. They are real and they exist. Doesn't mean she's a fan or thinks they gonna win the Super Bowl. She shrugged. Okay, but what does that have to do with my door? If it were up to me, there wouldn't be a damn door between us in the first place. Anansi smirked. Oh? Would you rather we stand side by side, hand in hand, with no barrier to stop us? Andrea cringed. No. As in I want nothing to fucking do with you. His smirk turned into a mocking pout. Andrea, I'm starting to believe that you do not want us to get along, to become the friends I know we can be. Perhaps even something more. She was now well and truly creeped out and was hoping and praying that her phone would go off and her alarm clock would bail her out. In your dreams, Anansi, maybe if every man on earth up and died. Every woman, too. Shit, if it weren't illegal and I was a worse human being, I might throw in half the fucking animals. Anansi stood up and T-posed whilst laughing. Oh, come now, Andrea. I have noticed how you look at me in this form. You think that I am handsome. She shrugged. What of it, bruh? I think that Jared Leto is handsome. It don't mean shit if I think you're both lunatics with ugly souls. But anywho, she said, eyeing him up and down, I know what you really look like, and you have a face only a mother could love, and even then, bless her heart if she ain't blind to boot. His reaction surprised her. It was a blank and stoic expression that was unbroken by neither movement or sound for a long while, before he finally said, I do not know what I actually look like. She frowned. What the fuck are you on about, bruh? He shrugged, his expression still blank. I am a creation of man, Andrea. I am what the people who worship me made me to be, to look like. And more often than not, what that is dependent upon the person. Andrea raised an eyebrow, confused as to how she should conduct herself with an Anansi who was so devoid of reaction, of sass, of anything really. So you're not a disgusting, eight-eyed, eight-legged, eight-armed, incel-looking freak? His raised eyebrow mirrored her own as he folded his arms over his powerful chest. Yes and no. That is no doubt how your mother sees me, and in turn, how you saw me when she used the court. Andrea was ready to admit that a part of her wondered why it was that he did not choose to look like this all the time. Instead of the dusty, musty, yucky, ugly-ass thing she usually had to come across. Okay, but then why do you look like this now? He surprised her again with how sheepish he looked before he cleared his throat. To put you more at ease, he said. I know that we did not start off on the best note, you and I, but I wish to change that. To help you survive this schooling year and all other dangers to come. Andrea was not born yesterday. She knew that this was not out of the kindness of his own heart, but because it matched his own self-interest. The longer she lived, the more likely she was to have more children, and have more Bordeaux to fill up this ugly-ass court. The thought of having children just to throw their lives away to feed Anansi made her stomach crawl. Yeah, well, I'm not exactly sure if I want your help. He waved away her words like swatting at a gnat. Want is irrelevant. Need is where we find ourselves, girl. You cannot even complete a single fire spell, Andrea. And if what is coming is as bad as I think it is, I do not even think that you will make it to the end-of-year exams anyway. That stung to hear, and stung all the more that he was right. She was up to making some smoke, sure, but smoke was not going to cut it for her first exams come December. Andrea needed to be able to get the hang of things before it was too late and her peers, who were already years ahead, got any more ahead of her. She could not face him as she said, "Hypothetically, what would you have in mind?" Despite being in his supermodel form, his unhinged grin returned as he leaned off his throne. We could deepen our bond and open that door. Andrea's eyebrows furrowed once more. "I already believe in you, bruh. I know that you exist. I know that magic exists, and I know you own my mama's soul. What more can I do?" Anansi stood up, his dark eyes focused so intensely at her that he started to drool. "You could worship me." Andrea's confusion very quickly turned to anger. "I worship one God and one God only, and he is the God. I'd rather die than pray to your lame ass." He seemed hurt by her words, before his face morphed into an anger that matched her own. "Your Christian God won't save you from nothing. You traitorous coons never learn. He didn't save y'all when y'all were in chains. He didn't save y'all when they was wearing blackface and making y'all take tests just to vote." He snarled before sitting back down and trying to regain his composure. "You left him for me, and for what? To be as oppressed as you would have been still worshiping me?" "I worship him," Andrea said, "because he is a Lord of hope. He loves me irrespective of all my flaws and weaknesses. You can't love me, and even if you could, I'd have to sell my entire bloodline to get it." Anansi glared at her, and Andrea did not know what to expect next. In his eyes were a cocktail of emotion. Anger swirled with sadness, hurt mixed in with desperation. Eventually he sighed, morphing back into the hideous form that had greeted her. "Fine then. Keep your religion and keep your worship. I will try and save you myself." Andrea was about to say something, but he held his hand out and said, "Be gone." And Andrea woke up with a gasp. She looked around her dark dorm room. Separated by bedside tables on both ends, slept Aisling and Zoya. Her trunk with her belongings was at the end of her bed, and across from her was Helga's bed, a Bulgarian first year from a different class. She reached out for her phone once her breathing got under control and checked the time. "Shit," she complained. 4:41 a.m., left her little sleep to catch up on, and she wondered if it was not better to just stay up and scroll through Instagram. She thought against it as she curled up to sleep, but Andrea did not catch another wink of sleep that night. Cabbages, crushes, and other lost causes. Andrea yawned before placing her chin back into her hands. "And we're watching this why?" "Because," Zoya said, puffing out her chest and tut-tutting her, "it is very important for you to learn British culture, starting with, quote." "She has a crush on Stephen," Aisling said, grinning at their now squirming friend. Andrea watched someone pass the ball back to the defender for the 4th time in the last 2 minutes, and groaned. "Girl," Andrea said, "I love you truly. But he can't be all that to make you suffer through all of this." The boys had taken to spending their Saturday evenings running up and down the field, kicking a ball for 90 whole minutes just for the score to end 2-1 or, Lord forbid, 0-0. They then would shake hands and laugh like they had accomplished something before going off to shower and hang out somewhere else. Andrea loved that for them, admittedly. Boys deserved to hang out every once in a while, bonding and shit. But she hated having to sit here and watch it happen. "Even I have to admit," Valerie said. Her tone made Andrea raise an eyebrow. "But if you've ever seen Stephen N'Golo, you'd understand that this is entirely worth it for her." Zoya pulled at her hijab in embarrassment. "Cut all that talk. I simply like to watch some football, bruv. Don't know why you's got to go and make it." "Is that him?" Andrea pointed at the best-looking boy there, a black teen that was currently playing for the skin side, and thank you, God, that he is. Aisling laughed and bumped Zoya's shoulder with her own. "Can't you tell, Andy? Whenever he comes this way, Zoya is on the verge of exploding." Andrea slowly nodded her head. As a woman, I 100% get why you'd waste my time on this. But as your friend, bruh, take it from me. It never ends well doing this fangirl shit. Learn from Sakura. Zoya frowned and looked at Andrea like she had grown 2 heads. I grew up with 2 brothers. Yeah, so unfortunately, I know what you're yapping on about. But why the hell do you know anything about Naruto? She sighed and stared up into the heavens in shame. My best friend from the human world? Anyway, her name is Kayla. Love her to bits, but the bitch damn near goes feral over a cute boy at least once a year. She fell hard for some guy who was into some nerdy shit and made me watch Naruto with her over Thanksgiving so they'd have something to talk about when school resumed. Aisling raised an eyebrow and asked, "Well, did she end up with the guy?" Andrea frowned in response to that. Kayla or Sakura? Zoya rolled her eyes like she didn't have them out here wasting their Saturday watching people kick a ball at one another. The audacity of this pick-me. Kayla, obviously. She shook her head. Nope, she got over it by the end of Thanksgiving. A Thanksgiving break I wasted watching a stupid cartoon where a girl lost her mind for a boy who would have 100% had a manifesto hidden in his locker if he had been born in America. Seriously, though, fuck Sasuke. I can't believe you got me agreeing with Andrea of all people, Valerie sighed. Hell's gone and frozen over for sure. Oh no, Andrea pouted. Your mama and them must be shivering. Aisling and Zoya laughed, and even Valerie snorted and rolled her eyes. Fuck off, you twat. Zoya sighed after the laughter had died down. Okay, I get your point. Let's go. Just then, Stephen ran with the ball, swinging his legs around the ball as it moved, like an idiot, before kicking it into the top corner of the goalposts. Zoya got up and clapped her hands feverishly as he retreated to high-fived and slapped the teammate who had passed him the ball on the ass. Andrea caught Valerie's eye and raised an eyebrow. Valerie rolled her eyes and nodded her head. Oh, Lord, this poor girl. Z, Andrea said, but she was cut off by Valerie. Don't bother, she said, getting up and stretching. She's a lost cause. I say we catch a cabbage before it's too late and go get something to eat in town. Andrea could not agree more and got up herself. Hell must be at absolute fucking 0. There's a place I've been meaning to check out, Zoya said, following after them. A place that sells some knickknacks for dead cheap. Valerie cringed at the idea. Yeah, I've had just about my fill of you normies. We hunting for magical objects like this is Harry Potter or something? Andrea frowned. I always wondered, but is his real name Henry or something? Aisling laughed. I never thought of that. She watched Aisling and Zoya argue about which movie was their favorite, and it gave her time to look over toward Valerie and say, So, Valerie sighed. What? She doesn't have much of a gaydar, does she? She shrugged as they made for the gate Julian had led her to, almost an entire month past. She grew up very sheltered from such things, Valerie said, almost shaking her head, so it don't matter what sort of gaydar you give her. It could come from the United States Army itself, and she'd still be lost. She thought over what she wanted to say, but hesitated. It was enough for Valerie to notice it. Ask. Andrea frowned. What? She sighed before looking up at her, eyes intense. I know what you're going to say, so you might as well say it. Ask. Andrea continued to frown as she looked away from her and focused on her sneakers. Does she know about you? No, Valerie replied immediately, but she thankfully did not seem angry. I don't think it'll impact our friendship much, but still. Even a small chance is still a chance, Andrea muttered, and Valerie nodded her head. You said it. They exited the gates and caught up to the two of them, still arguing over an overrated book that got turned into a bunch of less overrated movies. So, Andrea interrupted, where are we going to get some juju? Madame Motifs, Zoya replied, a large smile forming between her chubby cheeks. I heard she got some talking goat's head. Yeah. I've been dying to see what a talking goat even looks like. But when Andrea does it, Valerie said, you hardly bat an eye. An annoyed Andrea turned to Aisling. "I was going to say that." "She beat me by 2 seconds, I swear." "Hello." Valerie stuck her tongue out at her as they walked past the apartments that Andrea had once seen, but she now knew belonged to the third years, before they arrived at the stop. She waved at the operator, an old lady with the kindest smile, before swiping her card and sitting down next to Aisling. "Now, didn't I tell you to stop being friendly with Mad Maddie?" Aisling warned, but Andrea waved her words away. "How come y'all call her Mad Maddie?" Aisling snorted. "Because she was born half mad, duh." "And only got worse." Valerie laughed. "Heard she signed up to the war and is the reason the Germans got their hands on some chemical stuff." Zoya gasped and pointed at the old lady who was happily talking to herself. "You're joking, Bruve. That woman over there is the reason for mustard gas." Aisling shrugged. "That's what me Nan says. Mad Maddie's a bastard from the magical line of the royal family. The Archduke went and got himself shot, and before long she found her way to the continent to fiddle around some, and whoops, mustard gas." Andrea frowned. She found that hard to believe. Why the hell would some English lady from the royal family go off to help the Germans? Aisling and Zoya laughed at her as Valerie rolled her eyes and said, "You Americans, is your education system really this bad, or are you just particularly daft?" Her frown only deepened. "Didn't they cut y'all's education funding for, like, the 13th time? So stop with the bitchness and put me on." "The royal family is German, Andy," Aisling said as she spat out the cabbage car. Andrea cringed and had to fight to refrain from smacking her. "Bruh, the fuck? What the hell did the Germans do to you?" "Oh, nothing." Aisling laughed. "Love 'em to bits, actually. They mind their business and go about their day like good, honest people. A quarter of them are Protestant, unfortunately, but no people are without fault. Except for that time the mustache fellow crashed out over his finger paintings." Zoya laughed. "That man definitely did not mind his business." "So why we spitting?" she asked, refusing to focus on anything other than that. "Because she hates the royal family for being the royal family," Valerie said. "Not for being German." Andrea raised an eyebrow and Aisling rolled her eyes again. "My, you're as thick as a plank." "That's it. The rest of us are getting magical doodads. You're getting yourself an actual history book." She rolled her eyes back and said, "I swear to God, Aisling, if this has something to do with the famine—" "Ding, ding, ding." Zoya clapped her hands together. 5 points to Andrea. "Now, I'll have no word said about the Great Famine," Aisling said, wagging her little finger at Andrea. "I'll have you know that my family suffered a great deal of trauma from that event. My grandfather's best friend's kid died during that time." Andrea thought it was a little bit of a reach, but sympathized all the same. "Oh my God, I'm sorry, Aisling. Must not have been easy watching a child starve to death, the poor thing." Aisling looked at Andrea like she had 2 heads. "Starved? He fell into a lake and drowned." "Bruh, why the fuck do you make it seem like the boy starved to death?" "I said that it had happened around the same time." Aisling huffed, her arms folded. "Whenever the famine would be brought up, me grandpa would think of the boy and get a little sad." When they arrived, Andrea waved a little less enthusiastically at the, admittedly still cute, war criminal before they walked down the road to a little dark and spooky shop between a cafe and a restaurant. Only in this fucking town can you find a quaint little magic shop slapped in between a place to get coffee and a place to get food, Andrea muttered before she was led by hand into the shop. They entered and, to the surprise of no one, the shop was a lot bigger inside than she had been expecting. It was filled with tables and shelves that were dotted and weighed down by all sorts of magical items, from some animal's paw to a collection of massive teeth made into a necklace to an assortment of dried and small heads arranged next to each other. All of them had their eyes and mouths sewn shut. All along the dark walls were paintings that moved like gifs, and by the entrance were 2 gargoyles as tall as her who had eyes that followed their every move. "I guess that shoplifting is a big no-no here." "Welcome," a woman said in a French accent. "How may I help you?" She was a black woman of average height, but shaped like one of the hourglass figures that sat on the shelves behind her and her counter. She wore a beautiful black lace and silk dress that would have had Morticia Adams fawning over it, and braided dark brown hair that was decorated with beads, like ornaments on a Christmas tree. Her dark lips parted in a smile as they entered. "Four beautiful young women walk into my humble store." "It must be my lucky day," she said, pulling out a necklace to show off. Well, of course, that was no instance of happenstance. Andrea almost rolled her eyes. My snake oil salesman's senses are ticking. But then again, for all Andrea knew, that necklace actually did bring... "And I'm willing to part with it," she said, her smile growing, "for 20 pounds. Andrea did roll her eyes this time. "Thank you, madame," Aisling said, in a tone that was a lot kinder than Andrea might have. "But we're just here to look around is all." "Oh," the woman said, her French accent now a thing of the past. "Break anything and I'll sue. Steal anything and I'll eat your soul. See anything that you think used to be yours. Well, you didn't. It's just your mind playing tricks on you." They were put on the back foot with the accent change, but they soldiered on into the store to look at all the strange and probably stolen things Madame had to offer. "Look at this!" Aisling exclaimed, picking up a wand that was beautifully carved out of some dark wood and pointing it at Andrea. "Expelliarmus!" Andrea's eyebrows furrowed as she pouted. "Which spell is that again?" Aisling sighed and put the wand back down. "You're no fun." "Check this out," Zoya gasped, pointing at the wall of several animal heads that were all in conversation with one another. "I'd say that this looks like a Williams family reunion." Andrea laughed, "But their teeth aren't nearly as fucked up." Aisling and Zoya laughed as Valerie gritted her teeth and said nothing until Aisling nudged her shoulder. "What is it? You sour?" Valerie sighed and looked away. "By 2 fucking seconds, I swear. Chuimsae." Rihanna could feel him before she saw him and had to roll her eyes. The man is an attention whore of legend, she thought, as she turned to go and speak with the most arrogant man that she had ever had the misfortune of meeting. The room was empty, save for a few devout, and the guards, as the restaurant was always supposed to be when the Phoenician was in town. On the stage was a beautiful Korean woman, so petite that Rihanna could fit her in her pocket, even without her spatial magic, of course. She was dressed in a beautiful robe of red and white, while the man kneeling beside her beat on a drum, equally garbed in Korean attire. "Mr. Yoon," she said, putting on her most dazzling smile. Rihanna always felt the need to take a shower whenever he looked her up and down. It was part of why she hated having to meet the man. Worse yet, the Phoenician had made it a point to dress her up for this very reason. The red dress she wore was crawling further and further away from her knees by the second, and it fit so tight that she was one sneeze away from disaster. Rihanna did think that she looked good, though. She could give herself that much credit. Her makeup accentuated her almond-shaped brown eyes and high cheekbones, and her long brunette hair had been styled by professionals who seemed to know what to do with it better than she ever did. Her fair skin was almost as pale as his in this lighting. "I hope that the amenities were to your liking." He stood before her, a few inches taller than her 5 feet 5 inches, but he would have been staring at her full and pink lips right then had she not remembered to wear flats at the last minute. "Better if I had," she smiled to herself. The man could use some humbling. Rihanna dismissed the thought as foolish, for if he were the sort of man who did not need humbling, he would not be here. He continued to stare at her with his dark eyes, and she could take solace in the fact that he had gone through the trouble of looking good as well. However, she was not that deluded. Mr. Yoon did not do this for her, she knew, but because he was Mr. Yoon. His hair, dark brown and straight, had been combed into perfection, framing his square and very angular face. His skin was pale and without blemish, and his lips were as full as hers, although she doubted that they were as natural as her own. "They were satisfactory," he said, surprising her. She had wondered how they were going to communicate, not due to language, of course he had long learned English, but because any time she had to deal with him, he usually refused to speak with her. He often left it up to his aide, Hewan, to communicate on his behalf. She had heard his voice before, of course, on the rare occasions that Mr. Yoon and her benefactor were in the same room. "If there is anything you need," she bowed her head, remembering that Mr. Yoon did not like when servants looked him in the eye. "Please, let me know, and I will assist you immediately." "I'm ready," he said softly. "Lead me to your master." She bowed her head again before turning to lead him to the rooms reserved for when the Phoenician was in town. This particular restaurant had been made to replicate the speakeasies he had frequented during his last visit to America. As they moved past the stage, Mr. Yoon stopped for a moment. A slight furrow of his eyebrows was the only time she'd ever seen him express his displeasure. Usually, he would have leaned over to whisper something into Hewan's ear, and she would have said it on his behalf. The singer would go from singing to talking, then back to singing again, and each time she would hold a pause, and an awkward second would go by, unnoticed by those patrons who sat at the front, talking and laughing amongst themselves. She had thought, for a moment at least, that he was about to say something, but as quickly as he had stopped, he continued on again. They walked to the booths on the western wall of the establishment, where the man she had sworn to serve sat around a round table, talking to a beautiful woman who would be replaced by next week. Charbel Khoury, known to foes and friend alike as the Phoenician, had hidden his big brown eyes behind his shades, but even then, his grin and the smile lines around the shades were indication enough of the genuineness of his happiness to see them. He stood up, his lean figure poorly hidden underneath a gray suit that he had tailored for hours and hours before coming here. He was a few inches short of 6 feet, but he did not need them to clear Mr. Yoon. He removed the shades to bow to their guest. His black and white hair, long and thinning, seemed damn right unkempt next to Mr. Yoon's. His skin was fair as well, but nearly as clear as hers, or Mr. Yoon's, as he had had a bad bout of pox as a child. The Korean man returned the bow. "Mr. Friend," Charbel said, gesturing the seat across from him where the woman, scantily dressed, occupied her fake ass. "Come, please. Know that you are welcome here." The woman, a Brazilian with a tattoo over her cleavage, furrowed her eyebrows in offense, and for that act alone, Rihanna was prepared to kill her. Master Khoury proved himself more patient. "Forgive me, my beautiful Anita. Please wait in our room for now and think of ways in which I can make this up to you." She said something in Portuguese that made her master frown and touch his chest with a wince. "Oh my, such language!" "In front of my guests, too," Anita continued, speaking faster and with more passion this time. And because of this, the Phoenician sighed and said, Okay. I hear you." Before using an invisible force to pull her into his grip, his hand clamped around her neck. She did not even get a chance to scream before Charbel's hand punched through her chest and out her back, her beating heart in his hand. Anita's head was in his other hand as her body fell onto the couch, and Rihanna gulped, having never seen the move that decapitated her. He sighed at the sight of her seated body and turned to Mr. Yoon. "Look at this," he said sheepishly, before tutting and shaking his head. "Even in death, she dares to defy me." He laughed alone, but that did not seem to bother him, before he turned to Rihanna. "My dear, you look as beautiful as the first day I saw you," he cooed at her, and the compliment made her forget all about the headless body hemorrhaging blood all over the place. "Please do tend to this." Her master gestured to Anita and seemed to be leaving before grinning. "And find for me another woman if you can." She bowed her head and turned to snap her fingers. The dispatch had not gone unnoticed as one of the patrons pushed the screaming woman in his lap to the ground and jogged to appear before them. "Get the cleaners out here and quickly," she said. The cloth and seats would need some work, but handling the body was easy for her. "Pock it open," she said, her hand outstretched to cover Anita's body with her magic. And slowly, the black hole her powers manifested appeared on the woman's chest and began to suck the corpse in like a toilet being flushed. It took only 10 seconds, a task that would have been easy to complete even if the woman were still breathing, since she lacked the magic to stop it. Mr. Yoon stood there, unfazed and somehow not at all covered in blood. Master Kuri turned to him and led him to a different booth. She had thought that her place would be tending to the cleanup, but she heard her master's fingers snap and turned to see him beckoning her to join them. She hurried to join them, humbly accepting the offer of the seat next to her master. "Mr. Yoon," he said, seated as comfortably as he had been in the other booth. "I am so thankful that you have come all this way." Mr. Yoon sat back and crossed his legs. "Yes, my family was tempted by your offer. None of us could work out what made you think we would ever side with you, extremist that you are. But we will admit, you sparked our curiosity. We saw fit to send a representative." "And that representative was you," her master said. A smile appeared like it had never left his face. "I must admit I had thought that maybe they would be sending your brother, Seo Jun. I had so looked forward to—" "Your display of power," Mr. Yoon interrupted. "It was not nearly so great that I would suffer insults. Especially not from a madman known to ramble on, wasting everyone's time." She stifled a snarl. Rihanna's magical reserves dictated how much she could afford to keep in her inventory, and by the grace of the gods, her reserves were substantial, and through Master Kuri's tutelage, her precision was even better. But even all those advantages were null against Yoon, who would kill her in a battle if it came to it. He had a habit of letting his aura out, and for good reason. The man wished all around him to know that he was dangerous, and the hairs on the back of her neck were rising, screaming of said danger. But the Phoenician only laughed and humbly bowed his head. "Forgive me once more, my friend. I was only teasing," he said, slowly pulling off his shades. "I wished to see if you had that fire, is all." "And you have your answer," Mr. Yoon said, sitting back once more. "What is your offer, Phoenician?" Charbel grinned. "Right down to it, eh? Pleasantries be damned. Good. The only one-time serves is that gorilla, Nerva, so allow me to offer a full invitation." Mr. Yoon raised an eyebrow and waited, and waited, and waited still until her master sighed and said, "You seem less enthused than I had been hoping." "Your hopes are as deluded as you are, madman," Seo Jun said, pulling out his phone. "You have brought me all this way to read for me an email?" Her master surprised her with how hurt he looked. "An email? Which is what this meeting should have been," Mr. Yoon said, standing up. "Our time is precious, Phoenician. We take any waste of it as an insult. Have your servant prostrate herself before me, and if her forehead touches the floor well enough, my family and I may yet forgive you." Rihanna was certain that if she attacked him, Charbel would let him kill her. He loved her. She knew this, but she was not so deluded as to think that her master would not sell her life for his ambitions. But even so, it took all her restraint not to focus her shroud into her fist to try to punch Yoon's jaw off. Her master was unexpectedly calm, meeting the challenge with calm as he searched his pockets, pulling out several boxes of different cigarette brands before finally settling on a Korean brand and pulling out one. "You all call me madman," he said, snapping his fingers to bring a flame to life to warm its end, "and I agree. I am out of my mind." He blew the smoke up in the air and nodded his head. "To embark on what I am prepared to embark on is madness. And I ask you to join me in this madness." Mr. Yoon said nothing for a moment before snorting. "And why would I? We hold to the council as we always have. Why break with them to side with a zealot?" "Because," Charbel said, The world is deteriorating into a state fit for another great war. Because your family is high in money and status, yes, but lacks the prestige and age to be powerful in our world. Because the council and the old families that populate it will not make room for any of you. Because the boom in population has convinced many who had been on the fence the last time around, like your family, to come on over to our side. Her master inhaled deeply, evaporating the cigarette before exhaling so much smoke that for a time she could not see either him or Mr. Yoon. By the time the smoke cleared, Charbel sat on the booth's backrest, right behind Mr. Yoon, because if things go my way, I will remember you spurning me. And if I win, you and your family will suffer dearly for it. Mr. Yoon did not turn his head. Instead, he pulled out the packet of cigarettes that had been in her master's pocket moments before and pulled one out for himself. And what if the other side makes an offer? Then you must choose a side anyway. And what if we declare neutrality? I have made the offer plainly, Seo-jun, her master said. A no or yes removes your cloak of neutrality. Mr. Yoon slowly nodded his head. If you are so powerful, then why do you need us? We who are of little renown and prestige? Master Corey looked out onto the stage, the singer and drummer still going, still giving a performance that Rihanna was unsure she enjoyed it. This is a beautiful opera. Mr. Yoon raised an eyebrow and turned to see if the Phoenician was being serious, slowly nodded his head when he saw that the man was. Pensori, he said, snorting shortly after. Tell me, do you bring out your best beer when you seduce the Germans? Despite being in a room that neither cares nor pays attention, the singer sings and performs with all of her heart. The drummer has been nothing short of flawless. Some will ask why bother? Can they not see? No one cares. No one is listening. And yet the performance goes on, beautiful and haunting. And still, something is missing. Despite all their preparations, despite all their skill and hard work, they need something from us to bring it all together. Mr. Yoon's eyebrows furrowed before slowly rising with realization. His confusion gave way to a great burst of laughter. When one of those awkward pauses arrived, Mr. Yoon immediately shouted out something, and the drummer shouted something back that made Yoon laugh even harder. And with that, like his laugh had been an incantation itself, the singer and drummer both came alive. Any doubts on whether they were good or not were answered in Rihanna's mind. The gods have a story to tell, Charbel said, with a seriousness that she seldom saw anymore. A performance that needs us, and perform it I will. Will you be with me? Seo-jun Yoon turned to face Master Corey, who met the outstretched hand with his own. I hope that you will not screw us, Charbel. I know that you're a madman, but they say that you are a madman with a plan. So tell me that they are right. Charbel Corey, the Phoenician, smiled. My dear Seo-jun, have faith.